Fizz. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show. Coming at you. It's 5 p.m. Pacific. Monday, July 22nd. Washougal is in the rearview mirror. A much needed 2 weeks off for the series right now because, man, there were some guys that were smoked at Washougal. We'll talk about that and more tonight on the PulpMX show. Presented by the folks at motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin, Acherbys, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Atlas Brace, Intense Cycles, Weisco Piston, Rocky Ridge Trucks, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Luxon, Ethica, Troll Training, all on board with us tonight, as are you. 702-586-7857. You got a question, you got a comment, you got a concern, give us a call on the show. Really appreciate you guys listening and watching on YouTube. Use the codes to save on PulpMXShow.com. Sponsor codes. You can see the logos there. Click on that. Brings up codes to save. So whether it's X-Brand, Guts, Get, W, Works Connection, you can save on those companies and more. And yeah, appreciate it, man. Lots to talk about tonight when it comes to the series. I've got a great in-studio guest as well. The gentleman certainly knows his way around a dirt bike track pretty well and knows the sport really, really well. One of the top privateers in the sport. And new program for him this year, new team. We'll talk more about that as well. He's been in, 4 or 5 times. Justin Starling, everybody. What's up, buddy? How are you?
A little sunburnt today.
Yeah?
It was a little hot on the ride.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
You flew in this morning.
Yep.
Great Spirit Airlines.
Yep, middle seat.
Did you have a middle seat?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Dude, I just wanted to be here. Whatever it takes.
And you landed, and we went mountain biking.
Yep.
And then we had a little mishap with the charging.
We went mountain biking twice.
Kind of. But, yeah, I want to talk about you a little bit about that and more. You watched Washougal, obviously.
Yep.
Big change for you coming 2025.
Yep.
Back on the Austrian bike, which seems to agree with you because, holy shit, did you have a bad year.
Was I even there?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I
How
think
many
I only-
mains? One?
One
main event all year.
2 points.
I mean, yeah, it was not great.
It didn't work. It just didn't work.
This is what I felt like asking.
Yeah, I asked myself that more times than I can count, and I just kept saying, "We'll get there when it's time. We'll get there when it's time."
Yeah.
And it sounds
We'll get there.
sounds like we'll get there 2025 Anaheim.
Yeah,
So.
speaking of Ryder D, he's on the show tonight. Career best, 4th overall,
Yep.
Washougal. We'll have Ryder DiFrancesco on the show. Kyle Chisholm will be calling in. I mean, dude, you've known Chiz your whole life, probably.
Whole life.
So I
basically
thought
a neighbor to me now.
I thought that would be great to have him and 2 Florida guys that
Yep.
are buddies. So, and then Ken Roczen,
Yeah.
coming back maybe for Unadilla. We'll talk to him about that.
He likes
we'll
to tease
see.
us.
He does, and I ran that by his team. I'm like, he ain't coming back.
Yeah.
And dude, those guys were like, no, don't be so quick.
Would that mean just all the last 3 or
the
just
last
like
3?
a couple?
No, the last
Yeah.
3, I think. So, SMX points matter.
Yeah.
Seating matters. I mean,
Yeah.
he's in the SMX, but the seating matters.
Well,
right?
how does it go? Like if you're first at the end of outdoors and Supercross, you're
Sexton will be
three,
first.
3 points up.
You're 3 points up.
I say
yeah.
so. It's like 20.
Yeah, 25, 22.
Got
It's
it. Yeah,
just like
okay.
what it is. So,
Yep.
so that all matters.
Yeah, those points matter at the end.
Yeah, for sure. So, that's part of why our buddy Phil was so upset about losing some points. I'm like, you're in SMX. He's like, yeah, but seating matters. So,
Yeah.
lots to get
He'll be
into.
fine.
Lots to get into tonight on the show. Don't forget Thunder Valley Ride Day. The last weekend in August 31st, September 1st, David Claybaugh and the guys at Thunder Valley are going to put on a 2-day PulpMX ride day. You just got to pay the entry fee and come hang out. We'll do a pulp show one night. We got some special guests showing up, Bradshaw, Andrew Short, some other people. So, just come on, hang out. We're going to have 2 days of great riding. Kiefer's going to try to make it, and great track.
Thunder Valley's awesome.
Yeah, and the prep, I've already told them I want this prep at the National a little bit less.
Ben will do that for you.
Yeah,
Ben will absolutely do that
LeMay's
for you.
going to and he's got to dial in some of those jumps. We don't want those jumps.
Oh, they're fine.
Not for us.
They're all safe.
Not for us. They are kind of safe. You're
They
right.
are safe.
And then also, too, just on sale this week, I'll talk about this a lot during the year. Friday night before the Vegas SMX, the Fly Racing live show at the Space. So go to PulpMX.com to buy tickets. Friday night, come hang out. Daniel Blair will be my co-host. Probably a couple special guests there. Not far off the strip, live show Friday night in Vegas. So check it out, everybody, and go to PulpMX.com to buy tickets. Taking your phone calls over there, holding things down. 2 mountain bike rides in now this past week. The Tallon Taylor. What's up, Tallon?
What's up, Steve? Just grinding on the taser.
Grinding, dude.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Good. Yeah, it's been fine. I need to take it on, take it on some real trails and put it to the test. But trails by my house have been fun. Getting bored of them, but.
How's motorsport.com?
Good.
Big race for you guys this weekend at Washougal.
Yeah, all the pretty much everyone went up there. They were giving us free tickets and everything. So yeah, a lot of the company was there.
Yeah, no, it's great. Washougal and motorsport.com go together, and working the camera, the video. New guy. What's up, Nick? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well, guys. How you doing?
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Did Mark sabotage you?
I did a special little dance over the equipment today, a little prayer over the equipment today. We should be good to go, man.
I met your brother at Washougal.
Yep, he's the man.
He's the one that's still riding.
Yep.
You gave it up. So
semi-retired. Yeah.
Semi-retired from riding, but nice guy. So he was like, "Yeah, Nick," and I was like, "Nick."
Has anyone told you that you guys sound kind of the same?
Who?
You and Mark's kind of sound the same.
Oh, right on.
Like when I listen, it kind of took me a second to realize that there actually was someone new.
You think? I don't think
100%.
so. Okay, well, you're, I
don't know. Maybe it's just me. I could be deaf. My wife says I'm deaf sometimes, so maybe that's
it.
Just not hearing it. So yeah.
All right, lots to get into. Jason Thomas will be on the show as well. Roczen, Chiz, Ryder D. Maybe we'll call our buddy Dark. There's been some Dark talk when we came back from the mountain bike.
Yeah.
There's some Dark talk.
We love Dark.
We love Dark.
Maybe
check in with Dark. I locked Dark in for a co-host spot coming up soon, too,
Good.
people. So Mr. Side will be here. Firepowerparts.com. Dean Wilson showing up at Washougal to get SMX points. Did you read his social?
I haven't.
Oh, he was like, I got a parachute on. Then there was video of him, and he's like, this is where my tongue was hanging in the spokes. And so Dino, brought to you by Firepower Parts. They're a big part of that team. Firepowerparts.com, whether it's hard parts, whether it's batteries, chains, firepowerparts.com. They got a lot of hard parts there. Check them out, and they're sponsoring Dean Wilson. And they got Mumford next year.
Does Dean have to do the last 3?
It's going to be tight, dude.
There's like 4 dudes going for 3 spots or something like that.
He's in the LCQ, but he doesn't want to be in the LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, if he's coming out to race, you might as well go all the way if you're that close.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like Phil was the LCQ champ last year, but he said it was so much stress on him.
Yeah.
So, you don't want to do that,
Yeah,
right?
no one wants to go to the LCQ.
All right. Hey, so Chase Sexton, 7 moto wins in a row, widening his points. Hunter Lawrence, off weekend for him. Hunter was saying that he just wasn't feeling it. We tried to get Chase on the show. He said maybe next week he was still burnt a little bit, and he's been great to us. So I'm not upset about him not coming on.
Also,
we'll get him
Zach Bryan last night. He might have been out late.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that could have been it.
Today.
Yeah, that could have been it. But dude, he just looks great. He looks calm, composed. Anderson was out front and checking out.
Yep.
AP was out front and checking out in Moto 1, and like no hint of sort of rushing anything. Just we'll get you when it's time.
Yeah, I even texted him the next morning or maybe that night, and I was like, dude, you just look so good on that bike. Like, it just looks like he can predict where it's going to go and how it's going to work, and I feel like that's kind of what he's been missing.
Yeah.
And, it's starting to show. He's really getting that thing dialed in.
You think he's in the best shape in the class?
100%.
Yeah. I mean, okay, yeah.
He did an extra lap at full speed. He's fine.
I was worried about the gas when he did that.
I was too a little bit, but I mean, no real big jumps there.
No.
He would have been okay.
Yeah.
But I actually thought about that. I'm like, man, that's
Yeah. This is the Chase Sexton we thought we'd see.
Yep.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but we've been discussing about how there's no Jet Lawrence.
I have heard.
And is there anything to this theory? You're a racer.
It gives you confidence. Yeah, I mean, it has to.
I mean, like I said, him and Hunter split the 10 motos before Jet went out.
Yeah.
They split him.
Yeah.
And now he's on another level.
Yeah. I mean, you have to think like that, but you also have to think like, okay, it's his first outdoor season on the bike. Is he getting it more in tune with the bike? Like,
more experience.
That's something. Yeah. But I do have to think that it has to do with, the confidence. When he's not there on the gate, you immediately like, oh, well, it's just these guys then, and not the dude that went 22
okay,
0.
Fair.
Or 24 technically.
Yeah, fair. He's not on the gate. But can't you be like, well, there's my only guy I need to worry about. I got everyone else when Jet's there. Like, why does it not work like that when even Jet's there where you're like, hey, I got one guy I got to focus on.
No.
And then leave Hunter in the dust and leave everybody in the dust.
Jet's just that good, man.
No, I know, but Chase. No, I'm saying for Chase.
Yeah, I fully understand, but like Jet's just that good that I think he puts on that much pressure. Like I think that he's that guy that makes it so tough
where
on
Chase
someone.
he's just like, oh, I can't beat this dude. I got to beat this dude.
No, he knows he can beat him. I just think he needs to start up there consistently because, Jet always starts up front.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I just think it helps him not having him on the gate.
Yeah, I mean, look, the head cases that you riders are.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was me this year, man.
And I'm a huge Chase Sexton fan, but let's call it as it is.
Yeah.
He hasn't beat Jet straight up very much.
Jet's good. Jet's good.
Jet's good.
Jet's just it's just crazy how fast Jet goes and just doesn't even look like he's going that fast. But you watch Chase and he looks like he's going that fast.
So now we're at the point. I mean, Chase looks really good to win this thing.
Yeah.
6 motos to go. Anything can happen, obviously.
What's the points lead now?
28, I think.
Yeah.
Chase looks really good. So now I'm at the point where, like, when Jet's on the line at Charlotte, where are we at? Jet's not going to be 100%, but how's that going to go?
It's Chase,
now, Chase
it's Chase's
just
thing
keeps,
to lose.
If Chase keeps hammering them and gets to a new level, now Supercross 2025, I'm in. I'm in with, like, let's break this down. Let's talk about this. If Jet just beats him again, I'm like, it's 2025 Supercross is over.
I mean, going into SMX, the finals, there's a handicap on Jet no matter what. Like, no matter how you want to put it, there's going to be a handicap.
Yeah.
But, yeah, in my opinion, I mean, it's totally Chase's to lose.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just riding that good. And then depending – I've seen the track maps, but I don't really pay much attention to him. So I don't know how Supercross it'll be, however, but
they look more Supercrossy than last year to me.
So then
because we don't have that Chicago round at all, which is more outdoors.
So I think that's good for Chase.
Yeah.
I think that's a positive for him. I think he's going to get that, and then once you go through another off season of the same bike going into the next year, where he did a chassis change, not just the Honda to the KTM, but that stiff frame to the softer frame. He didn't have a full off season to prepare on it. He got it super late. So now he's going to have a full off season on that bike, then go into Supercross next year. Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, looking. I never felt at any point in Supercross that the 2024 Chase was the same as the 2023. I just never felt like that. He qualified quickest only at the last round.
Yep.
I never felt like I saw that. On the Honda, he was the fastest dude.
Right.
All the time.
But he rode it for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that has something to do with it. I mean, the last round I watched his do his fast lap, I was like, damn, you look pretty damn good. Like, obviously better than you have all year, and it showed.
But there were whispers, and I don't know how valid they were, but there were whispers in the pits like Chase is a 2-year deal with KTM. There were whispers like, hey, maybe he's getting out of this thing after one. No. Like maybe KTM and him are like, this ain't working.
Right.
Those you're not going to hear that now. This has turned his hero.
Yeah, no, this is fully turned,
This is turned around. He's going to probably win this championship. He's won 7 motos in a row. That's not even a word, but this is something that was going around, like, will both sides be like, hey.
It takes time, especially at someone that fast, and could be that picky with the bike. It takes time to get someone comfortable. I don't think you can start throwing stuff out like that early or starting rumors like that, whatever, but
No, it wasn't like it was,
No, yeah,
it was just low key.
I just think it just takes time with someone at that caliber, and then once you get there, and he's gotten there. I mean, he's winning now, being 15 seconds back after a crash, and then winning by 5-6 seconds.
Yep.
So.
No, it's great. It's fantastic, and tell you what, Starling, more so in the 250 class because they went second, and I think they're not quite as gnarly as 450 guys, generally speaking. 250 riders. Not Deegs, but other guys.
Yeah, there's a couple that are, I think, just as plenty as gnarly.
Yeah,
but
there are.
Definitely not the rest.
But I'll tell you what, there were some dudes hurting.
Yeah.
It was 95
it was
degrees.
Hot there,
It was hot.
Yeah.
Track was rough.
Yeah. No real, there was no, smooth area anywhere.
No.
There was always something somewhere. Usually there's, a spot you can kind of find, but not there.
Yeah, and so talking about Chase being in shape, and Hayden also.
Yep.
Hayden late in Moto 2.
God,
see you later,
he puts
VL.
in the work.
So, great ride by Hayden to win. Kind of because his last 3 motos had gone 3.64 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there was first turn crash. There was different things going on, but 3.64 or whatever it was 3.64.
I just started to think that he was more in championship mode. Just keep it in there. Don't do anything crazy, and just get the points.
Yeah. But does he seem like that type of guy?
The second moto kind of showed opposite.
He seems
honestly,
like, I want to crush these dudes.
Yeah, he just went, and it was 15 seconds at the finish. Man, Deegs is good. He's really impressive to watch, and he's starting to smooth out a bit too with his speed. He doesn't look as
we'll see. I mean,
sporadic.
he fell in first moto. didn't hurt him, but
yeah.
like there's a lot of mistakes there.
Yeah.
Not a lot. There's mistakes there.
He's lucky he's young with these crashes right now.
I said this on the review show. So I put him, it's early, but I'm putting him in like, Jet Lawrence, Chase Sexton, not even Chase Sexton because Chase had a few years of struggle.
Yeah.
But Eli Tomac, I'm putting him in the elite rider category, looking that way.
Belongs there.
And he makes more mistakes than those elite guys. So far. He's young,
Yeah, but he does. And he's also, but it's also, two bikes in 2 seasons, like a different bike. So you're still learning things, and his speed, he's the fastest one on that bike right now. So I think they're just trying to figure it out.
And who wants second in the points? Because Kitch went 1-1 at Millville and took it, and then on his home track he didn't have the race he wanted.
Lost a lot of points.
He did.
Yeah.
Vial rebounded, right?
Yep.
That was Vial's only second moto win of the year.
And after a hand injury or something.
Did he?
Yeah, something he didn't ride all week. He
okay.
announced it or something like that.
Anyways, so do you have like Vial, Shimoda, Kitchen? Am I missing somebody? Vial, Shimoda, Kitchen. Do you have a guy to get second in the points? Do you have a favorite? Like, who's going to grab this thing? Because they seem to. Nobody wants this. Oh, Hymus. Is Hymus? Obviously his ankle.
Yeah,
he gutted it out, but
Vial.
Vial?
Yeah, it's gonna be Vial. Just if you look at where the points are at, 307 to 291 is Kitchen, and then Hymus 275. Yeah, it's Vial.
You want to talk about Hymus?
Yeah, his maturity is unreal. Like, he rides super good, super smooth. He doesn't ride. I mean, he's only like 20, 21.
Yeah.
He rides super mature on the bike. Like, he doesn't really do anything crazy, and he's always just really fluent with his bike. And I know it's kind of like weird to say and how I'm explaining it, but he just rides mature.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you look at like his interviews, he just talks like someone that's 27, 28 years old.
Right. Yeah, he never really got caught in the war of words with
no, and that's
Hayden.
super mature of him. But then I just look at his riding, and it's just super impressive. Like, he's just smooth everywhere. Like, he kind of just looks like a slower paced Jet in a way to me, or even maybe more Hunter. But with speed, it's gonna come as long as he can stay healthy. I don't know how bad his ankle is.
Well, I mean, talking to Honda guys, they said if he ripped it the wrong way, his tendons and ligaments are stretched and sprained.
Yeah.
And if he ripped it the wrong way, he was going to tear them.
Yeah.
Completely, and then need surgery. So the
I'm
risk
surprised
was there.
he raced. Yeah.
Honda guys didn't think he'd race. I said some of them were like, I don't think he's gonna be able to do it.
Yeah.
Not only did he do it, he came from last to 12th in Moto 2.
Yeah. That was a really good ride because he took a while to get up too.
He did. So good job for Hymus, and he has been really impressive. He's the story of that class outside of Hayden, speed and wins.
Or Masterpool.
I still go Hymus, I think. Masterpool's cool. It's a cool story, and that's gonna be a little bit of my race tech rant as well. Coming up.
I think I go more Masterpool.
Okay.
Just because he rode the bike.
Yeah.
What, Friday before the first round?
He rode Thursday at Paris.
No, Thursday was press day.
Press day. Friday Paris.
Yeah. And Thursday was on the 450 HBI, and then Friday the PC, and then won a race.
He rode PC on Thursday, didn't he?
No, Friday.
He okay.
Unless he went somewhere after press day. I don't know that.
Yeah. Well, okay. Anyway, both great stories.
Yeah.
For sure.
No, for sure.
All right, we got a call for you, Starling, from Morgan. Morgan says he owes you an apology. So, all right, Morgan, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, Steve. Hey, Justin, you being a Florida guy, and I'm a Florida guy myself, you have no reason to know who I am, but sometimes you go to a local track and practice here in Florida where, I would like to go and ride sometimes too. And this particular time, about a year ago or so, I showed up, and by the time I got on the track with the A and B class, there really wasn't a whole lot of people there, but all of a sudden in the middle of it, there was a ton of really fast dudes. And so the second moto, I'm like, I'm not going to ride A and B. But before I had a chance to switch the class, someone came up to me there from the track and said, hey, you got to switch to this class. And I did some digging that day and found out, the owner of the track said, well, Justin Starling's here today, and he's kind of sensitive to people getting in the way. And I'm like, shit, did I get in the way of Justin Starling? So if I did, I'm really sorry.
Was this at Tampa MX?
Yes.
Are you showing up with demands at
No,
Tampa MX?
so no, not at all.
Wow.
I'm going to be honest with you. I am really fast around Tampa, and I know it kind of sounds cocky, but I live 4 miles away.
Yeah.
So I ride there a lot, and never once have I ever been sensitive to anyone going slower around that place, but there are times where I am going it sounds cocky again, but I'm going so fast around there that I come up on people so quick that I scare them, and I don't want to do that. But then sometimes I don't know where they're going.
Yeah.
And it's also on me riding a public track, right, and going that fast in my decision.
No, I mean, look at I'm sure when I see Barsha at Glen Helen a couple months ago, which I did, I'm sure I saw him,
Yeah, no, and
but
Jack was one of my groomsmen of the wedding, of our wedding, and he probably just was trying to.
The guy that runs it, you mean?
Yeah. Probably just try to keep it a little bit safer. And I probably would just.
Yeah, Morgan, get out of the A class, Morgan.
No, you're all good.
I did.
I never care about that, but sometimes it can be kind of scary. It's kind of I guess like Jet coming up to me around the track,
Yeah.
It's always fun seeing you at local tracks. So thanks and keep up the good work, buddy.
Thanks,
we'll be at Tampa this weekend.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Appreciate it. Ryder DiFrancesco, Ken Roczen, Kyle Chisholm coming up on the show as well tonight. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. It's the first and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. Hey, this is a good job. Salary range, 80 to 92K. God.
It's pretty solid.
Digital content writer for the MIC, for the Motorcycle Industry Council, representing manufacturers, distributors of motorcycle scooters, motorcycle parts and accessories, and more. They're looking for a writer to join the team, not rider, writer. You're
I'm bad with digital stuff anyway, so.
This position is responsible for producing written content for various online platforms, obtaining and generating images as needed, et cetera, et cetera. Job duties are posted. The salary is posted. It is a full-time hybrid job, digital content writer for the Motorcycle Industry Council. Good job. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Please check it out if you can and upload your resume for free today. And, you got to get started somewhere in the industry, and MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Good place to start for sure. Justin Starling here as well. Okay, so one something I want to talk to you about. So at one time in Supercross, you're one of the top privateers. Yep. Not this year.
No.
But hopefully you'll get there next year. But let's talk privateers in 450 motocross. So Freddie this weekend, 8-8. Great work. He's always good at
That's normal for Freddie.
Yeah. I'm not putting Phil in this group because I feel like Phil's a little better. But you can correct me if I'm wrong. But
Phil's more consistent, so I wouldn't put him in there.
Even with Phil's shitty race this weekend, he did get passed by Freddie. But I'm going to – so Noren, Hottie Koulis, Welton, tied his career best this weekend.
Yep, 10th. I've seen that.
And then Hardog, our guy Hardog. After that, it drops off to McElrath and Roman Pep. But really, Harlan, Welton, Koulis, Noren. Again, you can put Phil in that group if you want. I don't. I choose to.
You don't put McElrath in there either.
No.
Yeah.
Who do you like out of that group to emerge? Like, is there one guy that you're like, he's a better outdoor guy? Like, Harlan's coming around. He had a bike problem in Moto 2. And, obviously, Freddie had a rough Millville. Freddie was back. Yeah. So it's up and down. Koulis didn't even race them all to start. So.
Yeah, I'm going Koulis.
You're going Koulis?
Yeah, he's good. He just grinds, man. Like, he never really gets tired. He just goes all the way to the end. But, I mean, if you're doing, like, just strictly USA, I'm going Grant.
You got 6 motos left. You think he emerges from that? He is Grant is 105 to 139. Actually, he's 34 down. That's a lot.
On Koulis?
On Noren.
To
make up.
Oh, you mean who's going to be the best at the end?
Well, yeah. That's what
Noren. Yeah, 100%
okay.
Noren.
Well, what did you think
I thought you were just talking about, like, who's going to be the best, like, going in years future.
No,
that was my bad. No. Yeah, sorry.
This battle for outdoor
Yeah,
privateers.
no, Noren. Okay. Yeah, Noren, 100%.
Just experience, and he's leading already, and all that.
He's consistent. He's either really good or something happens, kind of like Red Bud, like he had issues.
Melville.
Yeah. I'm still gonna go okay. Freddie. I mean, there's a few rounds left, and he's strong.
I feel like, look, we're on a group text with Harlan, so there's a lot of Grant Harlan in our lives, maybe too much.
Never enough. Come on now.
And Koulis is a good dude.
Yeah.
But let's talk Welton. Like, I think quietly out of that group, because Koulis is, I don't know if Welton's ever got a Hard Charger Award, FMF Race Tech Hard Charger Award. I don't know if Welton's ever been featured on TV. I know Harlan has, and I know Koulis has.
Yeah, he's kind of quiet.
So, I was going to say, the quietest guy of the group is Welton, would you say?
I would definitely say that. But, man, he digs. Yeah, he's I think him going to Europe for that little bit helped him a lot. But, yeah, he grinds. He's really, really, really strong, and he's another one that's kind of like Koulis. Like, he just goes to the end.
I don't feel like well, I was going to say Welton is the least flashiest, but Harlan's probably the least flashiest. Or they're tied for least flashiest guy.
Yeah.
Like when you watch
I'd say
Marsh,
Grant's just a digger, but doesn't really ever move his bike. If it goes sideways or anything like that, it's probably not good.
It's probably on accident.
Yeah.
But, okay, so Harlan's get starts. Marsh doesn't seem to ever get the start. What's Marsh's average start out of these guys? It is actually, I want to see if it's the worst one. So
21.4.
So the other guys are 16, 16, 17 average start. This is actually the average position after lap 1.
Yeah.
It's not the average start because the AMA isn't capable of doing this with their fucking cheeseball stats that they do. So after lap 1, Welton's 21. He's 5 spots worse.
He's almost the exact same as Alvin Oslin.
Right. Wow.
I didn't even know that dude was out there.
He only rode a couple races. But so there's the point we just said.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I ever see Marsh in the mix.
What do you think Marsh could do with a start like Grant? Like starts 5th. Do you think he finishes 7th, 8th? Or do you still think he's around that 10 to 14?
No, because Harlan's not 7.
Harlan has some of those starts, though. Yeah. Like he can do that.
No, but what's Harlan's best moto finish? The 8th in Washougal this weekend, the first moto?
Yeah, probably. Okay, so say if you got a Phil start, do you think he's still around the 10 to 14, or do you think he gets that 7
Harlan's best finish has been 9. Welton's best finish was 9 this weekend. So they both had their best finishes this weekend.
Yeah.
Moto finishes. Koulis has a 9th. And who else did we talk about? Oh, Freddie's got it 2 8s this weekend. So so Freddie's got the best moto finish, but everyone else got a 9th. Okay, so yes.
Pretty equal all the way across.
So if Marsh got Harlan's start, he can get 9th, like Harlan and Koulis.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree. I think so. I think he'd be somewhere between 8 to 10, but lower maybe.
Right.
Also depends on how the track is and all that and whatever. But
there's always those guys every 450 motocross season.
Yes.
Like privateer dudes that just crush it, right?
I'd say Grant was that guy last year, right? I mean, 23 for a number. That's kind of unreal.
No, it's great. I mean, like you said, if the bike gets sideways, it's a mistake.
Yep.
But Harlan is steady and fast.
He just
digs.
He's
in shape.
Yeah, he just digs. Troll training.
Yeah, troll training. Are you doing that?
Yep.
Are you troll training?
Yep.
Trolltraining.com?
Troll training.
All right, Matthew wants to talk about Star Racing on 1. What's up, Matthew?
What's up? I was just calling in. I heard Justin saying something about, Hayden's been on 2 different, motorcycles with the new Yamaha. Just wondering if y'all think that's any factor with some of the other 250 Star guys, especially I feel like Dax has been way worse than a lot of people anticipated. So I was just wondering if y'all know anything or hear anything about that. And just seeing what
I don't. Dax is struggling. Yeah. There's no doubt he's struggling. Thrasher's out. Jordan is up and down.
Yeah.
But Jordan has been up and down.
But I was talking about like the old models, or like the last year model to this model.
Yeah, I don't think the bike is the problem.
No, I'm just saying like it's new settings, new everything.
Yeah.
I think the engine transferred over though, so they've been having a couple of engine issues. I think, so that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, they've had a few. Romano is. I mean, I heard he's not feeling well. He's kind of sick, energy wise. But it's been rough.
Florida. It's hot. But
it has been rough for those guys.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like Jordan is just doing what Jordan does. Romano and Bennick are the underperformers.
Yeah.
For sure.
I expected more out of Romano, 100%.
I heard Bennick is really good during the week, like with everybody else.
And he lives there, so I would hope so.
Well, they all live there. They all ride there.
I mean, like he lives there.
Yeah. But I think I've heard that they're like, we don't know what's going on with Bennick on Saturdays, but on the week, he's good.
Is it? You think it's a new track thing?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, Matthew. It's definitely, if they didn't have Deegs, rough summer for the guys,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. 702-586-7857. We're coming up with our next guest here.
What rounds did Bennick do last year?
Red Bud on?
I don't know. I was just saying, like, wonder if he's going to be better at like those races he's already done, or if that could be a thing.
He was definitely at Red Bud.
Yeah, we got a 4th last year or something.
Qualified quickest because he was in B group.
Oh yeah.
I think he was quickest. Renthal.com, by the way. Please check them out. Renthal.com, whether it's a 7/8 bar or the fat bar or twin wall bar. Renthal.com has got you covered. Factory Honda, Kawasaki, KTM, of course, using Renthal. And are you Renthal next year, or you got to switch?
As of now, the team is ODI.
Okay.
So I'm using ODI.
Renthal mountain bike parts, too, available at power sports dealers now. So they got brand new flat pedals for mountain bikes. They've got the oversized stems, carbon bars, aluminum bars, renthal.com. They've got you covered. And they bring you our first guest of the night. This gentleman, when he went over to the Twisted Tea Progressive Suzuki team, he needed one thing, and it was renthal. And they put it on his bike. So we're happy to welcome him on the show once again. It's Ken Roczen. What's up, Kenny? How are you, man?
What's up, gentlemen? All good?
How's it going? You're back on the bike. How you feeling?
I'm pretty good, actually. I've made huge strides in the in the last couple of weeks, and everything's going really well. I used the time when I wasn't really putting my leg down yet. I used that time to kind of test a little bit, because I was on Air Force last year, and I wanted to get away from them, so I kind of started a little bit from, not that I did, a bunch of testing last year anyways, so I kind of started from zero, so I kind of used that time to get familiar with it and try to set up the bike a little bit. But, yeah, it's been going really well. I've been getting a lot stronger, a lot fitter, and I think I'm on a good course right now.
I mean, is it possible for you to get more fit? I don't know if is it possible for you to get...
Yeah, you are ripped.
You'd be surprised. I didn't, with the injury, I let everything go for a bit, and I didn't lift a finger for at least 8 weeks, like full nothing.
Yeah.
And then when I started, that's when I remember we were talking about it when I posted that video when I was riding with no shirt, and I felt like I was starting from scratch. It was more so on the fitness side of things. I was like, oh, geez, like you let yourself go like that. Not go where I'm healthy, but I definitely lost a lot of strength and fitness, and it's just, but the base is inside of you, so it doesn't take that much to get it back, but there are some miserable weeks, so.
And just to clarify, you did indeed do motos with no shirt on, no jersey on.
Yeah, I mean, we were riding the turn track a lot because we've been getting so much rain and it was hot as balls out, so I'm like, man, I'm gonna rock no shirt, get a little tan going.
That was Gerke. Matt Gerke used to do that too.
Yep. I remember that.
And I was
it's fun. I don't like, I always ride with a chest protector. I don't like riding without a chest protector. It feels naked to me, and I have my whole life, so it's not like I don't do it all the time, but when we're on the turn track and there's no real jumps and we're kind of, just going on straightaways and stuff, then I'll let it hang a little bit,
Any like lingering pain or weakness from your injury? Are you 100%? Is it still like a certain thing you got to remind yourself, like, oh, I'm not all the way back?
I mean, I would call myself 100%. It may not be like the weird part is I never really had pain on the actual fracture. It's everything around my patella, my kneecap. So my quad tendon that's basically on the very top right here was super, like it felt like I had a golf ball in there, and it was super inflamed, and even still. So I've been putting my leg down maybe for a couple weeks now, week and a half, couple weeks, and the impact and even the jumping side of things, I actually went up to a Fox shoot, and I wasn't supposed to ride at all. I didn't take any wrist braces, no nothing. Well, the day before, I kind of got cleared to go ahead and, start stressing it more and basically a good-to-go type thing. And, well, then I showed up and I'm like, you know what, maybe I can hit some right-hand turns. And then I ended up riding a little bit, and we ended up throwing some whips and stuff.
Say a little bit. You were throwing it upside down.
But I was so scared. The jumps were huge there, and I don't know. It's so much air time, and I haven't whipped in ages. But then, it was the time to actually take where you don't have to moto and do all that. So I kind of just took my time and had some fun with it, and it helps out riding a lot. So anyways, but the knee, like still when in a more high-speed turn, or like it rains a lot here, right? So the turns are super tilled, and you get this kind of deep rut. So when I kind of stuff it right there and I put it down and my leg gets yanked back, like if I flex it completely, that's where I kind of have pain. But like I said, it's not even the fracture. It's right by my kneecap, like everything around the kneecap. But it's definitely getting a lot better, and I think you have to stress it, and then you kind of lay off of it a little bit, let it recover, and then stress it again type thing. But I wouldn't say that, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't know what Reslin's got going on there at Dreamland. He's got to calm down.
Dude, it's gnarly. Those jumps are huge.
When I see the videos, I'm like, Jesus, Luke. You know?
And there's just a couple of tabletops. You have like a wall as a takeoff and completely blind. And then the landing is super short and steep, like just no room for air.
Yeah, that's a no out of me. But since we're kind of talking about injury, you posted a little bit back about you trying to get your wrist stronger. Do you think you'll ever ride without a wrist brace again, or do you think that that's kind of something you're going to have to be in till you're done?
No way. On the right, I don't know. I have pain on the right too, but so on the left side, it's my wrist. On the right side, I had all the metacarpals shattered and dislocated and everything. So I have pain in my hand on the right side. I will never ride without him, just even for injury. Like, I cannot take any more damage to my hands and wrists and elbows. So it's more so for prevention. But honestly, on the left one, it's not as stable. It's weak, and if I am constantly on the end range, that's where it hurts. So if I would do a moto or whatever, ride super, it's not. I don't know. I don't want to really. It gives me. I don't even have the screw super tight to where like I can't move it at all. But it's really the cable system, like how it kind of crosses at the bottom.
Yep.
That's what gives me stability, and that's why I can't ride without him. I don't want to either. If I fall forward, and with the wrist braces, they do save me, so I just can't risk it. I don't want to risk it, and I also don't want to deal with nagging pain if I'm constantly, bugging it and being on that end range. But with something like a push-up, even if it's still, if it continues to like be uncomfortable in that range, I'm fine with it because I'm down for like a minute or whatever it is, and then you get out of it. But I do believe that it actually will get stronger, and then being in that push-up position hopefully won't bother me that much anymore. Because I used to just do it on my knuckles.
Yep.
But yeah, I just started. I tested it, and I'm like, and I did a push-up, and I'm like, oh, it was fine. And it's weird. It feels so different. Like, I've been doing them on my knuckles now forever. So I just kind of started doing them normally. You can even see with my elbow, because my arm doesn't supinate, so my thumb doesn't rotate out like at all. So I'm always in a little bit of a compensating movement. So, and I also just want to be careful that with certain exercise that I do, I don't want my shoulder hiked or anything. So because I don't want to create problems. It might be fine for that exercise, but if I keep training it in a certain way and my shoulder is all hiked up and then it just becomes normal, that's what I don't want. So I'm just mindful of it more so than anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I wear a wrist brace on my left wrist, and sometimes I do a push-up on the fly hand and it hurts. So I'm like, man, should I start doing what Ken's doing, like kind of get that thing stronger? Because I've tried to ride without it, and it hurts way too much. Like whenever I get to that full range of motion, and even with like the screw on my Mobius, I don't have it pushed in at all. But just that BOA system on the bottom type thing, the wires just help a lot.
It works really well. It's funny. Sorry, I always, me put before the start and everything with gloves and the wrist braces. Like, I take like 15 minutes to get ready with goggles. Normally you throw gloves on, helmet on, and go. But I always have to make sure that I give myself enough time to get everything dialed.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Renthal bringing you Ken Roczen here on the PulpMX show. So I was talking to Brooks and Dustin, and you mentioned Unadilla. They mentioned Unadilla. Like, there's a chance you might do the last three here, or what are we thinking?
I don't know about 3.
Okay. Okay.
I'm kind of shooting for Unadilla. It's not like 100% thing yet, but I think it'd be great to get a gate drop or 2 in, because I'm also prepping myself for Motocross of Nations. So I don't want to go, especially also into SMX. Like, I don't want to go in cold turkey. And I'm not worried about showing up and not having the intensity. I don't. But I still think it'd be good to get a gate drop in.
I mean, last year you're the only guy to qualify faster than Jet Lawrence when you showed up off the couch. You're fine.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, Kenny, that you were thinking SMX points, but no, this is the Nations thing and a gate drop thing. Whatever SMX points or whatever for you.
Yeah, I'm actually landlocked. Like, it doesn't matter if I race or not. I think I'm in 12th right now.
No,
Somebody told me, but
seating wise, you get seated, right? With those bonus points to start. So.
Yeah, but I don't think, like, even if I race 3 races, I don't think I can move forward, and I also can't drop off if I don't race. You know what I mean? Like, I'm 12th no matter what. So, and I think then when you go into SMX, you get points right from 1 to 10 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters whether I race or not.
Okay.
Points wise.
And so Does Nations is a go for Germany? You're in?
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, for sure. I've been having my sights on that for a long time. I really enjoyed last year. It was an experience. Obviously, in the last few years, like, when was the last one before that? Maybe 2018, which was a disaster.
Oh,
yeah.
Red Bud. Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, and then I went there last year, and that was just an experience on a whole nother level. granted the venue isn't very big anyways there, but then all the people, it's just a very special, very unique race, and I enjoyed it a lot. So as soon as I was done with that last year, I'm like, man, I want to come back next year, especially since it is in Matterley Basin. That's like one of my all-time favorite tracks. I haven't been there in ages.
Track is great.
I really love that track, and I really want to go.
I just hope it doesn't rain, because England in that time of year.
Well, when I did MX Nations there, we had a great qualifying day, and then it flooded the next day, and it was miserable.
Yeah, it wasn't great. So Unadilla, just because you've won there before, you like the track, and then get a gate drop. It maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
The crazy part is everybody always says, if you look at the results, yes, when you look back, I always done good there, and but I don't go there saying, Unadilla, like that's my track, I can win. Whether this was Butts Creek right now, or if it's Ironman, whatever it would be, I would go. It's not just because it's Unadilla.
Yep.
I needed this time to get ready. I need to get fitter, stronger. I need to set the bike up. My leg, in a racing circumstance, like with how my knee was before, and I just wasn't putting my leg down, and I don't want to, make 3 steps back either. And so I just want to make sure that it's ready. And now with the 2 weekends off, and there's 3 more weeks to go, I feel like I can make a solid step forward again. And I don't want to show up and get my ass handed to me. That's for sure. I don't know where I will be or how it's going to be. I just want to try hard, and I know I can do good. I know I have it in me, but my mentality, and which is a good thing. I am not going to a race and get my ass handed to me. So I want to try hard. I'll be able to.
I
don't think
Starling.
you would. I think you'd be fine.
We're on the line with literally one of the most talented riders in the history. You're fine.
You'd be fine. Don't even stress that.
Yeah.
But
people always, you come back from injury, and everybody always puts it there like it is so easy. But after not doing it or not doing anything for 8-9 weeks, and then you start back up, and you're like, oh boy, like it's just everybody always makes it so easy. And yes, it is in me, but it's I don't know. I treat it with a lot of respect coming back and stuff. So
you're a racer, though. You'd be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope so.
Yeah.
What's your take on what's going on this summer? Jet exits. Chase gets to a new level, and 7 in a row, and Hunter has an off weekend. He's not feeling it. What's your take on the 450 class a little bit this summer, watching it from the couch?
Yeah, I mean, I've watched every single race, and it's been, I'm normally not for watching it so much, but I've also made the mistake in the past, like especially more so my 2017 injury. I really secluded myself from the sport because first off, I didn't know if I was going to be able to ride again, race again. So then I was just gone, didn't pay attention to anything. I didn't watch it. And then I came back, and it felt like I was gone for 5 years. You know what I mean? So I definitely want to watch it every weekend. I watch MXGP every weekend too. And, I mean, it's fun. It's exciting. Obviously, Chase has had some really outstanding rides. But it's just always like when you look at it, right, it's like, does Chase ride the same when Jet is there? Or is it?
No,
like,
we don't.
You know what I mean?
We don't think so. Us experts don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like they found something on the bike. Like, I have to say that Chase's bike is probably one of the best-looking ones out there in my eyes.
Yeah.
Tracks well. It's got good traction. It doesn't look harsh. Like, he can do whatever he wants with it. And then, you combine that with being strong and fit. It's just lethal,
Yeah. No, we think he's the fittest guy in the class. I mean, right now. Do you agree?
Yeah, but for sure. He's just big built. Like, I think he's just got natural power, and he's motivated too and everything. So I would say he's definitely one of the strongest and the fittest guys, but it's not always the needed to win, if that makes any sense. Because if you look at Jet or Hunter, like, they're both fit and fit enough to do it, but I don't think they're as strong and as fit as Chase. You know, so there's just always a fine line between, Chase can handle a lot. He's a tank like that. You know what I mean? He can handle a lot of work, and that shows. But there's just there's a fine line between doing just enough and doing too much and overdoing it. Even if you can handle it, right?
Yep.
Like, it doesn't mean you always have to put in, a shit ton of work, because once you're at that level and with racing every weekend, you're just not going to lose any fitness. I think it's more important to be in a good rhythm of training, like during the week, have your shit together. And I think that's more important than trying to go out every day and doing the most training you can possibly do,
Right.
Yeah. Do you, it's something I've been kind of wondering, but do you think you'll ever go back and race like an MXGP at maybe Tunchental or kind of anywhere over there before you're done?
Yeah, I was, you know what, a couple of years ago, I was actually like really thinking about like going over there and racing a full season, I didn't want to do just one.
Yeah.
I feel like you need one season to kind of find your feet. And granted, I've traveled so much around the world now, whether it's WSX or whatever, then I'm kind of like comfortable with kind of just living out of bags and showing up and like working on the bare minimum.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of like how that would be over there. And then, but I would have committed to 2 years because I want to get 1 year under my belt and 1 year to, go for a championship or something like that, especially when you can just focus on one category, not supercross and motocross, and you just, you do all those motocross races. I feel like I would have really had a chance, but I don't know. That kind of fizzled out. It'd be a big move with family and everything, and then I'm pretty content with what I got going here right now. But even last year I was like, man, maybe I should just go over there cold turkey and race a race. Mm-hmm. But I'm not saying that I won't do it, but I'm also, I just. I think that would be a fluke decision. You know what I mean? Like really, like I'd be like, I kind of want to go and then put everything in motion, but I'm not really planning on it by any means.
Getting back to training, Peter Park, a guy that you've worked with before. I don't know if you're still working with him or not. Trains Chase, trains Levi, and both guys won Millville. Millville was probably the most humid race of the year, and I had another trainer point that out to me that, hey, both guys that Peter trains is what dominated today and everything else. And there's so much talk of training in our sport with Alden, of course, and his legacy and different trainers and different guys and who's doing what. And Swanepoel gets a lot of credit for the star guys and such. But, you've really he's helped you a lot. He's helping Chase. What's it like training with Peter and dealing with what he puts on you and all of that?
Oh, Peter is great. I still talk to him. He was out during the off season, and then we did some gym workouts at my gym and whatnot. So great guy, and I never went away, like me and Blake, really, right? Like we never went away from that method of training by any means because I think that's the proper way, and I was able to tell on my body, like with doing the right amount of strength training, what it is for, being stable. Like I can tell big time when I'm stable. I have a lot less nagging pain. If you will, like you can take a beating and not be, and not just wake up the next day and like your back's hurting and this is out and you're out of whack. And I really value my body work a lot. Like I'm very persistent with it, like getting PT work done and stuff like that. I've worked with a guy here. He's an osteopath for, 10 years almost. And, I do a lot of exercises from him as well. So, I loved working with Peter. It was a great thing, but I'm really content. Like I do all my own stuff. Like I don't, I do all my own stuff. I'm just learning after the years. And also when I do that, I'm very invested in it. And I last year during the summer, especially, I was able to, use myself as a bit of a, like a guinea pig, I guess, and I was messing around and I would go up in the gym very frequently by myself on my own and work on some stuff because I wanted to see what it would change. And that's what I've enjoyed a lot. And I think I just got tired of being told what to do and having to listen to somebody. So that's why I chose to go essentially the route that I'm doing, doing this on my own. But a lot of people kind of need that person in their ear, what do you need to do today? Because when it comes to gym workout too, like I do my own exercises, and it really, when you think about it and you break it down, it is not rocket science.
No.
For every push, I do a pull. I like my hamstrings strong. I don't stretch too much because I don't want to be noodled out. You need to be tight and ready to go and explosive. So when you take the simplicity of working out and training and wrap your head around it and what it should feel like, then you can really create a badass program for yourself, and might take a little bit of time, but you also need to be invested in learning and what to do and why and how and do everything properly,
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're hearing is Hunter is a little bit, and I'm not putting this on Johnny O or anything else, but Hunter's a little tired out. He's a little petered out, right? And I'm guessing, look, it's his first year 450, and Johnny O knows what he's doing, but also a guy like you or Chase are like, look, this is how our 450 class is. This is what's going to happen. And you might be a little wiser on what your body can handle or what it should handle at different points in the year because you've done it before,
Yeah, no, I agree. It's like I said, it's just such a fine line though because you want to, during the week, you want to recover, but not doing anything is not right either. And it's the same with the gym work. Like, gym work is not necessarily needed during the summer and racing moto, but that doesn't mean cut it out completely. That's where I feel like I've gotten good at doing just the right amount, fire up all the muscle groups that you want to fire up, and keep those, explosive and ready to go. Because if you cut stuff out completely, you might not notice it in a week or 2 or 3, but like down the road, you just get, like I said, nagging pain and little stuff and tired. So, it's definitely about, and riding is, I have noticed before, because I would go up to Santa Barbara for boot camp, and I would go a week or 2 early, and the amount of volume I was able to do while not riding a dirt bike is unbelievable. And then you start riding, and then you really realiase
even Supercross,
how much that actually,
even Supercross, even
Supercross. It's just a whole nother level. Like, we have really high heart rate. It's not even just the cardio side of things, like the compression. Like, you need to be strong, right? So when I would go up there ahead of time before even starting to ride, it's just crazy the amount of work I was able to do. I was able to recover and come back and do it the next day. And then you start riding, well, you have to cut that, borderline in half almost, and you're still tired then the next day. So it really, the sport is, it's a gnarly sport. That's just how it is.
When you're watching the Nationals, that you said you've watched every race, and Chase pushed back on what James was saying about not looking ahead, and Chase explained it, and a couple photos out there validated what Chase was saying. But then there's also, he didn't see the finish flag this weekend, so maybe James had a point. But my point is I think James is really good. Right or wrong, I want to hear what he has to say. And for you, Kenny, when you're listening to Ricky this weekend or James, are you just like, whatever, guys, or do you listen and be like, okay, all right, like, where are you at with sort of the analysts of the sport? Because I feel like you're one of the smarter dudes out there when it comes to the riding and the sport. So where are you at with sort of the analysts of our sport, and respecting, that they have a lot of wins?
Yeah. So I saw and heard about it and checked out the whole helmet thing, but it's everybody wears their helmet differently. If you look at Jet, and that's how I used to run it, it really depends on the helmet, but you pull your mouthpiece. Like, I like running mine pretty far down in general. So, and then to me, it seems like the Alpine Star helmet in general, it kind of sits a lot more that way. But Hunter, on the other hand, he wears this chin bar a lot further up. So, you know what I mean? It could be deceiving. Like, the helmet could be pointed down, but you're looking ahead. So it's, I don't know. I think the thing is with Chase that he is very in the moment and just what's in front of him, and I think that's probably the problem. Like, he not that he doesn't know what is going on around him, but like in that very moment, like, I think he literally just looks at his front fender and down, but which ultimately comes back to like looking down. But I think just him as a rider, because it's happened multiple times, it just can be deceiving with the helmet position in my eyes. You know what I mean? And then the checkered flag this weekend, I was actually wondering the same thing, because he hammered over that finish line jump and landed, and it looked like he kept going. And I'm like, wait, did he even see the checkered flag? But he may have just been in the zone. He didn't want to let go and have anybody come too close to him. So, I've done that before, too, where you kind of just almost keep going.
I don't think he got the last lap flag, though. I do think there was a screw-up with that.
No, it was checkered.
No, I don't think he got the last lap.
Oh, the white flag?
I think there was a white flag screw-up, which means that he didn't see that.
Very easily could.
Yeah.
But isn't your mechanic usually put like one lap or something like
Chase
that?
Chase is notorious for never reading the pit board.
That makes sense.
Bro, me too, though. Like, if you look at Supercross and where the mechanics areas are, I literally don't ever. I'm like, hey, Billy, I'm sorry, but I didn't see shit.
Yeah.
And then when you're racing in the moment, like, I don't even want to look at the pit board. Once you have a little bit of time, a little bit of gap front to back, and you somehow can see it, and then you're like, oh, it's only 5+1. You're like, oh, that's sweet. I don't want to constantly look at the board and see that I'm halfway and it seems so long. Like, I'm racing, you know what I mean? So, but on the announcer side of things,
where are you at with that?
I'm more so sometimes blown away. In Supercross, like, them not seeing, I don't know, maybe I just have my eyes everywhere, but sometimes I see stuff that's like happening that is not even like being announced. I'm like, whoa, did you see that? And this and that, and it's not even being talked about. I think that's more so the case than like making wrong statements, I don't know. There's a lot of bashing going on with the whole commentating thing, dude. It's unbelievable, It's a little bit sad. I really like Ricky. I like Langston in the booth back in the day. I really like Weege, obviously. I don't really have anything against any of those guys, but then you see some of the comments and just the constant nagging people.
No.
You know, it's wild.
Can't please everyone.
Yeah, you can't. It's a hard job to do. It ain't easy. I've done some of it on a lower level, and like it is what it is. I like James. Like I said, I don't always agree with him, but I like him going out on a limb more than Ricky and telling me more what he thinks. I just like that part of it where, like I said, I don't always agree, but I'm like, hey, man, you know? Yeah.
Maybe some of his analytics, maybe James is still a little bit more connected to riding a dirt bike and what it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't know. I like all of those guys, and
sure.
and you can definitely overanalyze things too. Like I've noticed that with James as well, right? Like it just down to the T, and I'm just like, bro, we're just freaking racing. Like we do our best to like keep our head on our shoulders and you know, make the proper decisions. But like you can definitely overanalyze stuff, and you know it's really look into it in depth. But I'm like, man, just keep it simple.
Yes, sometimes after the race, I'll ask you or a rider a question. I'll be like, hey, man, I noticed like the lap before you went inside there and you didn't triple, you doubled and then tripled. And then were you setting that up for later? And the guy's just like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'll overanalyze it totally, you know. So I'll get a blank look from a rider like, I don't even remember doing that.
Yeah.
Or, you know, and I'll
Same,
think
or a pass. Like I'm like sometimes I'm like, I don't even know where I passed him, but anyways.
Yeah. All right, we got Kevin on line 1 for you. Kevin, welcome to the show. What's your question for Ken Roczen?
Hey, Ken, I'm wondering how you deal with I have a bunch of haters, so I'm wondering how I should deal with that. Not just on social media, but in general.
Kenny, have you seen Kenny's social? Yeah.
You stand your ground.
Talk back, baby. Just talk back.
Talk back. You stand your ground, and you believe in what you do and what you say. Like I was just texting somebody the other day, and I said, "Give a f about what anybody else thinks." And I know that's hard because we're always served on a silver platter, and it doesn't have to be, you know, a high athlete or whatever. It could be in anything, right? But with social media nowadays, like everybody is being served on the silver platter, and obviously it's very easy to, you know, sit on the couch and talk smack. But dude, you gotta have confidence in what you do and what you believe in. Like that's just how it is, right? Like people always have their opinions, but I stand my ground and I'm confident in what I do, and you need to shrug that stuff off. Like it's just there's no perfect answer for it, you know what I mean? But if you believe in what you do, what you say, and whatnot, then it's so easy for somebody to sit on the couch and talk smack. It's just you can do it to anybody, you know. And if you let that bother you, and of course it can get under your skin, but I love. People always think like, why are you talking back to people? And I'm like, I truly enjoy the things that people make. You know what I mean? Like I want to freaking smash back, and I get joy out of it. It just, even if it takes time out of my day. Like when I enjoy that kind of stuff, that's why I do. That's the only reason why I do it, right? Like if I would hate it and it would piss me off and it would take time away and it just makes me more mad, well then don't do it. You know what I mean? But I just enjoy it. I enjoy it.
Even at my level in the media with this show, like I've come to realize like, you know, someone will be like, I don't like Justin Starling in studio. Other people will be like, I love Justin Starling. Like, you'll never make everybody happy, so just do what you want. Believe in what you do and make good choices and don't worry about it because someone won't like it.
Yeah.
There'll be someone that won't like it.
Be vocal about it.
What are the chances that you're back with the Progressive Suzuki team next year? Are we done? Are we back? Are we signing up? Or do we know? Everything's getting hashed out?
No. I am ready for it. You know, I think I don't want to fully restart, and honestly, I haven't really thought that far yet, to be honest.
All right.
I was just so focused on this injury and coming back, and you know, having 2 kids on top of it. You know, because when I come back from riding and I'm tired, my kid wants to throw the frisbee and he wants to go in the pool and he wants to ride the stage.
That's what Courtney does. Courtney does that. Don't worry about it. That's what she does.
Yeah, she does a whole bunch of. I'm basically her third child in the end. Don't forget that. So she's got her hands full with a lot of other stuff too. But no, I think it's a very smart idea for me. I'm happy where I'm at, and I don't see that changing. You know,
World Supercross came out.
You never know. Like there's nothing. Let's put this. There's nothing set in stone or anything yet. But I'm obviously mindful of when you go elsewhere in a new bike and then you just restart, and you could nail it on the head, and the bike is great and whatever, but it's just a whole lot of stuff to deal with that I don't know if I want to. But
listen,
you know.
I was in Italy, and a lot of those Italian bikes that's coming out. They're talking big over there, so that's all. I just heard a rumor. So,
well, that's a whole other story. So,
hey, SMX came out with their schedule. You're contracted to do that. Looking forward to it, and that's something you're gonna have to start ramping up for after the last SMX, right? SMX.
Yeah, and actually, that's another reason why I was careful with like racing 3 or 4 or the last 3 because I might be not sitting on the couch, but I might be on the couch right now. But I have a very busy schedule coming up. There's a couple of other races too that I can potentially do, and the talks with Paris again, that whole deal. So I'm going to be busy later on. So I just don't want to get ahead of myself and get into a point where I'm not fried, but, travel, like it takes a big toll. And I have a lot of races coming up, SMX and then even beyond that. So,
right.
Yeah. Cause if you did SMX, then you have 3, then you have 4 World Supercross, then you'd have Paris in there, Motocross Nation. And if you added 3 outdoors in, that's a lot of racing.
Yeah.
That's
really
a lot of race. That's basically a whole other season on itself. And that ends, you have December left until you go again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the only thing that where my head's at is, I get in shape right now, go racing, be in race shape, and then when I'm done in beginning of December or however long it goes, I don't even know how long it goes. I think it goes almost into December. Well, then I'm pretty much ready to go and I'm race ready. So I'll actually be able to take December to kind of reboot a little bit and take a foot on the brake, because if you just keep stuff up a little bit, you can, you won't fall out of shape in a month. You know what I mean? So I think mix it up a little bit, ride and do some more mellow stuff. Maybe go on a couple of vacations with the fam, and that'll be a good reboot before, instead of being in boot camp mode until like the end of December and grinding and all that shit. So
because like
I think it'll actually work out.
Yeah, I'm gonna do hopefully Paris again, and then I'll do the German Supercross again, just to stay racing. Just before you go into the season, like just those gate drops are big, and I've always liked doing the German stuff too, so it'll be nice to go back to that. How much longer do you think like you'll be able to race? Like what's your goal, like year wise, or are you just kind of going year by year, and the year that you don't enjoy it, you'll kind of step out, because you kind of seem to only be getting better?
That's a good question. Sometimes I feel like I want to do it a lot longer. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to do it a lot longer. It really, dude, I don't really know what I want. I don't make quick decisions. You know what I mean? Like. I don't just, just because I'm over it or whatever it may be, I don't just say, oh, I'm done, So it's a touchy subject a little bit. I don't know. I definitely want to do next year still. And, I don't know, man. We've had, I might only be 30, but I do still already have quite a few years on my back too. You know what I mean? But, I do like the schedule that I have right now. Maybe it'll be a Supercross only deal in the future. And I don't know, but for now, next year for sure. What's beyond that? I really haven't thought that far yet.
Go the Justin Brayton route.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. You just
do some traveling.
You never know. When I was last year, when was it? 2020? What are we? 2024? 2023. I was like, man, I could do this 5 more years, but then you kind of get in a slump sometimes, and you're like, man, maybe I won't do 5 more years. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's a tough one right now. First, my goal was get this ball rolling again, motivation, get confidence, get strong, and then once you're there, then I can be like, hey, like I do enjoy this, and but there's definitely a time, and with this injury too, where I'm like, man, do I kind of like want to restart this whole thing again and go again? But I obviously can't fully let it go. You know what I mean? So I don't want to make a quick decision and stop and then be mad at myself. So
listen, every racer on your level that I talk to, when they hang it up, they're like, man, I wish I would have stuck around and made some more money at the end. Not that money's the factor, but there's
think about that. I just turned 30, and most of those, Ryan and both of the Ryans, 27. Like if I think back 3 years ago, dude, I still felt like I was kind of a baby in a sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've pushed the age limit now, and it's wild to think about. You're in your mid-20s, late 20s, and all of a sudden you're jobless and you don't know what to do with your time. It's a very dangerous zone to be in, if that makes any sense.
For sure.
Having said that, I'm a busybody, right? Like I have a lot of hobbies. I love surfing. I love mountain biking. Like if I'm done racing, I may go to mountain bike side and I don't know, try to race down, get good on a mountain bike or something. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. Do Red Bull Hardline.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Those guys are insane.
Yeah, that's another level.
I'm so out on that.
I watch those Instagram videos of their helmet cams. I'm just like, oh my god,
insane. Yeah,
these guys are nuts. Kenny, thanks for the time, man. As always, thank you. I appreciate the, coming on, jumping on for us. Maybe we'll see you at Unadilla. That'll be awesome. But thank you for the time tonight, buddy.
Well, it's basically in your hands. I commented back to you on Instagram because you said you won't, and I said I won't if you don't want me to.
I would love it. I think it's awesome. The sport is better when you're racing, and last year when you came out at High Point and set the quick time and then led laps, we were all like, fucking Roczen,
That was
dude.
my favorite race of the year.
Yeah, we were like, fucking this guy.
Yeah.
Just off the couch. So, yeah.
I appreciate
do
it.
it again.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks.
Cool. All right, no worries. Thank you,
All right,
guys.
see ya.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
That's Ken Roczen, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal, renthal.com. Factory chassis parts, by the way. Justin Starling, you've used these mounts many times?
I have.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
You like them?
They're good.
Help? Yep.
Yeah, they're good. I tested them a lot on the Honda, just trying different things with them.
Do you use both, uppers and lowers? Or
I did one of each, kind of like I tried just the top, tried just the fronts, tried them both together. I ended up liking both together. It just seemed like it was a little bit better. I haven't got a set for the KTM yet, but hopefully here soon.
PulpMX chassis to save for the use these teams like Phoenix Honda and FNH MXGP team, Mad Parts Kawasaki. Factory chassis parts established in 2018, home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit. They got races now.
I know.
They got offset races.
I don't think you have them for the KTM yet, though.
Not yet.
Yeah,
No.
I'd like to try those, though.
Yeah, PulpMX chassis to save at FCP. All right, the great interview from Ken Roczen. He's always good, man.
He's always a good talk, though. Like he always has something to talk about, and it's never dull.
No. Fly Racing's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
What's happening?
So Kenny said if he races Unadilla, he's going to hope he doesn't get smoked.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
What?
Has zero issue there.
What would be his level of getting smoked? Like what?
5 seconds back in second?
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. He's literally one of the most naturally talented riders ever. So, yeah.
He'd be fine.
Yeah, I think that would mean for him not being on the podium. That's what I would consider getting. If he got like 4th or 5th overall, I think he would feel that way.
Do you think he could come back and get 3rd? I do, or better.
Yeah.
With Hunter right now.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Yep. I think he could be on the podium for sure.
We had to grab JT, so I didn't ask Kenny this question, but how many titles does he have if he doesn't break his arms?
Ooh.
Like 2, 3? I mean, he looked unbeatable that season until the crash.
I mean, 17 was a shoe-in.
Uh-huh. And then you look at...
Yeah, I don't know if he, 18, I have to think he would have beaten Anderson in 18.
Mm-hmm.
19, I don't see why he's... I don't know, man, a lot.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, and then when you have that momentum too through the years, you're only going to get better as well. Even though the other guys are getting better, and he would too.
Better in moto.
Yeah.
When he was doing moto.
Yeah.
He's better in moto than Supercross.
Think about 21. There were so many seasons where he looked like he was the best rider in the world, but the late season post-injury stuff, all those sicknesses and deficiencies were from that crash, right?
Yeah.
So there were so many years where it was really hard to say he wasn't the best rider, but all this other stuff kind of got in the way, and that was all the catalyst for all of that was that crash.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Thomas, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Congrats on the intro for you and all the Fly guys, JT. The gear looked good. Intro at PIR as well. Charlie, did you ever do the PIR? You did?
I haven't.
You never did?
I only did Washougal twice in my life.
It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
So how was the intro, JT? Everything good?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. They're always we're just trying to execute, right? Do the best job we can. Thankfully, you and all of our media partners were there to kind of help us share the message. And then really, we're doing the best job we can. And then it's up to everyone else to kind of decide, do they like it? Do they not? And I think for what we can do to be a part of that, we did our job. So, the rest is up to the world to kind of tell us how we did. Results are everything. Results matter. As there's a quote our company likes to say, results matter.
Yeah, I was saying on the live show we did at PIR that 2025 just dropped, but you've already seen 2026. You're already looking at it and working on improvements.
Yeah.
For you, you're
so far ahead.
You're old news, bro.
Yeah,
old news. So
it is, but you can't look at it that way.
Yeah,
right. It deserves more than that to be 100% honest, it just deserves more than that. So I have to kind of check myself at the door and understand the situation. But yes, there is a part of me that I have to swallow really hard and get excited again about it.
Zone Pro goggle that you guys have, obviously we're X brand here at the show, but big fly racing as well. Are you guys going to make more of a push on that? Like and maybe I haven't paid that close attention, JT, so maybe this statement is off, but it looks like in the catalog and at the intro there was a little more goggle push.
So we introduced the Zone Elite last year.
Okay.
So you have injection molded lens. So you're getting that level of clarity, and that's really what we needed to kind of get on the level. So yes, that was launched last year, and we've been careful. We had it had nothing to do with us. Our vendor had a lens problem, so we basically had to pull goggles off the shelf over a year ago. That's been a long time removed now. So when you saw us kind of pull back from that,
that was why
it was in the wake of that. So we wanted to make sure our product was 100% right and could live up to the standard that we felt like it needed to. So yes, to your point, we are back pushing again. We have a goggle that we feel like can go head to head with what, if they weren't wearing a fly goggle and they were racing Supercross, we want something that's going to compete, like not be a step down, not be a compromise. So that Zone Elite was kind of that step forward. So yes, you're going to see us get more aggressive again. We're just kind of trying to do it the right way and not rush into it.
I probably should have prepped you for this beforehand, so this could go sideways here. But have you heard any cool stories of the Formula S app helping people, doing things for people, anything like that? Any emails or rep conversations about the Formula S and the app and the things that it can do?
Mostly just like ride stuff. Like they're so excited to have the data for their rides.
Okay.
Thankfully, I haven't had anyone have a big issue where their emergency response saved them yet, and I hope I don't. I would prefer that going that way. We get lots and lots of customer service emails about the Formula in general protecting them, and they, it's really hard to quantify it, right? But they feel like the helmet kept them safe. I have endless amounts of documentation of that, but not with the emergency services yet, and let's hope that continues.
Yeah, Formula S helmet, check it out. It's maybe the best thing that Fly does. It's an amazing helmet.
No, it's not even close. It's far and away.
Have you guys given any thought to my thought about branding it neutral and dropping in logos? I think you got to do that.
On a big picture level, I don't know that we'll go all the way there. I think the best compromise we'll make is very, very understated stuff.
Right.
So I do get it. I understand. That's been a conversation. It's not like we never talked about it or haven't thought about it or roundtabled it. I just don't think we're there yet.
It's Starling. It's such a good helmet. Like it's an amazing helmet.
I've only ever heard great things about it. So
and if you wear Fox or you wear O'Neill, maybe don't put on something that's branded pretty heavily with Fly.
Oh, Tim Ferry did it.
He did. Good point. That was another time, another era. But so me, I was telling JT, I'm like, you almost put it out with like minimal branding.
Moran's does it. He wears a Fly helmet.
He wears Fly helmet, but he's got canvas. So it's a little different.
Gear.
Yeah, but they don't make a helmet. But I'm talking about gears, companies that make
like
helmets.
someone wearing Fox and wearing a Fly helmet.
But this helmet is that good. Like you look at the technology behind it. Yeah. So I was telling JT, like, what about like just minimal branding that you could even cover with a sticker?
Right.
Or so people can be like, I want to wear this helmet because of if you read about it, it's incredible.
No, absolutely.
And like JT said.
We do. So, we kind of do that. Like our all white and our carbon, like full carbon, it's really hard to tell with the Fly helmet. Like to the point where former people that would have, had that been the situation now, they would probably had an issue with that aspect of it. But yeah, we definitely keep that in mind. There are helmets that if you were going down that avenue, you could get away with it.
Yeah. All right. Well, check it out, flyracing.com, and 2025 gear is out. I love the red, white, and blue Evo stuff. It's going to be my favorite. I can't wait to wear it.
Super clean.
And, check it out. We'll have it more in the studio here. It's coming soon as well. Okay,
so just to be we want to be really transparent. We're probably a week out from inventory, I'm going to guess. A week, 8 days, something like that. So the last thing we want to do is get everybody excited, and then they go on the website tonight and can't buy it, and then they're mad about it. We've been kind of trying to tell everybody in the front end that August 1st is a really good availability kind of time frame.
All right, August 1st. Sounds good. Yeah, that's right, because it was Washougal, like you explained. You wanted to get it out, right? Because it's 2 weeks off.
Yeah.
So talking about that 2 weeks off, Starling, I'll start with you. Like Sexton told me he's completely taking a week off.
Yeah.
Totally. And, of course, then the next week is Loretta's and the industry's gone. If you're Justin Cooper, Aaron Plessinger, like what are you doing? What are you doing in these 2 weeks? Like, are you going to go 1 week off like Sexton? Are you going to grind the whole time because you want to make those gains? Or are you like we talked about those guys being smoked at Washougal, are you just off for 2 weeks?
I feel like you got to take a week off. After how many races you've raced all year.
Okay.
And you still have 3 total weeks, I think it is, right? Because you have 2 weekends.
Yeah, 2 weekends.
Yeah, you take a week off. You need it because he's got 3 more outdoors, and then you go right into SMX. And then who knows? Who knows what off-season races people are doing. I think you take the week off.
JT, what do you think these guys are doing?
I really struggle with taking lots of time off. I could notice that I just wasn't as sharp. It's silly as it sounds, even a week. So I would probably ride like one day, and I would back off my training. Like I would do like minimal, cycling and real maintenance type stuff. But for me, kind of individual, like I knowing myself, I would just like to ride like maybe like Thursday, but like a solid
this Thursday
day and Thursday.
Yeah, like this Thursday.
This Thursday, 2:30s. Take a few days off, do your cycling, whatever, like basics this week. Do a normal day Thursday, keep you sharp, right? Keep you in that mode, and then take Friday, Saturday, Sunday off, and then kind of get back into it. Yeah. Maybe a little bit scaled down the following week, but for me personally, I just know that I needed to ride a lot, and I needed to be really, really consistent to be my best. So if you don't have that problem, by all means, I just know what worked for me and what didn't.
Yeah.
You never. Well, JT, you got hurt in 2002, but you never – well, no, you didn't do the Nationals, but I guess you were doing those local races with the Butler brothers one year, so you were still grinding in the summer?
Yeah, like 2008.
Whatever year that was, with the Michael Pacone incident?
Yeah, in 2008 we did half of them.
Oh, okay.
But it's almost harder when you're doing half because you're just kind of just burying yourself and not ever racing. Because when you show up, you don't want to – be bad, right? So you just are practicing, and then it's kind of nice to be off on the weekend, but it's almost like you're just a professional practicer at times.
I thought you didn't do any. I thought you took them all off to do those local things. Okay, so you did half.
In 2010 we did, but that was 2008. And then 2010 we didn't do any outdoors, but I was practicing every day with Matt Moss and Chad. But I would do 15-minute motos instead of 35 because I had absolutely zero reason to do 35.
Was 2010 the year you did the Dade City stuff? You did the Dade.
It was.
Okay.
Yep.
I
just worked on speed the entire time.
The Dade City thing, that was that Monster something that it was called, right?
I don't know what it was.
It was what the heck was it called?
I keep wanting to call it Monster Cup, but it wasn't Monster Cup. It was something Monster.
Sponsor Cup.
Sponsor Cup, not Monster.
Did you make any money doing that summer?
I mean, realistic money, not really.
Okay.
At the time, BTO gave us bonuses because they kind of had this. We built a program around it to really highlight BTO sports at the time.
Okay.
So they did pay me bonuses, top 3, to do it. It just still, even then, it wasn't.
But
I wasn't going to make any money.
You're doing 15s with Chad and Moss.
Yeah. I rode all the time. I trained all the time. I just wasn't racing outdoors.
Were you racing then?
I was on like 80s.
You were?
Yeah.
You're that fucking young.
Yeah.
I guess it's 20.
To be
a long time ago.
I mean, if you're going on Sponsor Cups, well, what year was that?
2010, he said.
10. I was A-Rider.
Oh,
so
okay.
I was A-Rider at that time. But no, I never did a Sponsor Cup or anything like that.
JT and Pacone got into it.
I don't know if my dad would ever let me because they knew how gnarly it was. And I was like just still getting up there, and I don't think he wanted me to go out there and get pummeled by someone.
It was freaking competitive, man.
Yeah.
Like, no joke. It was for real.
I used to watch it on TV.
Burner was probably like, what the hell is going on? Like,
that's where Burner signed his contract to go to that team at a Sponsor Cup event.
Oh, did he? By the way, I got a text from a very fast factory rider that said, most of us are riding just Thursday.
Yeah.
This week.
Look at that.
That makes
sense.
Yeah.
JT on it with the program. We got some phone calls here. Jason Thomas, flyracing.com. Let's go to Joe. What's up, Joe? You got a question about the 450 team from Star?
Yeah, Steve. Just wondering, Webb and Jay Coop are at the farm every day doing motos with all the 250 guys.
Mm-hmm.
if they wanted to do a program like Eli has where he's just out in Area 51 and nobody knows what he does, would they have that option, or is that Eli's a 6-time champ and you get that kind of leeway?
I don't know. I would guess yes, but I think those guys like it there, Starling, what do you think? Could they?
I would say Coop yes and J Coop no.
Okay. Yeah, I know that J Coop a lot of times is great for Cooper Webb because he's quicker during the week. So Coop's got someone to really.
They might like to be there because the whole team's there. Someone that needs something to get done suspension wise or so on and so forth. It's there where Eli might have to wait a day to get something shipped.
Yeah.
And they just
also,
might have
man,
want it
there. The difference in resources, like that track, having it at your disposal and ready to go all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like Eli's a gajillionaire, right? So he can have his own track, his own everything. Where like Justin Cooper's made really good money, but not on Tomac level, right? So having all these resources, the team there, the track there, like that's a pretty nice gig. As long as you don't mind living, in Tallahassee and kind of being on the program.
Right.
Well, and those guys don't ever have to work on the track, and Eli's for sure out there till dark. Yeah. He's for sure out there till dark watering.
Those guys show up, everything, practice bikes, mechanics there. Everything's like, why would you want to leave? Kind of right. I didn't prep you for this one either, JT, but you rode a lot with Chad. This just came to my mind because you mentioned Chad and Moss. You rode a lot with Chad. You rode a lot with Tortelli, and you rode a lot with Red Dog. Differences between them or similarities between them and their programs, like at the height of their speeds, their levels, because they've all, you rode with them at kind of when they were all at their peak a little bit at different times. So was there much differences between those guys?
Yeah, they're very different people. Timmy was very like a military watch, right? Like we did the same things every single day at the exact same time without fail. Like we were doing those things come hell or high water. And I think a lot of my work ethic now, the way I've lived my life post racing was developed with him in those times. So we just didn't miss stuff, right? Where Chad did a lot of work, but you never knew when it was going to happen. It could happen at 10 a.m. or it could happen at 4 p.m. And we'd ride till dark, which sucked for me because sometimes I would get there at 9 ready to roll, and I would sit there all day, and he would show up at 3.
Oh, you wouldn't get a text?
It was like I had to just –
You wouldn't get a text?
No. Sometimes, but sometimes no, right? But I was on Chad time, right? I knew that I was very fortunate to be there, period, right? Like I wasn't paying him, so I was fortunate to be there. So whatever time he decided to be there and we were going to go to work, then that was part of the gig. Like, so be it.
I can't imagine what you would do, just kicking dirt around Chad's place and go. I guess you were in the.
No, I just sit in the
lounge.
They had like an air conditioned lounge. I was watching TV.
Right.
Like, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah.
And then the difference for Tortelli, Timmy was very much like we were riding a lot. Like riding was the number one priority. We did a lot of off the bike training too, but not as much. Where Tortelli was a little bit less riding, but man, we did a lot of like cardio and off the work bike. Off the bike work a lot. And then Chad was this weird hybrid. Like Chad is so physically gifted. We always called him the closet trainer. Because he would never tell us he was doing any training until I got super close with him. Then I would go with him all the time. But then he would just show up randomly, and we had been working out a lot, and he would just smoke us, running, cycling, take your pick, rower, just crush us. And we're like, what in God's name? How? Right? But he was doing all the work quietly and wouldn't tell anybody. So yeah, just different ways to do it, And the other person I would throw in there is Ricky, because I've been around him so much recently, and I did spend a lot of time with him when I was younger. I used to tell Chad this all the time. I've never seen anybody in my life to this day still that rode as much as Ricky Carmichael rode, ever in my life. And he even said like it was too much. I had to back it way down as I got older. But there was years of that, right? So, I don't know, 6-7 years of that, of just the most. I don't know who to even tell you to compare to, because I've never seen anything like it, the amount of riding that guy did. So if you're a young racer out there and you want to figure out how to be better, ride more.
Just ride.
Like, number one rule, ride more.
Remember when we went there and we did 330s? You didn't do them. Timmy didn't do them, but he did. 330s in August in Florida.
The one person I've seen do something like, well, actually kind of almost 2, bag it at his place.
Okay, yeah.
And the one person I saw do one more moto than him was I saw Jeremy Martin in one day do 340s.
Okay, yeah.
And just literally he had to pull in for gas at like 32 minutes.
Okay.
And I was sitting there watching because I was doing outdoors, and he would just stop at the top. They'd fill him up.
Yeah.
8 more minutes.
You know, Johnny O still says J-Mart's workload on a bicycle is phenomenal. Yeah.
Yeah. We were doing with Timmy, like at peak training, we were doing 330s in Supercross a day.
When I went there before Yamaha, that's what his program was one year. 04, maybe? 05?
Yep, 04. Yep, off season of 04.
I showed up, and I'm like, oh, my God.
We were fit.
Yeah.
I've done like 230s on a Supercross before, and it's gnarly.
Yeah.
It's so tough.
Yeah. Well, not even to
we
mention.
end up doing, between warm-up and everything, you end up doing like 110 laps maybe. It's a lot.
After
20 minutes, I start struggling to focus.
Yeah.
After doing that, and doing an extra 10 minutes, it's so tough.
The year I don't remember JT being there. That one day stands out with Red Dog, and his lap times in the 330s were all within like a second and a half. Every single lap. Like obviously it was his track.
Right.
He had it down, but
still got to be
2 seconds
fit.
was the window.
Yeah.
If we could keep it within 2 seconds on the last lap, like we felt like we were on the level we needed to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It was nuts. It's interesting to see those guys and how they train, and it was in different time, different era, right? I mean, I remember Red Dog Cowie days. Timmy's like, dude, I don't ride much.
Yeah, I'm
old. I don't ride much anymore. I don't do a lot of bike. So, you got to rest.
I think guys work smarter now.
Yeah.
Like you look back to like what Johnny O'Mara and those guys, the legendary stories of they were just unbelievable amount of work. And probably too much, right? And even Ricky, the king of hard work, would even tell you I got better when I backed it down a little bit. Like I was still probably doing more than everybody else, but I needed to do a little bit less than I was doing.
Yep.
So I'm going to go back and do German Supercross this year. And I remember going there in 2009, and your team was fixing your subframe with like a big pry bar. And I just still remember that being like the coolest thing I've ever seen because I was like 16 years old.
And they were like straightening it?
Oh, yeah. I think he crashed in practice, and they're getting ready for a night show, and they had this huge pry bar in there trying to fix the thing. What are some of the best moments that you've like had racing over there?
Man, I had a lot of success over there. So.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah, it just was like this weird thing for me where I think a lot of guys kind of went over there and like, oh, this will be fun. Let's go see the world and whatever. Like I was all business, right? I didn't go out. I didn't go sightseeing. I didn't do anything but go to the hotel, to the track, and multiple times of that, and then back to the airport. Like I didn't do anything else. I got to win a lot, and I didn't see much, so. Thankfully, once I stopped racing, I've gotten to go back a million times. So I always go see everything now. Like I'm trying to make up for lost time. But I was thinking about this the other day. Somebody was actually asking me about flights and this and that. And I've been I've been raced all over, as you have too, Justin. Like Australia, New Zealand, and South America. I think like 40 plus 45 countries or something. But I've been to Europe alone. Somewhere around 185 times.
Wow.
Round trip. So like you kind of get to see and do it all when you go that many times. So I think outside of the racing, that's what I'm most proud of is I've gotten to truly see the world. Like there are very few places that I'm like, you know what, I really need to make that happen. I'm pretty content with what I've gotten to see, and I still enjoy going. I'm going to Belgium tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, you kind of answered my question a little. My next one that I had there, but is there anywhere like you didn't get to race that you wish you could have?
I don't.
I know you raced like everything. I mean, I was kind of like when I went over there in 2009, and you were racing there. I was like, man, this is really cool. Like, I kind of want to start doing this, and that was kind of what I started to do. But I was wondering if there was anything you didn't get to do.
Racing wise, I don't think so. Like I think all the races that I went to some racing, did some races for no money because I wanted to do exactly what you're saying.
Absolutely.
And all my friends made fun of me.
Greece was the one, right?
Yeah. I've been to Greece multiple times.
But you got paid nothing to go 1 year, and you're like, fuck it, I'll go to Greece.
Yeah, I went to Estonia for $800. I went to Guatemala for $250. but I wanted to go. It was worth it to me to go see that, and I got to win too. Like, winning's fun, man. When you get your head kicked in all year, going somewhere and winning is pretty fun.
Did you ever get to race Zydbrook?
Where is that?
That was in the Netherlands, but I don't know if it was there long enough. I think it started probably after you were done racing there.
Thing?
No, that's Swordacross.
Yeah. So there's a reason for that. It was always the weekend before Stuttgart.
Yes.
And I was so focused on German Championship, and then a couple times they wanted me to go, and I asked for a certain amount of money, and they said no. So I never did it. I always watched it.
Yeah, they never paid much.
Kind of gauge where everybody was. Exactly. I was like, you know what? I'm about to go and try to win this title. I don't need to.
Yeah, I've won that one twice, and the pay is not great, but I always just use it as like a warm up with going over there and riding the bike. Because when I rode for Cashel Suzuki, I didn't bring suspension. I didn't bring parts because that team had everything, like Solva stuff, and it was all really good. So we'd always go there with Rolf and test and get the bike dialed in, and then go to Stuttgart the next weekend, and I would just stay in Germany that week.
I definitely considered it. It was kind of towards the latter end of my racing, and I started to get a little bit more picky and choosy with them.
Yeah.
Had it not been right before Stuttgart, I would have gone. And the only other one, now that you mentioned that, the only other one I ever wanted to really go to and I didn't was Herning in Denmark.
I went there once.
Because it was always during the season. I could never get out of my deal to go. And I got offered really good deals a few times. And it would be the weekend of Atlanta or San Diego, and I just could never do it.
Yeah, in 2020 when I was on Michael Lindsay's team, I was able to go to that. I made it one lap of practice, and my shock blew out in the whoops, and I completely crushed myself. Went to the hospital for 5 days. So, I didn't. That was a really cool event. I was able to go. I was able to go back. Then I was still in a lot of pain, so I went back to the hospital. So I guess I wasn't fully at the hospital for 5 days. But it was a cool event. And everyone was really cool, and they did pay well. I didn't get any pay because I didn't get to even start the race. So I kind of screwed myself on that one.
All right, let's do some X Brand Goggle tear-offs before we let JT go. X Brand Goggles, Choice Champions everywhere.
It's the X Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Fire. X Brand Goggles, Choice of Champions everywhere. Fast Freddy Norn 8-8 in X Brand Goggles this weekend. And Starling, you wore them this past year in Supercross
still
as
in
well.
Them now. Yep.
In them now. And
hopefully next year as well.
Pulp Show 24 to say.
Can we ask Starling this question?
Sure.
Because you mentioned Freddie.
Yep.
So Steve and I disagree on this. I think that Freddie is a much, much better motocross rider than Supercross. And Steve is more no, he's good at both. He's good at both.
Yep.
And
the new Freddie is good at both.
He's good at both, but he's way better outdoors. He's good at Supercross, great at outdoors.
Dude, he's so much better at Supercross than he used to be.
Oh yeah, but he's still better outdoors.
Yes.
By a good bit.
I'm not saying
8-8.
Okay, Washugo's great for Freddie though.
What is he in points right now? He's in 11th with 139 points.
Is he?
He's not scoring 139
more than
in Supercross.
30% better in outdoor?
Yes.
Okay. All right. X-Brand Goggles, Pulp Show 24.
But I'd say he's right around 30%, 30 to 40.
I say he's 29, which means he's close. These questions submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar with him at all?
I know the name. I don't think I've ever met him.
I'm not familiar.
You should be now because you said 29. I promise you, he's got full attention.
Oh, he's the one that loves short.
I don't know, man. Oh, yeah. He doesn't even go to the races anymore. So
that's true. That's a good point.
Because short doesn't.
30 seconds on the clock. Let's do this. Nick.
All right, first one for Steve. What do you think has been your best live show?
Vegas. Last time we raced Vegas Supercross was really good. I think Marks was doing drops on stage, and we had a really good guest. So, yeah, Vegas.
Next one for JT. What's the closest track you've ridden to Lomo?
Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Ooh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, for Justin, what are you working on to improve this offseason?
Speed. Yeah, I think my fitness was good. I didn't get to show it. But my fitness was pretty good, and I'm back on troll now, and I feel really good and really fit compared to where I was last year, but speed.
All right. 14 seconds. Good job.
Yeah, thanks.
Way to bring it in there.
Yeah.
All right, for Steve, what was Shorty wearing at the Fly intro?
Classy, just the WPS Fly Racing shirt, and I think he had black pants on, and just great human being.
All class, that one.
Kennard there, short there. Does it get any better than those two gentlemen?
I love Kennard.
Yeah.
Big Kennard fan.
Yeah.
All right, for JT, have you tracked your steps on race day, and how much walking do you think you do?
I have. I used to do it all the time, and then I just kind of like lost the passion for it. The most I've ever seen was 33,000 a few years ago.
So I was just talking to Pookie about this. 12 seconds. I was just talking to Pookie about this because one of the Cowie guys is like, I get 30,000 steps in a day. Like, this is what they try to do every day.
At the race or just in general?
I think maybe at the race, but no, because they were walking around the airport to get their steps in between a layover.
Think about this. I get a lot, but then I run and walk on a treadmill too, which doesn't count. So my number has to be insanely high because I ran that morning before I got 33,002. So my number's high.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really register on a treadmill.
And I was telling Pookie, so this person's 30,000. And then I look at sometimes I'm around 20 at a national, 20, 25. I don't think I've ever hit 30 that I've looked. And I'm like, Jesus, like that's a lot of walking. And you're going to try to do that every day?
Makes me want to go walk for a day to see what it really is, to see what it can be.
So, all right.
All right, for Justin, if Weege can't get to Washougal in time, who should have filled in, JT or Steve?
JT.
Bullshit. 1.6.
All right, next one for Steve. Do you think I'm going to read – this is kind of written weird.
Oh, boy. Imagine that.
I'm going to try to interpret this. Do you think Duffy is more Team Brayton or Deegan?
Oh, Brent Duffy.
Ooh.
Brent Duffy. He's more Team Deegan. Deegan's got the followers. He's got the chicks.
It's probably working out well for him.
Yeah, I'm sure he loves JB. Let's not get it mistaken here. But I'm going to go.
All right,
Deegs.
Burning Building. Which one's Duffy saving?
Ooh. I think he would still save Brayton.
I think so, too.
I think so. JT, what do you think? Who does he save?
I don't know, man. I don't want to have to pick who's going to die and who's not.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Cool. For JT, who will have a better end of season comeback, Webb or Tomac?
I think Webb, because he's got so much more prep time. Like Tomac's first day riding was today. Like that's not a lot. So I think Webb's pretty far ahead of them as far as getting back up to speed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're right.
Like maybe SMX goes differently.
Yeah.
But I think those two nationals, I like Webb's chances.
Okay.
All right, last one for Justin. Which privateer has the best chance of getting off the island next?
Ooh, Welton.
Welton?
I think so. But, I mean, to like a 250 Supercross team and then 450 outdoor something. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
He's good in Supercross. He was good this year.
Yeah, he was good. Yep. X-Brand goggles, choice of champions ever. Pulp Show 24 is the code to save with X-Brand, EKSbrand.com. You look at those factory ride goggles that Phil's been wearing, close to the X-Brands. Hunter Lawrence's Alpine
X-Brand goggles, a great goggle.
The Lucid goggle. Lucid's great.
Yep.
I get a lot of comments about the purple one that I wear.
I don't have a pair, and I really wish I did because they're pretty sweet.
Well, you don't need purple. You don't wear anything purple, do you?
I could get some purple gear.
Okay. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Check it out. 2025 is out. And, appreciate everything those guys have got going on. So August 1st, available to order from there. And, okay, JT, so biggest takeaway from Washougal, like either class, any rider, biggest takeaway from Washougal for you?
I thought Deegan did a really good job of reestablishing himself after a few rough weekends. So I think the 450 class was kind of par for the course. Hunter had a bad day, which we'll see where that goes. I didn't see a whole lot else that was out of the norm.
Mm-hmm.
But I really thought it was important for, not so much for the points because he had been extending it anyway, but more for like just who's the guy, like comments and confidence and all those things. I thought Deegan kind of showed everybody like, hey, this is why I have a huge points lead, because when I get out front, it's over. So I thought that was a big step for him and kind of proving why he has that lead.
I think you're right. He needed it, right? Just needed it a little bit.
Like championship-wise, no, but it's, like big picture stuff. Like these guys are all developing into who they will be for the next 10 years on racing 450s, right? And establishing yourself as that guy now goes a long way towards where he'll go and have to stack up against Jet and Hunter and Chase and all these guys. So he needs to stay on the top end of that and not kind of fall back into the crowd. Like he needs to kind of stay head and shoulders above everyone, in my opinion.
Do you guys think he stays 250s 2 more years or 1 more year?
One
more? So 3 years?
That's my opinion. I have no idea.
That's
my opinion.
We don't know either. What do you think, Starling?
I think 26. He's
I think
450.
Yeah. And then 26 he'll be 450s.
Yeah. It's going to be I would assume there will be a gigantic bidding war starting next, like early in Supercross for his services in 26.
Hard to see him leaving Monster, right? Like whatever he's doing.
I think he's a Monster guy.
Yes.
I do, which maybe limits his opportunity, but I think he's going to have lots of offers. I've heard there's already offers.
Yeah.
I would say I'd be surprised if there wasn't offers already.
Red Bull, they got the Lawrences. They don't necessarily fit with the Degans. Yeah. So to me, he's boxed into monster teams. So whatever that makes it work.
What's Anderson doing?
His contract's up after next year. So, yeah.
That could be a spot.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely right.
Yeah, I think they would. I've heard that they would already like to have that locked up. Like it's early.
I'm sure.
But,
right?
yeah, I mean when you're winning everything and your future's as bright as Deegan's is, and you have the following in the social media, and of course everybody's going to be after him. Why wouldn't they? Like the only place that could say is probably off the table is Honda for reasons you just mentioned.
Yeah. Other than that, right? Well, no, Red Bull.
This might sound totally off topic.
I don't
like
know
sideways.
That's 100% off the table though.
Do you ever think you could do something like his own team?
I do.
Like with what he is and how he is,
I think they want to. I think they've like own gear.
Like just do his
thing.
own deal. He'd probably make way more money and do it the way he wants to do it, and have his little following with like the YouTube thing behind it, and like maybe a TV show. Don't
you feel like, let's say he like McGrath, he could just be like, I'm gonna ride your bike, your parts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use your sponsors, but I'm gonna do it like he's in a position where he can ask for everything that's good from a team and take away what's bad, which team deals and that kind of shit, So
I could see him going just doing his own deal.
Yeah.
I think it's all dependent on can he land a big fish sponsor, which he has a good chance of it.
Right.
But
I feel like he's got the
the
NASCAR side of things, the dad. I mean everything. I just feel like there's a chance to do something, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I could see that.
But still, like we haven't seen big corporations. Like you need someone that's going to come in and say, "Yep, we'll drop $5 million a year on this program," right? Like that's what they have to go get if they want to do something like that.
Before we let you go, JT, I found this training stuff pretty interesting, and so let's bring in a guy who's been around the block a little bit. Kyle Chisholm, what's up, buddy?
What's up? What's up, guys?
Thanks for joining us. JT's on the line here. So we were talking about JT and riding with Chad and riding with Tortelli and riding with Timmy back in the day, and who did the most riding and what kind of differences between the programs. And Chiz, you rode with James and you rode with Chad and you ride Kenny and Chase, and you're like JT where you're just old as shit and you've been around.
Yep.
What are the differences in the training / riding loads that these guys are doing over the years for you at various spots? Like who amazed you, or who did more off or on the bike and that kind of stuff?
I mean, I definitely spent the most time with James just because we were friends growing up, since we were little.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, he used to ride. No, so for him, I would say he rode the most of the people I was around.
Yep.
But I would say his also evolved and changed through his career. But at the beginning, amateur turning pro and all the way through, for sure, all the way through his 125 career, dude, he rode so much. He didn't train very much. It wasn't off the bike, this gnarly shit. We'd go to the gym and do some strength stuff and play basketball, but we would just ride all day. People see the old videos of us at, well, now it's Orlando MX, but back then it was called Bithlow, same track. But dude, we would ride from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. and then load all our stuff up, drive an hour to Buffalo, and then ride from like 7 to 10, and then go home and eat Waffle House on the way home and go home. But dude, we would ride all day. Like that's all we did was ride, and it was like 4 or 5 days a week of that. It wasn't, now like I'll ride 2 days a week and then race on the weekend. In the off season, it's 3 to 4 days a week. But dude, we would ride 5 days a week and ride all day and nighttime too if we could. So for sure, he rode the most. But then as he got older on 450, 250, whatever you're going to call it, started training with Alden. Obviously, everything kind of changed to kind of, I guess, what standard like these days guys do. And then with Chad, JT would know better than I. He spent more time with Chad a lot earlier in Chad's career too. I started riding with Chad like, I want to say it was like 2011 or 12, kind of through until he sold this property. Chad, I learned a lot training from all of those guys, or just bits and pieces from, little bits from all of them. And Chad and Burner and JT, like in the gym, like I learned a lot from those guys, like, on the bicycle and in the gym, stuff like that. I got to train with Alden a little bit when James was with Alden when we were teammates. And, so I've gotten little bits and pieces of all of it. But, by far riding, James for sure rode the most.
JT, we should have a shootout of Ricky back in the day and James back in the day on who rode more, it sounds like.
Who went through the most fuel.
Yeah.
You know who also rode a lot, but I thought they were different, was Millsaps rode a lot.
Oh, yeah?
But, like, Ricky's riding was – and I don't know about James, so Kyle, please jump in. But Ricky's riding was all very specific. Like, he wasn't going out and just doing whips and stuff. Like, it was corner drills, starts, 40-minute motos, then more drills, then, like, whatever he was weak on. They would do sprint laps if his lapse times were too slow. And, it wasn't just a lot of, like, hey, let's go ride, man. Let's go ride and just have some fun. Like, it was never that.
Yeah, with James, for sure it was like motos. We didn't really do too much like drill. I mean, we did a little bit, but it was like structured, like, okay, we're going out to do a 20-lap moto, whatever, or a 30+2, stuff like that. It was definitely a lot of like structured stuff like that. Now, when we'd go to like Bithlow, we would do like our riding like all day. It was just a lot of riding, and then we go to Bithlow and just have fun because it would be like organized practice, so it'd be like a 10 or 15-minute session, and we would just go have fun riding with local guys or whatever. But it was
James on a Castle 25.
No, I remember them showing up with dirty bikes and just keep riding. 'Cause I would be friends with Mookie, and he'd be like, "Dude, we've been riding all day, and we just keep going and keep going."
Yeah. And like before Loretta's, we would do like a boot camp. Like I remember a lot of summers, like remember Richie Owens and like Josh Hansen, me, James, Nick Avenue. Like there was a few summers, like, for what I don't remember, 2, 3, 4 weeks, like leading up to Loretta's, we'd have a group of guys like down at the farm and we'd be doing motos together and training and riding. So, but it was mostly riding. I don't remember doing much off the bike stuff.
I don't think there was a guy who didn't like training with Alden more than James. Apparently, just didn't want to do the times and the workload.
Always had the candy jar.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think he liked I don't think he enjoyed that much of the off the bike training stuff. I think maybe he kind of got used to it, but for sure he's used to just riding more.
JT, Joey Savacci told me this weekend his pro circuit days with Jeannie, Ricky's mom, at the farm. Yep. She'd pull him in at 22 minutes and be like, "We're starting over."
Yeah.
He'd be like, "What?" And she'd be like, "You're dropping too much. You're dropping your times. We're starting over."
Yeah.
Joey'd be like, "What? Yeah. It's 22 minutes in."
Yeah, she did not care, man. Did not. And she would be like really like polite to us, myself, Joey, Matt Walker, Mike Brown, whoever, right? Whoever was there. But to Ricky, she was ruthless. But like, it's your kid, right? You can be, and she would be very nice to us. But she wasn't taking any crap. We were going to do the work. She would just be very nice about it.
Yeah.
With Ricky, it was like, like just no holds barred. It was on.
So I have a little bit of Jeannie story, too, and I would echo like what JT just said. So when I rode the Star Bike, a couple of years ago, I had to be up there, and I didn't know that she would be there like when I was up there, but she kind of like offered some help or whatever. She was helping some of the other guys. So I got the Jeannie, cracking the whip on me for like a month up there, or over 6 weeks, on and off, a week here and a week there. And dude, exactly what JT just said. my first day there with her was like, do these sections. She's taking my time, and she's like, so I'm sure it's similar stuff that she used to do with Ricky, and so JT, you could probably tell me the same thing. But she's like, okay, do this section, from this is Supercross, but go from this jump, it's a quarter of the track maybe. Go from here to here. I'm gonna time you. She's like, do it a few times, and I'm like, she times me. I come in, and she's like, okay, now I want you to do it like fast, and I'm like, well, that was going fast. And she's like, no, you have more. Do it again. She's like, do it 5 times. So I do it like 5 times. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I felt pretty fun. Like, dude, that's what I got. And then she goes, okay. She took my best one, right? So I did it a few times when I thought was good. And she's like, no, I want you 5 times. Really give it to me. And I'm like, okay. So I do the 5. Whatever my best one was, just whatever, make up a number.
Right.
Whatever the best one was, she goes, okay. Now I need you to beat that time 10 times, and we're not leaving until you do. Her exact words. I don't care if it takes 2 hours and we have to go get more gas. You're doing it 10 times better. Now, remember, I did the first few, like, man, that was pretty good. And I come in and she's like, no, do 5. I need them to be better than that. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if I can go any better. And then, like I said, I do the 5. Out of those 5, the best one that's like, there's no way I could go faster than that one. She goes, I need 10 better than that now.
She's just like, I'm 35 years old.
I would lose my mind.
Well, what you're saying, she would take the best one and make that like par, right? So your best effort, the best you could possibly do was the expectation now every single lap. And you're like, listen, lady, like that's impossible. But that's exactly right. Like I said, so that was just like a section work, and then that turned into like the rest. We finished the track doing the other sections, and then that would always evolve into like, okay, now we're doing a full lap. What's your best one? Okay, now that's par. Go do a 20, and if you fluctuate by more than half a, whatever, with it, we're starting over. And I had to start motos over. I'm up there just as a fill-in guy for a few weeks, and I honestly, I loved it. I think if I was younger, it might have been more frustrating, but like you said, I was literally 34 or 35, a couple years ago doing it, and I loved it. It honestly helped a lot. What she did was pretty good, and it gave me like a little window of why RC was the way he was. It was pretty cool.
Jeez. Good stuff. JT, thank you, man. Thanks for the time tonight. FlyRacing.com. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, Justin, congrats on the little one, too.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
No worries.
All right.
See you guys.
See you, JT.
That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Kyle Chisholm brought to you by Wiseco. Pulp24 is a code to save. Full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, and more. They're a performance partner for the Honda HRC guys, which has been working pretty good. Manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years. Pulp24 is a code to save. They got the Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, 2-stroke pistons, 4-stroke pistons, Racer Elite connecting rods. That code, Pulp24, saves you on everything from the folks at Wiseco. So thanks for Wiseco for bringing Kyle Chisholm on the show. Chiz, so we were talking before and about this 2-week break, and you mentioned to me after Washougal just how tired you've been. You've been testing, working hard. Matt from Active Ride, he vouched for this as well on the pod. Will you take a week off like Chase told me he will?
Yeah, so I'm not doing anything this week.
Okay.
It's hard. It's hard for me to do that.
Yep.
But because I'm a busy, like I'll take a couple days. I'm like, okay, I got to do something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I told myself I'm not doing anything this whole week. So that's the plan. I'm sticking to it. But yeah, it's just been a long like little, what are you gonna call it, section of the season of just like from High Point. From then we had a week off, and then we went to the 4 races. Redbud, Millville, Southwick, Redbud, Millville, Washougal. And, Southwick, Redbud, Millville especially. And then Washougal was hot, too, and the track was pretty rough. There were 4 pretty tough ones in a row, and it's been hot, typical hot in Florida. And we did a lot of testing for a few weeks, and all good stuff came from it. But, man, I just feel pretty tired, pretty drained, and it kind of caught up to me these last couple of weeks, and which was a bummer. I wasn't as strong at the end of the motos like I normally would be and kind of always have been and wanted to be. But it's part of it. We had some long days, but they were productive days. So so definitely taking a break.
Your role with the team is to help test and help develop, help Kenny out, help the team out, get settings. But you're still obviously a very great racer. But yeah, this has been a different year for you, even in Supercross, where you're doing more work and more testing than maybe that would be beneficial for a racer, where you could just do laps, huh?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't want to use that as an excuse or like.
Yeah, you signed up for
all.
it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I signed up, and I enjoy it. I enjoy doing that part of it. But it's just you got to find a balance between me as a racer, to me as a team member that's trying to contribute to the team as a whole, and I enjoy that part of it these days just as much as I do the racing part of it. So, yeah, it just is what it is, and it's part of what I'm doing, and like I said, I enjoy it. So, yeah, and like these last few weeks with Kenny just getting back on the bike, we were like, the bike was in a pretty good place, like suspension setting wise, but just wasn't there like where I wanted it to be. And we made some pretty good changes the last couple of weeks, and then Kenny got on it, and he's loving his bike now too. As of last week, he started on the stuff that I kind of got it to where I was before Millville, and feels really good. The last 2 races have been my best races, of this outdoor season so far. And, yeah, I feel like the bike's in a really good spot, and Kenny's happy with it, so far, which that could always change. But, yeah, as of now, he's happy and riding pretty good. And, yeah, so it's been a long month. But, yeah, it's all productive stuff.
Does being in the test role, do you think it hinders you, like when you go to the races, or do you think it can help you? And then I kind of have a 2-part question, but like how hard is it to test for riders like Ken and Shane? Like, are you doing a lot of like the base stuff for everyone? And is it like those are 2 totally different riders?
Yeah. So like first part of it is hard, but it also has some, like it's good and bad too.
Yeah.
Obviously because I get to like figure a lot of the stuff out and kind of like use it first.
Yes.
So that's the good part. The bad part is like there's sometimes that sometimes the team doesn't even want me to, but I kind of voluntarily do. We'll test some stuff at the races. Like I'll make a change and they're like, you sure? Larry will be like, you sure you want to try that? I'm like, yeah, dude, let's just put it on and try it for Moto 2.
Yeah.
At Redbud, we literally changed linkage and all this stuff between motos. And he's like, are you sure you want to do that? I'm like, yeah, let's just do it.
Yeah.
We'll use it as testing.
Yeah.
So, and I think being a racer too, like at the races, is beneficial to like, I guess to the team as a whole versus me just riding during the week at the practice track and testing.
Yep.
I'm racing on the stuff too and trying stuff out the races. So I think it helps develop stuff even quicker than just doing it during the week to see how it translates at the races. But yeah, it's tough. Like I said, it has good and bads to it, whatever. But and then second part, testing for other guys. Honestly, me and Kenny, it's I wouldn't say easy because it's still a little bit different, but we're pretty similar in the way we like the bike to kind of feel and like what we want out of it. So I think for him, that's not too hard. It's pretty easy. Shane is definitely a bit different, and he'll kind of go maybe down a different road a little bit sometimes. But what we've always kind of done is if he gets kind of like out of our bubble or box, whatever you want to call it, and he's not happy, then we can kind of bring him into base. Like, okay, this is base, go back to there. And then he can kind of like I said, it doesn't mean like what I like is just the end all be all, like this is what you have to ride, but we can develop a pretty good base. And then like I said, Kenny's not on the exact same suspension settings, but it's just a little bit different, just tweaked, to be perfect for him. And then I think it's good just to have that base. And so Shane a couple times has kind of gone out like thinking he's going the way he wants to, and then he kind of gets stuck and like nothing's good. And then we'll have to bring him back to, let's go back to here and then start over and kind of go from there. But the other thing I'll do sometimes, if needed, is just ride their bike, right? Like ride their bike, and it helps me if they go, look, here's what I don't like on my bike, or here's what it's doing, or here's what I want it to do, and I'll just ride their bike. And even for me, if it's not something I want, personally for my own bike, I can still ride their bike. And if he goes, hey, it's too tall over here, too low or too stiff or soft, I can go hit that part of the track and feel what he's feeling, and then try to help give him some direction of, hey, I know you think it's too stiff, but really it's too soft and it's too deep in the stroke, in that specific area. Not for me, but you're feeling that, and here's what it is, and kind of try to help that way by kind of hopping on their bike and feeling exactly what they're feeling on certain parts of the track.
Yeah, and then what's even gnarlier with all your testing that you're doing is you're ripping the suspension off yourself and putting it back on yourself. So in between all that, you're not just sitting there waiting for the bike to be ready. You're doing it.
Matt from Active Ride was like, you should see Chiz, man. He's
Dude,
just
it's
grinding.
gnarly.
Yeah,
it's gnarly. I went to the sandbox one day, and he's over there just with a fan on him and just ripping stuff off and putting it back on and going again. I'm just like, damn, okay.
Yeah, we got to work on a practice bike guy for me.
Hey, I'm not riding a whole lot right now. If you need some help,
I could use it for sure.
Just call me. You got my number.
Dude, there's days that we have the forks and shock off 8 times, whatever, in between riding, and so I'll take it off. It takes me longer taking it off and waiting than I ride it sometimes, you know what I mean? But again, I'm not complaining. That's part of it. It's that's the tougher part, not the fun part of it that people don't see, but it's necessary and it's part of it. So.
Well, I will volunteer my service whenever you're ready to do it again. I will come out for a day, and if I'm worth your time, I'll come out here and there.
Yeah.
Starling, when do you kind of remember like seeing Chiz at the local tracks and talking to him and all of that?
Long time ago.
Yeah,
we used to do a lot of Ronnie Tishner schools together.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Is this Chiz on Cowie's Team Green?
Yes.
That long ago you guys go back.
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yep. No, we actually rode together quite a bit. Obviously I was on like an 85 when he was on like a 125 to 252 stroke.
Well, I figure because you live on the other coast, I don't know how much you guys
but
see each other.
Everyone's kind of like we all had that same outlook, right, on where we were going.
Okay.
So I feel like those guys kind of stuck together, and a lot of us were under Tishner.
Okay.
Like that was kind of what we did.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and we would travel to different, like, we would do Ronnie schools, like, up in Georgia and different places in Florida.
Yep.
Okay.
Like, we didn't just go to one. That's what's different nowadays versus back then is, like, I know you've said this, Steve, like, people just go to a training facility and live there, and that's all they do, and they barely race, and they're just at this training facility. We're like, dude, we would go to Tishner schools all over the place. Like, I would do schools with Ronnie in other states, like I just said, and do them in Florida and all over, and then we would race on the weekend.
Yep.
Like, I grew up doing a riding school with Ronnie's really the only one I really worked with growing up. Randy Yoho taught me a bunch, especially when I was a lot younger, riding at Dade City. But between Randy and then Ronnie, as I got older, I didn't go to any other schools or do anything like that. That was it. And then we would race on the weekend. There wasn't live at a facility and just practice all the time.
It was funny.
It was racing and training.
We all kind of caravanned in like motorhomes and trailers, and we'd go to like one facility for 2 days, and then we go to the next one for 2 days, and then we go to the next. Like we were at Hard Rock for 3 days, and all of a sudden we were up in Georgia, and then all of a sudden we're like we were kind of all over, and I always enjoyed
Did you ride
it.
at James as much, Justin, ever? Or?
Not until I got on a 125.
Okay.
I started riding there a good bit, and then in like 2008 to 2009, I was there almost every day.
Oh yeah.
But it was just me and Mookie. We were just really close, so we were in that age group. Like he was like Chiz was always with James, and then I was with Mookie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. Chiz, this SMX thing. There is. I don't know what Justin Hill's deal is. I don't know if he knows what his deal is, but there's 7 points between a bunch of you guys, with one guy going to miss out here. I don't know what Dean is. Dean's going to make it. I don't know if Dean's going to go to Buds and Ironman. He might be the guy on the outs, but it's a battle. It's a grind, Chiz. For this SMX points.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's not easy for sure. Everybody wants some of that money, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. I think Dean, at least I heard somewhere that he's going to try to do the last 3, and I feel like Dean is a little bit like me, and I already called this like a few weeks ago. I'm like, Dean's going to be at those races. He's going to do whatever.
He's going to make it happen
to try to make it happen. Because he's kind of like me.
Yeah.
And I feel like his dad, Andy, his dad's awesome.
Yeah.
He's kind of like my dad, and that's, I think, probably why we're both the way we are. So I already called him like, Dean's going to figure out a way to race.
He'll make it work.
And I thought Hill was going to be there this weekend. I thought he was supposed to do Washougal.
I thought he would show up too. Yeah, he's on the outside now with 106.
Doesn't he live in like Oregon?
I don't know, man. I don't know if
I don't
know where he is now, but I thought for sure he would do that one. At least I heard. I don't remember where I saw it.
Maybe his leave on the police department was over, so he had to go back to being a cop again.
Well, they have the Big Hill Jam is this weekend, I think.
Oh,
but that's in
with Little Hill.
Yeah, that's in
North Carolina or South Carolina.
Yeah, like right on the edge there of Georgia.
How was Gary as dad, Gary Chiz?
I was young.
Was he just a legend back then, though?
Yeah, so I was more young, so I didn't really know.
Yeah.
I remember his mom always cut my hair, though.
Oh yeah,
at
Dawn's?
the race. Yeah.
Dawn's cutting hair.
Yeah,
that's what my mom did. Yeah, that's what my mom did for a living, like before.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She pretty much was a whatever hairdresser, whatever you call it, until I was born. I have an older sister. She's 4 years older than me.
Okay.
And I think when I was born is when my mom or just after I was born is when my mom kind of quit doing it. She still does it, like for her family and friends, whatever. Like she'll go to aunts and uncles and
well,
cousins
listen,
and stuff.
Wygant is cheap as fuck, like you, Chiz. So Wygant could get his hair cut by Dawn's at the races. He'll do it. Like, have you seen Wygant's hair? Like, it's all over the place sometimes.
My wife cuts hair. She could do it.
Oh yeah. Wygant will sign up for that in a second. Chiz, I know. Like Colt Nichols is coming back for Unadilla, or not coming back, but coming in for you guys. And we know Kenny's coming back. Christian Craig's talking to the team. There's Justin Cooper has been mentioned. Are you want to race next year, or would you be willing to step back and be fill-in test guy if Dustin and those guys want that, or like do you just want to race 100%? That's all you want to do?
I mean, I definitely want to race.
Okay.
I've kind of thought about it, but I'm also willing to do like whatever's best for the team, whatever we need to do.
Yep.
But I do want to race. Like in my ideal world, like for sure do Supercross next year.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, I'm not saying I wouldn't do outdoors again next year, but I would not be mad if it was like, let's just do Supercross and maybe World Supercross, depending on what happens with that. I would like to do another year of Supercross. If it's up to me, I'd like to do it. I guess I would put it like this also. If I wasn't going to do Supercross next year, I wish I would have known for sure this year I wasn't going to do it anymore.
Yeah.
So I could kind of like take it in a little bit more. Where
we need
like
a Chiz farewell. Like we need to know that it's
100%. He needs a same thing as Phil got, like the press conference and everything.
Yeah. So I would like to do Supercross next year. I honestly have been enjoying outdoors. I enjoyed outdoors last year, which is kind of why I told the team I wanted to do it this year if I could. I enjoyed the challenge. It's been quite a few years since I really fully committed to doing outdoors, and it's hard. It is hard, for sure. And a lot of work and hard on your body and hard on everything. So it's not ideal, being, as you get older. But I have enjoyed doing it like this year. I don't know that I want to go through it again next year. It's just so long with Supercross and motocross and playoffs. And it's like, well, yeah, I'd like to make the playoffs next year too, if I could. But honestly, I would love to do Supercross and then do some more. And if it's more testing, whatever I need to do, that's, kind of focus on that a little bit more. But yeah, so we'll see what happens. I know they're working on stuff and talking with guys, and whatever's best for the team, we'll figure that out, and we're still in the process of that. But I'm hoping I can do Supercross, and then from there, like you said, maybe be a fill-in guy. I've kind of brought that up too, and they need somebody for outdoors, and I'll gladly do outdoors again. But
Chiz
for sure, I'd like to do Supercross. So we'll
Chiz and his 85-year-old knees.
Go the JB route and go back to Germany and do those things again.
Yeah, I would like to do some of that stuff. So like I said, once the team gets a for sure idea of what we're going to be looking like and all that, we'll kind of sit down and figure that out. And we kind of are in the process of that. It's kind of hurry up and wait and see, and kind of see what plays out.
Yeah.
So going back to what we were talking about, riding with James and all that, I'm guessing it's James, but you've ridden with Kenny, you rode with Chase, rode with James, and you're older now. Chad. I'm guessing James is the guy that you were like, just fuck my life, like I can never do that, or is it kind of the same for all those guys?
Chad was really good too, because I got to be riding with him not long after he was winning, won championships and stuff.
Yeah.
But James for sure, just like stuff that, because especially back then, you got to remember back then we didn't have like iPhones and film everything, and you didn't see video of James. You would see somebody with some camcorder at this low, and you'd see a clip of him riding there, and you're like, and it would just blow your mind, stuff that he's doing, right?
Yeah.
Like back then. But imagine if we had iPhones back then and we could film stuff every day. You get little clips here and there of like some video that people did.
There's a test track video, KX135 days. He's trying to quad something or
quad it onto that table.
5 something, Yeah.
Yep, that's what I mean. It's just stuff like that
that
I am like grateful now. You think back of it that I got to see so much stuff that I can't even remember off the top of my head, but just so much crazy stuff, and just you're like, are you like you can't believe what he's doing?
I know,
that nobody ever got to see.
Yeah.
Even he won't even get to go back and see, because like we didn't video everything and it wasn't at your disposal right there in your hand.
We needed Gary Bailey, because he filmed everything, and he posts everything to YouTube now. But we needed him around at all times, everywhere.
No, I can imagine. Just James is probably just like, you know what? I think I could do that. And you're all like, no. And you're like, watch this.
And I'd never seen him really ever test jump anything to the side. Like, he just went.
Nope.
Like, I like, if I have the option to test things, like you saw like that day at Futures, like the quad out, like I jumped to the side before I went straight. Like, there's an option to do that.
James is like, no.
No, he just goes.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, same.
I'll pass.
I'm there with you, Justin. And he was not wanting to jump off the side. I'm do or die.
Well, the sandbox that day, you jumped to the side, but still somehow landed on the landing, and that could have went. It was almost bad.
Yeah, really?
It went right into the side of the berm. And he saved it perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to jump to the side, and I accidentally didn't make it to the side.
I have a photo of his case mark, and it is like, dude, just go like a quarter of the foot left. You're on the landing. You're fine.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah. Kyle Chisholm here, brought to you by the folks at Wisco. Pulp24 is code to save with Wisco. Check it out. And Chiz, last question for me. Working with Brooks now on the team, has he changed much from back in the day? I'm guessing not.
Gosh, to be honest, like when I rode with him the first year in 09, whatever that was,
yep,
I was still so kind of like green or whatever you want to call it, like to the industry and just everything, that I was kind of just like, I wouldn't say starstruck by any means, but just kind of like deer in the headlights. I'm just trying to figure this racing thing out and learn how to ride Supercross and whatever. I was still so new that I didn't really get to fully like take it in and comprehend everything, and I was still learning how do things work and like how do I don't know. I was still so new to everything. I feel like where now, so I don't know how much I would say that he's changed. I think he's still very similar, like intense and all those things. But nowadays, I love that. Like where I think maybe before, maybe it's a little intimidating, especially being younger and like rookie on a 450 when I rode for him and not that much racing experience anyways on a 250 before. It was pretty, I guess, like intimidating. Not that he ever like was intimidating, like on purpose. It's just like, that's Larry Brooks and he wins championships and what, you know what I mean? It's like kind of like, oh, like this is a big deal. Or now it's like, I feel like he's still the same, super intense and super committed and into it. But I love that. Like I'm right there with him, like side by side, and it's enjoyable to work with somebody like that. That's that committed and like passionate about what they're doing. So honestly, it's pretty cool now to see it from like this lens and this part of my career to get to go back and do it again. Because I think if I didn't, like, not that I took it for granted before, but I didn't know how to take it in and how to like work with somebody like that. Where now I do, and it's pretty cool to work with somebody that's that into it.
I think he really respects you too. I think you guys are a good team that way, you and him.
Yeah.
So
yeah, for sure. He was a big part of the deal that we put together to begin with, like with Dustin and Aaron with the pipes. Like, so I went out, I know we've said the story before, but people that maybe haven't heard it, I'll do it briefly. But I went out and tested the bike before I ever signed anything with the team, before Kenny ever rode the bike. And I went for like 3 days because I was in between waiting on see what Yamaha could do, if I was going to do my own little team again or if I was going to ride for them. So I spent like 3 days doing some initial testing to kind of set the bike up for Kenny to come in and do the testing to see if he liked the bike. And man, me and Larry worked for those 3 days. And it was all really good. I felt like he made a lot of progress in a short amount of time. And he kind of pipes were awesome too, but Larry kind of went in and kind of went to bat for me and was like, we need to have Kyle and whatever. So he was a big proponent in what the stuff that we put together for me to be with the team like what we are right now.
I remember Kenny. I fully expected Kenny to go Firepower Honda. And he went up there to test the Suzuki, and I texted him, and he's like, dude, it's good. It's really good. And I'm like, what?
That video of him hitting the whoops the first time.
Yeah, I was just blown away. Kenny loved that bike. Yeah. Just he's got the background with Suzuki. He loves it. So why is Brooks going to Japan?
I don't know that I can say anything about that.
Well,
I don't know.
Okay. His Instagram, he said Japan. So
Yeah.
Okay.
He is. I'll say that.
So just tourist stuff? Just touristing? Just tourist?
I don't know.
No, just tourist. Just say that.
Yeah, just tourist.
Electric start is coming.
Vacation.
Yeah, there we go.
He's going on vacation.
Like his vacation with James's team when he went on vacation for that?
No, different. This is just an enjoyable vacation.
Chiz, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the time. Always nice to talk to you at the races and cheering for you, man. So I appreciate the time tonight on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Later.
Thanks, Kyle. See you.
All right, see you guys.
That's Kyle Chisholm, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Wisco. Before we go to commercial, Pro Filter and Maxima. Pulp 20 is the code to save. Pick up a pre-old, ready-to-use premium air filter, oil filter for your next service from Pro Filter. They make filters for air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. And Maxima as well. Love Maxima, whether it's 927, whether it's SC1, whether it's MPPL, whether it's the contact cleaner, it all. MaximaUSA.com. All Maxima products are made in the USA, and Pulp 20 can save you on Pro Filter and Maxima. That's the best part of this all. All right, go to commercial break. Justin Starling will tell us about his deal coming up next year with Kevin Moranz. This is kind of neat and interesting. We're going to talk some e-bike rides today. We're going to break down some silly season stuff as well. We got Ryder D coming up. Yep. So lots to get into when it comes to the PulpMX show. So stick around. Be right back after this commercial break, everybody.
He was ramming my guy, dude. 25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Here's to 25 years of never missing a ride. To celebrate 25 years of greatness, Motosport and KTM are teaming up to give away a 2024 KTM 250 SX 2-stroke. Don't miss out on weekly prizes and check out the bike at each round of the Pro Motocross Championship. Scan the QR code on the bike during the broadcast or enter online at motosport.com/win. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing powersports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other powersports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CV4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by FCPRacing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin Adaptive Design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Here's to 25 years of never missing a ride. To celebrate 25 years of greatness, Motosport and KTM are teaming up to give away a 2024 KTM 250 SX 2-stroke. Don't miss out on weekly prizes and check out the bike at each round of the Pro Motocross Championship. Scan the QR code on the bike during the broadcast or enter online at motosport.com/win. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Rocky Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, Bar-X Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tallon Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing powersports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other powersports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show. Justin Starling in studio. Stardog. Stardog?
I don't know.
That was a thing, wasn't it?
It kind of still is.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I go with it.
What else did you have on the back of your pants growing up?
J-Star.
J-Star? Then the auto guy took that from you.
Yeah. Honestly, it was kind of just J-Star. There was really never anything more than that. But then, like, this year I ran Girl Dad all year.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I never saw that because I wasn't watching that far back, Starling.
Well, like I said, was I even there?
We're going to get into that. I want to talk to you about that later
I would
on.
love to because a lot of people talk a lot of shit about me right now.
Well,
and I'm like, okay, well, I'll be back next year and it won't be that guy. And I promise I figured out my issues. We're good.
You have some redemption that you need to
I'm starting from scratch ultimately. And I'm very excited to do that.
Acherbis bringing you the 7 o'clock hour of the show. A world leader in accessory dirt bike plastics. Love the Acherbis stuff, whether you're simply needing a new fender or you want to personalize your bike, Acherbis is there for you. Please check out their website at Acherbis USA. On social, check out the latest styles and colors. Thank you to Acherbis. Love that stuff. I always try to use it if I can on my project bikes because it fits perfectly.
That's all I use.
Holes are drilled. Yep. You never have to worry about fitting them or filing or anything.
I just put a set on a Honda CRF 110, and I think it fit better than the OEM plastic.
Yeah, it's
honestly.
great. At Acherbis USA. If you want a discount from Acherbis, email us using our contact form on Pulp, and I'll pass it on. Same with Get as well. Get Data, HRC partners as well. Check that out. And Justin Starling tonight brought to you by the folks at Ogio. What's your favorite Ogio product like?
Okay, so I use this duffel bag, and I don't remember the name of it, but I sent a photo of it to Pilo today. But they have this like duffel bag that you can either hold it, carry it, or it's like a backpack as well. It's pretty large. I had all my mountain bike stuff in it today, clothes stuff in it. I've used it every Supercross round this year.
It's got shoulder straps that you hold with your hand?
No, it's like it's got shoulder
both?
straps, but then you can also hold it like a duffel bag. I can't remember the name of it.
Okay.
I ended up with it at like
Why don't
A1.
you just have a backpack? I don't get it.
Because this thing's it's bigger.
Bigger?
So it's bigger but not too big. So I can take it and I can put all of my clothes for a weekend trip to the Supercross, whatever it is, and I don't need to take like a travel bag and a backpack. Because the backpack, I'm going to put a computer in it and maybe like a couple of pairs of clothes or something. But this thing I can take everything in, and it even has a computer slot on the bottom. So it's got literal perfect room for everything. I feel really bad that I don't know the name of it.
I'm looking.
But it's really good.
Keep talking.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pulp 15 is the code to save.
You need to speak into the mic. Get the mic.
Gravity duffel bag.
That might be it. I don't know. It's an amazing bag.
It might be gravity duffel bag. Because it's the only thing I see that could work like that. Does it have Ogio gray on the side?
Yeah.
Thing? Okay.
Keep talking.
Pulp 15 is the code to save at Ogio. Whether it's 9800, 9800 dozer, 9800 rig bag, check it out, Ogio. I use the backpack as well, laptop sleeves and all that. Pulp 15 is the code to save at Ogio Power Sports. So these guys, you know the name, you know how much they belong in the sport of motocross and supercross. And Pulp 15 is the code to save with Ogio. So thank you to those guys. Ryder D coming right up. And also, speaking of Ryder D, I don't know if you noticed this, but
I can't find it. I'll find it.
I don't know if you noticed it, but he's on the Pony Pod tomorrow.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
No, I didn't notice that.
We really got in early. With the Pony Pod, we kind of scooped that show.
Pony Pod.
Yeah. So let's welcome him on the show now. Speaking of the Pony Pod, it's our friend, Mr. Side.
Oh shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
What's up, Mr. Side?
I'm so ready for that to go away.
Which one, Dark or the intro?
Yeah.
The intro, the freaking intro. It's 4 years old. It's
too
old
good.
news.
It's too good.
Yeah, man, you got me on Ryder D.
Yeah, we didn't coordinate, huh?
No. Well, I booked him yesterday, and usually I check with you, but I was like, he's not going to get Ryder D, and you did.
What are the odds, right?
Career best for Ryder D. Why wouldn't I get him?
I mean, that's true. That's true. I guess you're right. But
I looked and I checked, and the last time he was on was in the fall. So I was like, it's been a while, you know.
Yeah, same for us.
Right.
But we'll figure it out.
Are you still gonna have him on?
Yeah.
Okay.
He told me. I texted him. He said, "Don't worry, I'll give you the good stuff." So.
Oh wow. Okay.
I got good questions for him.
Yeah.
Just gonna throw that out there.
Yep.
We'll see if he answers. We'll just ask the exact same questions and see if he gives the exact same.
Honestly,
answer.
I would almost be interested in hearing that.
That would
just
be
to
actually
see.
a nice social experiment.
Yeah.
To see
what answers he gives. Like
how
which
that
one
works.
is real and which one's not.
Are you good with Dark? Are you?
I'm fine
Starling?
with Dark. I love Dark.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Star Dog. We're boys.
Me and
Okay.
Dark are fine.
All right.
I love Lewis too.
You like Lewis?
I love Lewis.
Because there is a vital Starling thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's really a vital thing, but yeah.
Okay. But Lewis and Dark.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
No, me and Dark, Lewis, all good.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. All's fine.
Did you get interviewed by Dark or Lewis after the
No.
races?
But why would anyone interview
No,
me?
I was just going to say, to be fair to them, I never interviewed you either.
Why would anyone come to my... If anyone even came to my pit in Indy, I would have been like, what do you want to talk about? Me
There's
rolling
nothing.
around in last?
Yeah,
or
there's
like
nothing
what?
to talk to you about that. Yeah, that's a great point.
Better that they didn't.
Right. What's up, Dark? What's happening?
Just getting ready for Loretta's and trying to get some content together for Vital and doing a lot of writing.
Are you an alternate?
Nah, I mean, I probably
Why are you
could have
going to
been,
Loretta's?
but I did.
Why are you going to Loretta's?
Well, I'm going to go up there and do interviews with some of the riders. That's, because it's motocross, right? We're going to cover it.
Yep.
That's what journalists do, Steve.
I'm going.
Steve's going.
I'm going.
Well, why are you going? You're just going to hang out with your friends. I'm going to work.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I won't be producing any content. I guarantee you. Yeah.
But I'm also taking my Yamaha back because they're trying to get the 24s back here soon, and that's the easiest way is just to go ahead and drive up there. Michael Rich said to take it up there, drop it off with Yamaha, and they'll take it back to California, so I don't have to make the drive to California.
Yeah, I got a call about that. I'm not so sure I'm going to do that because I really like the anniversary edition.
Oh, okay. So I've gotten very, very comfortable on mine. I like it a lot, but Mike said they need it back before we get our 25. So
I don't think I'm doing that. I think I'm keeping my 24.
Well, you have a different program than I think I do.
I don't. I like that 24. I got it dialed in. You know, I want a hydraulic clutch. Also, which my 24 has. So yeah,
that hydraulic clutch is so good.
Yeah.
But then I got to give my purple wheels back. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer.
Dude, I got to take my mounts off, my motor mounts. I got to do my muffler, my wheels, suspension. Like, not doing it.
I did all that last night. It's back to stock form. Pulled everything off.
Are you getting another Yamaha back, or what are you picking up, or what are you getting?
I'm definitely getting a 25 KTM 350, and I am going to talk to Ulrich while we're at Loretta's and ask if I could also have a Yamaha because I definitely want one.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
KTM's pretty good. Throw that out there.
Yeah, I love the 350 platform in general. I had the 24 Husky, but I mean, Yamaha is a title sponsor of the Moto X Pod show, so I'm hoping I'll still get one.
Yep.
We'll see. I don't know yet.
Ryder Deep on the Pony Pod tomorrow night. Everybody, tune in.
Who
else?
Joe Shimoda, Casey Cochran also.
Okay. Wow.
Oh,
I almost got Cochran too. Just about.
I guess I need to get back to checking with you on Sundays. Or who are you thinking?
Yeah. Well, Chase didn't get back to me till 3:30. So.
Did he say yes or did he say no?
He said yes, but.
Oh. All right.
Another time.
He told me no.
Oh. Okay.
He told me no.
Okay. Yeah.
He didn't even read my
Thanks
message.
a lot, Chase.
He didn't?
No.
Oh, wow. Darkside. So what is going on with Instagram? What's happening?
What do you mean?
Well, you're posting things with song lyrics. You're taking it down.
Oh, shit, this was 2 weeks ago, Steve. And
so we're just moving on? Okay.
I don't know why anybody cares. I posted some Tool lyrics that hit me that day, and then my mom and sister were like, "What do those lyrics mean? I don't like them." So I said, "Okay," I took them down. And then I put up. I was just listening to music a lot that day, and then I posted some Red Hot Chili Peppers, and started getting bombarded by comments on that about why are you posting song lyrics, and I was like, well, fuck everybody, I'm just taking it off.
I think it was the timing though.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? You know all of us people, when we have our phones and we see something like that, we immediately go to your profile.
Yeah.
And we see other things are gone.
Uh-huh.
So then we're like,
huh.
Hey, man.
So,
yeah, you guys should have told me ahead of time what we were going to talk about, because I probably wouldn't have answered.
Dark, we care about you. That's all it is.
Well, A-Ray's worried. I'm worried. Justin's worried. Kiefer's worried.
About.
I'm not necessarily worried, but I care.
Way to play it off.
Yeah,
you're
care.
Worried. Just say you're worried.
We just love Dark. We just want him happy.
Well, he's got with the birds. I share the lonely view, and I feel.
That's what I'm saying. It was just the timing of it. You know, there's a backstory to it.
And status has changed, right? On socials, the status has changed.
Well, there were some photos that were up that are not there anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. So.
You don't even need me on here. You guys could have just talked about it amongst yourselves.
Are you okay?
I'm good, man.
Like, are you?
In all honesty, there were some dark days. Yeah.
But that's okay.
Intended.
Pain demands to be felt.
But yeah, man, it's just the distance got to be a little too much with that for it just didn't work out, unfortunately. But yeah,
the girls in from LA, boy.
I mean,
could have.
What? Don't post lyrics. Look, you can do what you want. So
yeah, Steve, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, man.
Don't do that.
It was a few moments of weakness.
it's too much like high school stuff, and then you take it down. It's just it's a lot.
But it's really great when your friends care about you and they just keep bringing it up with a platform of like 50,000 people listening. Thanks, man.
As soon as you did that, and then we're saying, did you see this? And then someone goes to it and it's gone. Now we're like I'm deep in these group texts and we're like going, oh my God, he pulled it down. Yeah. That's even worse than putting it up in the first place.
Once it's up, man, there's screenshots.
Yeah, man, what am I going to do?
No, we get it.
What's done is done, dude.
Are your listeners worried for you? Are your listeners concerned? Like, have you been getting...
well, after A-Ray said his piece on the show last week, my DMs, my texts, my emails were just the whole next day were like, dude, are you okay?
Yeah.
Everything okay? What's going on? I was like, fuck, what are you talking about? I didn't know A-Ray said anything. Yeah, it's great.
We just care. Friends. And a lot of people care. That's all.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah. Our sport might be big, but it's not that big.
A-Ray didn't call and check on me. He just talked about it on the Pulp Show and left it. That's how he cares.
That's how we communicate these days.
Sure. It's great.
You're communicating your feelings on social, and we were just communicating the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, everything. It was a rough week or so. Yeah, it was rough. It sucked.
Fuck my ass.
Love sucks, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, you got to try to find it. It's gonna happen. Just I don't know how or when, but just maybe. Lay off the song lyrics and the deep photos. I don't know, man.
It's good for your story, maybe, but maybe not a post.
Yeah, that would have been smarter, right? Because they disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Just put on a story.
Yeah, just put on a story.
Put on a story.
It was a moment or two or three of weakness.
So, Dark, you almost also okay. So we're all pulling for you. We hope you make it through.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
I think he's fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just saying, if you don't make it through, can I have your shop?
I mean, yeah, sure. Okay. Yes, you can come get it, throw it on a trailer, take it home with you.
Fantastic. All right, Dark. So if you don't make it, I get your shop. Everybody can hear it here on the show. So
sure, man. Thanks for your concern.
If you hang yourself with a belt from a ceiling fan, I get your shop.
Stop.
I hope you don't.
That's
I hope
far.
You don't.
That's far.
I hope you don't. I'm with you. You're my friend. I care about you. But if it goes sideways, I get your shop.
The ideal place to do that would be your ceiling when I come out there in a month.
Yeah, Dark's going to be co-host here coming up soon, everybody. Yeah. So stay tuned.
I don't know if you can
ever
reach
get me down
up there to get anything hanging up there. It's kind of tall.
I'm so poor. I don't even have a second floor. That's what this is supposed to be, a second floor, J-Star, and I don't have one.
Yeah. You have a walkway to a separate room that's outside.
I can't afford a whole second floor. I only have like the loft of a second floor. That's it. So.
You have a gorgeous house. We love your house.
You don't have Kellen Brower money.
Yeah, I don't have Kellen Brower money.
I heard he's got a huge house.
Yeah, this is the thing, Kellen.
I think you guys were actually talking about it. That's how I found out.
Yeah, no, exactly. Dark blue.
It's impressive.
See?
What is that, Moto News or something he does for?
Start Your Systems.
No, he's
on Moto Online.
Moto Online.
Yeah,
they must be solid.
No, that's video game money. He had it before.
YouTube. I'm telling you, YouTube,
Yeah.
Jeff. Like we were talking about with Jeff. It's there.
So, Dark, you almost had a breakthrough, a real scoop with Garrett Marchbanks. He was scheduled to be on your show the day he got fired.
He was. And then I was contacted from club. I reached out to Garrett, and he's like, yeah, I think it'd be better off to hold off. So, yeah, I was respectful. I didn't even mention it really on the show that night, what was going on. I didn't want to burn any bridges, man. I'm not really high enough up like you are where you can burn those bridges and nobody cares. I had to be careful.
I don't think it's a burning of a bridge, but if Garrett wanted to come on, I think you should have had him on. I mean, ultimately, he didn't want to come on, but you respect his wishes. But no matter what club says to me, I have Garrett on if he wants to come on.
Yeah,
But
I think, and I would have. Yeah, if he had wanted to do it, I would have. But he wasn't comfortable, so I think that's fair.
So then you had to scramble and get Alex Ray.
Yeah. Bottom of the barrel. O'Neill USA's Alex Ray.
Enjoy the ride.
Listen, you're coming on. He's going to be your co-host when you're here.
Yeah, I brought him in by FXR, though. That was great. So FXR brought...
I did hear that.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
I heard that. That was funny.
Yeah.
Well...
but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And the week of after Dallas, right?
So what days are you going to Loretta's?
You won't be. I'm going to go drive up Wednesday, so I'll be there for the final moto.
We're going to miss each other. Damn it.
See each other at the airport. Drive. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm going Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
So. I figured since I'm actually, like I said, going to actually try to do some work, I should catch the final motos and get results and all that stuff. So that made the most sense.
Probably a good point. How far of a drive is that for you?
Man, I forget. I think it's like 7 hours.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I don't remember because it's like 2 hours shorter than Nashville. So I don't remember, but it's not too bad.
Maybe you'll find some love on the road.
Hey, you never know. There's a couple truck stops along the way.
Are we scarred of this, or we're back in the pool, like we're jumping in, or are we taking time?
We're taking some time.
Yeah, okay.
Taking some time.
We'll get there when it's time.
We'll get there when it's
time. Yeah. No,
we're taking some time.
It's understandable.
It hurt, dude. It was I was all in.
Yeah.
So we're cool. We're cool. We got it. We're friends. We got to figure it out. It's just the distance isn't gonna work.
Yeah. With the birds, I share this lonely view, man.
Yeah.
But if it's just a distance, why don't you just head out there?
He can't. He loves where he lives. He's got too much going on.
I got my family here, man. I got a second grandchild coming. We're not going to get into all that. I mean,
I understand.
It was a possibility. I think that possibility is gone now.
Yeah.
So, moving on.
Wow.
But
Dark.
I appreciate your guys' concern, though. Keeper's been all over it. Like he checks.
Listen, I could never do what Kiefer
Kiefer's
does.
deep in it.
Yeah, he's deep into it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be. Yeah. Listen, this is probably the last time I want to talk to you about this because I don't really care after this.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to, just go on with our normal friendship. That's it.
Yeah. Where you make fun of other shit.
Yeah. But just please, for the love of God, no more of that Instagram posts and taking it down. Like, no more.
You're not wrong. I'm not going to argue
you
that.
Almost should do it one more time just to see what people say. But leave it up this time.
Starling, were we not, when we talked about having Dark on tonight, we were in the pool, enjoying our lives after a mountain bike ride, and we were both in agreement. What's he doing with these posts?
Yeah, it was, I mean,
dude.
Yeah.
The mind was not right, man. Love is a wonderful and terrible thing.
It happens. And a nice thing, it's not like if you hadn't learned your lesson and you just kept running with it and were still posting things, it'd be different.
I went through something in 2002 when I worked for Nick, and it kind of went shitty with Dark Steel, like Dark, and it was at a race, and dude, I couldn't even focus. Like I couldn't even remember. I was working on the bike and trying to do and I was fucking.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
I was just like.
He just did it when social media is so big.
All I had was my Nokia flip phone. So
I
really couldn't do much.
It's different, right?
Couldn't do much to my Nokia flip phone back then, but so.
I'm not one of those guys that are people that can kind of push it to the side. It definitely affects my every moment. It was rough. It was rough.
Just showed you cared.
Pulling through though.
Yeah, I mean,
did you have your friend Lewis? Did your friend Lewis help you?
He did. My friend Lewis had my back. He checks on me anyway every day. We have our daily talks, and he was very concerned. Like Or at least he acted like he was, and that's really all that matters, right?
Exactly.
He may not have actually cared at all, but he
might have had heat stroke at one of those times he was checking on you.
That's true.
It's possible.
I guess he finally got home. He hasn't answered me in like 2 days, but yeah.
Yeah, he got home tonight, I think. So
my parents are still trying to get home.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
All right,
hey,
Dark.
Spirit Airlines got me here perfectly.
Yeah, Spirit. And Southwest got me home.
I hope Spirit gets me home tomorrow.
Thanks for the time, Dark. We're going to have Ryder D on next to answer all the questions, so no need anybody to listen to the Pony Pod tomorrow because we'll have Ryder D with all the answers and questions. So.
Well, we'll come up with something different, whether it be maybe we'll just ask about. Please, I don't know. We'll come up with something totally off the beaten path. Hopefully, our listeners can email us and maybe just do a bunch of listener questions. We'll figure something out.
I'm going to send you one of my questions, and I just want you to ask the same one and just see if he notices it and see the answer. I'll send you all of them, and you just pick which one.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I would like to do that little experiment.
Darkside brought to you by Hallmark cards. When the time is right, send a card.
That was good.
Yeah.
For every occasion. Hallmark.
Thanks, Dark.
All right, see you guys.
See ya. That's Dark. Check it on our buddy.
I love Dark. Dark's a good dude.
He is a good guy.
Ever tell you how I met Dark?
No.
We were at WWE Ranch.
Oh, he got your name wrong.
Didn't even know. No,
didn't even know your name.
He goes, and we're here with, and he's looking at me, and he's like,
yeah.
And I was like, yep, all right, cool.
Yeah.
And then he was like, no, it's just a brain fart. I'm like, no, I get it, dude. It's all good.
No, I remember that. Yeah, I heard that story. All right, everybody. Our next guest on the show brought to you by DecalMX.com. Promo code PulpMX24 to save. DecalMX, their mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge from beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, magazine tests, DecalMX.com. Kiefer uses these, Red Bull KTM, Husqvarna Off-Road. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons. Thanks to Decal Works for making me some backgrounds for the Vet MXDN coming up in England.
Are they die cuts?
I haven't even opened them. But, I mean,
I get a box. I just want to rip into it.
They got a Canadian flag on them. I know that.
That's cool.
So thanks to the folks at DecalMX.com. Bringing you our next guest. Career best this weekend. This gentleman is really riding well lately and showing some big improvements on the TLD Gas team. It's Ryder D. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
So you're on the Pony Pod tomorrow. I didn't know this.
Yeah.
So make sure you give us everything, all the good stuff.
So he has nothing.
He has nothing.
Give him chopped liver.
Yeah, nothing. So
yeah. No, I back Darkside.
Sad.
Big Darkside fan.
All right, fine. He just broke up with his chick, so he's rough, but he's turned a corner.
I'll take it easy on him.
Yeah, don't bring that up.
Yeah, he's turned a corner.
Touch a subject.
Hey, by the way, I brought this up on a review pod. I thought we had you changing boots before practice. You sat down, you unbuckled them. You were getting heat from myself and Wilbur, maybe Frankie, and then you just buckled those things back up, Ryder D, and said, no, you took a stand. Impressive.
Yeah, I unbuckled 2 buckles, and I'm like, I'm just going to do what I want. So,
you know what? I'm going to do what I want.
Actually, the photos that I've seen, like, after, the boots weren't that bad.
They weren't.
You didn't think?
Once he was riding, they weren't that bad.
Dude, but red
would have looked better, in my opinion, yes.
Red would have looked better. He didn't have white. It was a choice of red or those things that he had on.
Yeah.
So.
But he also could have been more comfortable in that boot, too. Like, sometimes you do get more comfortable in a certain color, whatever it is, and it doesn't really matter what it looks like if you're more comfortable.
I like the fact that I'm like, dude, really? With those? And then everybody jumped on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he's like, red. And we're like, yeah, red. He sits down. He unbuckles them. And he just puts them back together and stands up and goes, no.
Hey, he backed it right back up with a fourth, though.
Yeah.
He was like, dude, I don't care what boot I'm in. Look, watch this.
Yeah, exactly. When you're getting
exactly what I told Steve.
Right. Exactly. It doesn't matter. And also, you had a bet with Frankie. You got to go back home to Bakersfield if you got a top 5. So I don't know if you're there right now, but you got to go back home and hang out for a few days. So.
Yeah. No, I'm in Bakersfield for the next 3 weeks. So.
Nice. So
we get to ride up here and have a good time.
Will you? But speaking of that, we were talking earlier with JT, and I had another factory rider text me. Will you ride this week at all, or will you take a week off just because of the grind and everything else?
No, I got some testing to do tomorrow, and then then I'll take almost a full week off. So
yep.
Yeah, I guess you can kind of play with it. Like, I know some guys that are going pretty hard this week and then maybe take the middle week off and then ride again. But, yeah, I just rather take this time off and then next week I think we'll hit it pretty hard. But
sure,
yeah.
Yeah, I can't blame you guys. Millville was a hot and humid one. This one was tough. Southwick is Southwick, right? This has been a grind, these 4.
Yeah, and I feel like I've came into my own schedule. I've been riding like once a week. Obviously, the tracks have been hard, like you said, so it's been hard to recover and everything. But, yeah, I feel like I've gotten to a groove of like kind of learning my body and only riding one time a week, and it's actually been pretty good for Saturday. So, yeah, you want to ride more, but at the same time, it's good to just only ride once.
Yeah, listen, and you're riding well lately. You're doing good things. 4th overall. You rode well at Millville. Redbud was good. Your starts have been good, which normally your starts are good anyways. But what do you sort of attribute, Ryder, this turnaround? Did something click? Did some testing happen? Did you change training? I know you went back to Baco for a little bit. Like, anything you can put your finger on for the last, say, month and a half that's been better?
I would say Frankie's obviously been a huge help. He's allowed me to go to Bakersfield and kind of have a little bit of freedom, which is hard, I think, for him to let me do that, but it worked. So, yeah, I think just having a little bit of freedom and going back home and riding the places I grew up riding, and then like I haven't touched the bike in 4 or 5 weeks, so I've been on the same setup. And it's just been getting comfier and comfier. So, yeah, I think it's a little bit of everything, getting more comfy with the bike. I didn't think it would take this long, to be honest. But, yeah, it's just the repetitiveness of getting on it every day and not looking at a green front fender anymore.
Yeah, your fitness is, I think it was a little off to start the motocross season, but it's been growing a little bit too, and you've been hanging in there more and more longer in the motos. So I think, to me, just from the outside, like obviously Bakersfield helps, and Frankie's been a big addition to the team. I get all that. For me, for whatever reason, Ryder D, which is not easy to do, you seem to have been building your fitness in the middle of this season. And I don't know why, because that's hard to do.
No, for sure. And that's the big thing I've noticed. And confidence has grew because of that. And like this weekend, I think I went back to 7th and then dug a little deeper and got Joey in the last lap. But I think it's just building every weekend and seeing how far I can go. If I can only go 20 minutes up front, then I can only do that. And the next couple of weeks, we'll try and go 25 minutes, and then that's kind of just been our goal over the last couple of weeks is, hey, let's just go one more lap this weekend, or maybe 5 more minutes or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just the small steps that have now turned into something big. So it's been good.
Starling, I think with Ryder D, and I think like when I talked to Ollie, more so in Supercross, because he did futures and did some nationals for Mitch and all of that, I think I've fallen into this trap a little bit, and maybe even because you've been literally reading about Ryder DiFrancesco for 100 years.
Yeah.
I fall into this trap where it's like, oh, wait, this is his first season.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we forget that, including myself.
I do. Because I don't know. I feel like I've seen him so much growing up that I feel like he's been around for a while. But no, I mean, his first year, and then you got that heat win too in was it San Francisco?
San Fran, yeah.
Yeah, like you've been killing it. You've been doing really well, and it's hard to, especially also when you line up at the first round with number 34, such a low number. You just think that you did a full year.
Yeah,
to
maybe
get a
that's
number
it.
that
Maybe
low.
that's a good point, Starling. Maybe it's the number, Ryder.
It's rare. Like Pierce Brown, Levi. Well, Levi's got a permanent, but Jalik 33, and he's been doing seasons.
Yeah.
Then you look at Ryder coming in his first full season, 34. You're like, oh, he's been around. He's been doing this. You know.
I just think Ryder. Maybe some of us forget this is your first full year on the grind.
Yeah, I mean it does. I have to remind myself that too, but the team always. They forget about it too, so it does make it harder. But so at some point, like I gotta look back and look at myself and be like, all right, this is my first full season. So, and it makes it a little bit easier. I'm pretty hard on myself anyways, but yeah, it's been an adventure so far, and I've done every single race, and that's all I really asked out of myself. That was my goal at the start of the season, so we're getting there.
Okay, so do you like Supercross or motocross better, and what do you think you're better at?
I think the more experience I have on Supercross, I'll be better at.
Okay.
Just because how I ride the bike, and I feel like I can do some pretty cool stuff. But yeah, I think the more experience I get on Supercross, the more comfortable I get, I'll be a lot better. Right now, I like outdoors, just because, like I said, it's what I grew up racing, and yeah, it's just a little bit easier. But yeah. I'm ready to see like improvements, because I might race Supercross here soon, and it's always nice to go back and see the improvements that you've made.
Sure.
I don't know if you can speak on this, but you mentioned you were testing tomorrow, and I've noticed like you and I think Vial are the only ones still running cone valves that I've noticed. Have you gone towards the route? Because I'm pretty sure Pierce is on that production fork, and then JB was on it. Is that something you're going to try, or have you been happy with what you have chassis-wise?
Chassis-wise has been great. I know Pierce is on I don't even know what he's on, actually.
It's just more of that production-based fork tube.
Yeah, it's more of a production fork.
Yeah.
So, yeah, honestly, I'm pretty clueless on that side of it, but, yeah, my stuff's been great, and yeah, no complaints. I mean, tomorrow is more, I think, chassis stuff. I know that we have a new frame coming out, so.
Yeah, so are you on that new frame yet, or are you still on the old one?
Oh, it's still on the old one.
Yeah.
So that's the stuff that we'll be testing here soon, and yeah, should be good.
I got a chance to ride the old, I mean, obviously I'm not a factory bike, but I got a chance to ride the older chassis and then the new chassis, and I was mind-boggled at how much better, to me, the new chassis was with just comfort.
Yeah, I haven't rode it yet, so that's good.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's really
that
little bit of rigidity I don't know how. Obviously, you're on a totally different bike than I could ever ride, but the little bit of rigidity that I felt was gone with that bike, and it just had a really good, like, plush feel, but it was still rigid enough to where it didn't, tweak anywhere.
Yeah. So the biggest difference I've felt from what I was on previous years, obviously last year and then this year, I like the plushness. Like I enjoy that softer side of it.
Yeah.
So
you're gonna love the new frame then.
Then yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
I'm stoked.
Hey, Ryder, if someone had told you at Hangtown this year, let me just pull this up here. 14-18. If someone had told you at Hangtown after second moto, hey man, you're gonna get fourth at a national this year, you would have been like, I got no chance, right? Or probably.
I mean, I hold myself to a pretty high standard, and like I love to see myself there that weekend. But yeah, when you're going through times like that, it gets it seems so out of reach. But now it's gotten closer and closer. So yeah, I'm stoked, and I would for sure tell you that there's no way at Hangtown I can go fourth overall this past weekend.
No, and that's where I'm impressed. Like I'm just a media guy watching from the side of the track, but like I told you after the Washougal, there were some moments where you're like, "Fuck, is this working? What's going on?" Like, because obviously, like you said, you hold yourself to a high standard, and all of us have been reading about you for a long time. But some of those races early on, I was like, "Oh shit," and I even texted Wilbur with like a worry emoji, Nobody. I wasn't making a judgment on you because you just started. I wasn't writing you off. Don't get me wrong there, because you got to give riders a couple.
You forgot
of years.
It was your first year.
Well, just you're just like, hey, this kid is one of the winningest amateur kids out there, and the expectation is higher than this. But here you are, fourth. Yeah, awesome job.
Yeah. Well, you're even thinking it like you can kind of only imagine the things I'm thinking too, like it gets pretty tough at a certain point, but I've always my parents have always taught me just to see it through and kind of never give up, but it's coming along.
Did you ride Washougal a lot? Have you been there like regionals or areas or anything like that? Like, was that?
No. I did a regional there. I rode the grass track though for a regional for the Redas, and that was really about it. So, but it's always nice. Like, it's pretty far from California, but just being on the West Coast, it kind of feels like home. I guess it's just a time difference or whatever. But yeah, it's nice rather than going all the way across to like New York or something.
Yeah, for sure. Ryder DiFrancesco here on the show, brought to you by the folks at DecalWorks, decalmx.com. Make sure you listen to this Ryder interview and not the one tomorrow night. This one's the dude's been injured a ton, so good job.
No, for sure. And we've always been, I don't know, we grew up together, but we're a little bit of like rivals, I guess you could say.
Sure.
Like we'd always race each other, and but yeah, like right now I'm probably one of his biggest fans, and I'm stoked for him. So yeah, it's cool to see, and yeah, so much respect to a guy like that can just keep coming back and dealing with it. But yeah, now look at him, he's getting top 10 finishes, and yeah, I think he'll come around for sure.
Yeah, it's just nice to see because, man, that kid's been through a lot, and you're just like, is this ever going to work? And who knows if he gets to the point of where somebody told me he was, maybe one of the best 80 riders ever. I don't follow the amateurs that closely, but that's what I was told. And to see him where he at is good job for him. So that's awesome.
It is. It's good.
What do you think of? So we got Unadilla and Buds and Ironman. What's your thoughts on those three?
Buds and Ironman are a couple of my favorites.
Yeah.
So I led a long time last year at Ironman.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
And then the first year I went there, I won the Combine, the first ever one. So there's some good races there. And then Bud's Creek, my last year, was my first time. So yeah, I'm stoked. Unadilla's fast. It's a bit scary.
Fast and just follow the rut.
Yeah, it's like a slot car track.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one's, I mean, they're all fun. I'm really looking forward to SMX. I did good there last year.
Yeah. You were killing it in Charlotte.
Charlotte was a good one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess it's just something different. I guess like it was that question mark that everyone had. I guess it made it a little bit more equal for everybody. So yeah, it was fun.
Did you ever get to race any of the speedway tracks? I don't think so. I don't think you've done one
No,
besides
I didn't.
Charlotte.
No.
You weren't. You didn't do Atlanta, Daytona. You were opposite coast.
Yeah.
I would do Daytona Amateur Day, but
not the same.
That doesn't count.
Yeah, not the same.
We got a call for you on 3. Kevin's got a question for Ryder D. What's up, Kevin? What's your question?
Hey, Ryder, I'm wondering if you got any tips for upcoming pro rider.
Any tips?
Upcoming pros?
Yeah, any tips for up-and-coming pro riders?
I don't know. I would just say keep grinding. Yeah, it's tough. The question. I mean, obviously, it takes a lot of hard work and time. But yeah, I would just say don't give up and see it through.
Thanks, Kevin.
For
Thanks.
sure.
Yeah, now that you're, I mean, look, again, like I said earlier, we've been reading about you forever, right? I think on this show 6 years ago, I was saying you need to get a haircut. I don't like your hair when you were a little kid. And all of that. But now that you've made it, Ryder, and you top 5 of the Nationals, and you appear to be on the way and things are going, is this everything you thought it would be? Is this more work? Is it more serious? Less fun? I mean, the money's good, but the travel's gnarly and the workload's gnarly. Like, where are you at as a first year, amateur phenom, getting his feet wet against these dudes that are pretty gnarly out there? What's it like?
No, I did not. I never thought it'd be this tough. Like,
okay, yeah,
I knew like the racing and everything would obviously get tougher as I moved through the ranks, but it's the travel and like figuring out. Like, I'm just getting into. Like, I think this is why the results are coming in now. Like, in a routine of finding how much I can ride and like finding. Because I've never rode this much in my life during the week and racing every weekend, so it's like still trying to find the fun in it and still putting in the work at the same time. So I think it's the racing part is almost the easiest part. It's everything else that goes into it that's tough. So I mean, we're here now, and it's everything I've dreamed of, and I love every second of it, but at the same time, you got to find, I think, that routine. And I never thought it would be like this for sure. Thought it was all just sunshine and rainbows for
Well, you didn't lose too much. You didn't, you had a very good, successful amateur career. So
and I think that makes it even tougher too. Like, having such a high success rate as an amateur, and then coming in here, you get humbled, and it's tough. But I don't see myself too far away from being right where I was amateurs.
What do you like to do for fun? What do you do like on an off day or whatever? You're up in Baco. I don't know what the hell you do.
Up in Baco.
What the hell do you do?
I love riding stand-up jet skis. That's like my main thing right now.
Dude, that would be fun.
Yeah, go hang out in the lake and just be mellow. Obviously, my other house is in Costa Mesa, so I can go down to the beach whenever I want. And
what do you got for a stand-up? You got a Cowie or you got Yamaha?
We get Yamaha Superjet.
Superjets, yeah.
Yep.
I had one back in the day. They're 750s now, aren't they?
I think they're 701s.
Oh, okay.
I don't know anything about those things.
You never rode? You're from Florida.
I know, but
so much fun.
It's more like jump behind a wakeboard boat and go wakeboarding.
Stand-up jet skis, I don't ride them. I haven't ridden one for 15 years, I bet you. But, dude, I've had so much fun on those over the years.
Yeah, they always look fun.
Yeah, they're great. Are you pretty good at them? Like submarines and stuff?
Yeah, I'm decent. Like, I mean, obviously I can't flip or do anything, but I can get around decent on one, and it's nice when it's 115 up in Bakersfield and there's nothing else to do.
So you got I'm Bakersfield residents, don't get angry at me, but what's up there for lakes and stuff, and what do we got?
We just got a couple private lakes that are like half decent.
Oh, okay.
There's not much. I mean, obviously, it's probably exactly where you live, out in the middle of the desert.
Yeah. So, I think I've told you this. I think I've told you this on the show before, but I spent some time in Baco with the great Ray Crum back in the day. Yeah.
So I'm best friends with his son, which is a small world.
That is a small world, yeah. Crummy was a good rider.
Crazy.
He was a good rider.
Yeah.
He was a top privateer dude back in the day. And so my guy that I worked for in 97, which is before you were born, he knew Ray really well. So we went up there and rode some sand track thing. I don't remember, a couple days a week.
Still there.
Probably.
No, still there. Bobby Bonds. You probably know him.
Yeah.
There's a couple other kids, but yeah, all the tracks are still there.
Oh, wow.
Go ride them this next week.
I was there. So who maintains your practice bike up there and all that? Who's doing all that?
Right now, just be me and my dad.
Dad's changing oil and swapping motors out if he needs to?
Yeah, pretty local, pretty back to grassroots, which is it's nice. My dad loves it.
I like this. I like this story of the kid going back home.
It's working for Keir and Chase.
Yeah, really,
so,
right?
That's the ticket. I'm going to get my dad to stop working for the AMA and come help me out.
Props to Frankie and Ollie and even Roger Ian, if it went up that high in the totem pole, for letting Ryder go back home and do some of this.
Teams need to start doing that more, though. It works.
I know, but they don't want to. They don't want it.
But they need to start.
I know. I couldn't believe it, Ryder. Mitch, I never thought Mitch would let Ty back to Texas with the bike and all that. Like, he just doesn't. He just doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, that mind boggled me.
And I said to him, I go, he's back in Texas, and Mitch is like, yep. And I'm like, holy shit! And he goes, I told him he better have a good practice bike, guy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, Mitch Payton getting soft. There's no way Mitch is letting you go back to Baco, Ryder.
No, I asked him a couple times, and it was always a hard no.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Master Pool. I guess when you fill in and win, maybe you could just do whatever you need.
Yeah, I guess you
maybe Kitchen just broke that ice there a little bit,
Yeah, he told me he would not have been able to sign Kitchen if he hadn't agreed to let him train at Sandbox. So
that's wild.
Speaking of that, Ryder, do you want to go east and base yourself out there at all for a month or two or anything? Any talk or would you want to do that or anything?
There was talk that I was going to do it probably like right about now in the outdoor season, or a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
But it is hard to move all your stuff just for a month. Like, I think, it's a big commitment, and I see, like, obviously Florida's a good place, but I don't think it would make me any better. Like, maybe it would. It'd be a change of tracks. But, yeah, I like staying out west. I've always been a California boy. And,
right.
Yeah, I like staying out here.
I could see them just being like, hey, go there for a month or two, and then you'd be like sweating your balls off. And
dude, it just fucking rains every day.
Yeah, 2 o'clock, right? 2 o'clock?
Yeah, about 2 to 3. It's just going to be a downpour, so try to get done before then. And, yeah, it's about 100 degrees, and you're sweating as soon as you walk out the door. So that's pretty much what it is. But I was just looking at Loretta's stuff, and the first year you won Loretta's was my last year in pro there.
Oh,
if that doesn't make me feel old, that's kind of wild. But no, I wanted to see, like, so obviously with the 4th place, like, your goal is to finish the outdoors to get on the podium. But do you have any other, like, little goals you want to check off, like, you know, whole shot, lead some laps type thing, or are you just kind of like whatever gets me to the podium?
I would say, yeah, two whole shots and lead as much as I can.
Yep.
I haven't led a lap this year, so that would be my first goal. And yeah, I think this weekend kind of showed me the pace that I need to obviously go and be out front. So
yeah, that first moto was good.
It was really good.
Yeah.
And, my next step's a podium, and over the last couple of weeks, it's been like a 7th overall here, a 5th overall, or 6th overall there, and now it's a 4th. So
well, if you follow the trajectory, you're headed to the podium.
Be spraying that champagne soon.
Yeah.
How weird does Will Hahn get sometimes with you, like with off the wall questions and things he talks about? Do you sometimes?
I mean, you know just as well as I do, but.
Dude, I'm in a group text with him. I can't get out of this one group text with him, and I'm like, I got to get out of here because this is highly inappropriate. I don't want to talk about these things.
Rated R, always.
Always. And I'm just like, I don't want to talk about this stuff. I got to go. But it's one of those group texts, I don't know, because either I started it or I was the first one. I don't know, but you can't leave it. You know, you can leave some group texts. You can't leave others. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Yeah, you can't leave.
Sometimes I forget he's, like, I always think he's 19 years old like I am.
Yeah, that's actually a great way to put it. Like, sometimes I'm like, is this guy serious right now? He's a father. He just had a baby. He's a father. And I'm just like, I don't want to talk about this, Will.
Never grow up, Will. Never grow up.
No, he's not. He's not going to grow up. He's not.
He's also the greatest person, so.
Yeah. He's a child. He's a man in a child's body.
Yeah.
With a child's mind? Or I don't know how that works, but.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can say no comment to this, but what have they told you about next year?
No comment.
Okay.
No comment.
All right.
You probably know more than I do, honestly.
Really?
Yep.
I don't feel like I know that much.
He's going racing. That's all that matters.
Yeah, you got a contract. I know that.
Yeah, I'll be on an Austrian bike.
Yeah, you will be on an Austrian bike, and hopefully continuing to raise your level for sure. So you are looking forward to SMX, huh? You're on board?
Yeah, I'm excited. I know some people are like, I don't want to do 3 more races than we have to, but
yeah. I mean, I guess the money's good.
I'm
right?
excited. I like it. Money's nice. I like money.
Yeah.
So.
What'd you win last year? Do you remember what it was?
Almost probably 20K or something.
Yeah. It's not so bad.
It's a lot different than the 450 class, huh?
Yeah.
It's a lot lower. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what last in the 450 was like 25.
You know, when you
should have been. Yeah, I don't have to look
somewhere
back,
around there. Yeah.
I mean, it was good money.
Yeah. Regardless, that's a good little bonus at the end for 3.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about Will and his maturity level, and then I'm like, wait, Barsha's not much better.
That just seems like a fun team.
Yeah, so like between Bam and Will, there's highly inappropriate conversations going on, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, it's fun for me because I feel like we're all the same age as
I mean,
we're all just
Ryder D's like there's Barsha. He's 15-year pro, but he's just like me.
The video they had for signing Ryder was people need to do that type of stuff, and that was funny. That was awesome.
No, that was great.
I hope I up the bar. Like I want people to do that and do the same thing that I came out with.
The next team doing that is 100% Lars.
You think?
And Honda.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those type of dudes, they're funny. With the Lawrences involved somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're the type of dudes that would do that.
And I could have seen Bam during that filming loving it.
Oh.
Loving it.
Hey,
one
100% effort at all times from Bam.
That's what I was just talking to somebody about Bam. Like, he hasn't always liked me. And I've said some things about, and let's face it, he does some dumb stuff on the track. I've told him that to his face. But I admire the fuck out of him because, dude, he, like Ryder just said, 100% effort on that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Indoor, off the track, on a bicycle, on a dirt bike, like
24/7.
Right? The guy just grinds.
24/7.
I've always admired that about him, Ryder. I guess that's probably something you could pick up from too, right? Like,
yeah, for sure. And the funny story is I'm a huge Jason Anderson fan.
Okay,
Like,
I didn't know this. Okay,
love it. So like when I started on the team, I've never, because obviously they always get into it.
Yes.
So I'm always on Jason's side. But the more I've got to know JB, the bigger fan I've been of him. So like he's super cool. Like you said, 100% effort at everything. But yeah, it is funny because I'm the biggest Jason fan.
I didn't know this.
Obviously they get into it, so I'm like, when they get into it, I just no comment.
Yeah. So even when Jason was on Husky, when you were younger, like still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when Jason and Cole were going at it back 250s, I've always.
You were just JA guy.
A huge fan. A JA guy, always.
And have you talked to him at all, much or anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
He came and rode the TLD track, the Supercross, a couple days, which is nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, his talent level on a bike and the stuff he does is unmatched. So
yeah, he's impressive.
The things I can work from him are insane.
JA
I'm
doesn't
always,
like me.
huge fan.
Doesn't like me either.
Anderson doesn't like me. Yeah, he doesn't like.
Doesn't like me.
Doesn't. Yeah.
No.
Not a fan of you either.
Nope.
He blew you out on social, didn't he?
No, I blew him out.
You blew him out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how it went. Okay. Yeah.
So the guy he is on the track and the guy he is off the track is like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. I'll say that. So we got into it in A2 in 2023, and as a lapper, like I always just try to hold my line, but I wasn't moving fully out of the way. But I thought that would be dangerous with where we were. We were going wide open across the straight, U-turn, wide open across. It was super fast. So I was just staying straight without cutting over. Came over the finish. He had won the race too. He had lapped me going up the finish line phase. Screams at me.
Oh yeah.
Just let into me like mother effing me this, that. People pay to see him race. So I just blew him out on social media. Like, that was like, okay, I'm sorry, but like, I don't know. I shouldn't have tweeted what I tweeted, but then I talked to him on the track walk and it's like nothing ever happened. But then you go on the track and he like hates you again. And it's like, you know what? At least you can separate the two, you know? Like, I'll give him that.
I like Bam because after he T-boned you, be like, that was fun. It was a fun race.
That was awesome.
Yeah, you're like, hey, Bam, that guy on the ground, that's not fun. He doesn't
Where'd your
think it's
shifter
fun.
go?
Right.
Oh, I broke it off. Sick, yeah.
Sick, yeah. The one thing about Bam is just hilarious is he's just like, yeah, that was fun. Yeah. And you're like, I don't know, Bam. That didn't seem fun.
Half my spokes are missing. Yeah, that was sick.
Didn't seem fun for that guy that's on the ground over there, but Bam is great. Yeah, I like the effort that he gives for sure.
Yeah.
So you have to admire that, absolutely. Ryder DiFrancesco here on the show, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Pulp24 is a code to save with DecalMX.com. Again, Red Bull KTM guys using it and more. So please check them out when you can, and appreciate it. All right, anything else for Ryder D?
No, my other question I had, you already asked them.
Oh, I already asked it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I guess you don't need to do the pony pod tomorrow then, Ryder?
No, you're good.
You're all set?
Spilled it all here.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. Dark's our guy.
Yeah, we need to be easy on Dark. Be easy on him.
So are we running the same boots at Unadilla again? Like maybe that was
Dude,
it?
you better, honestly. It's
Depends
working.
on the kit, but yeah.
Shouldn't depend on the kit with what you wore with the last one. Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, listen, there was no kit that wasn't going to match those boots more than the ones you wore at Washougal, so I can't see it getting any worse. You know? So
the kit looked good though. The all orange, I really liked it.
Yeah, but
it was good. It's something different.
Yeah, no, it was nice.
Well, the one thing about TLD, you're always going to get like something different, color or look. Like I'm not always a fan of everything, but it's always like unique.
I also really liked the all red seat.
Oh yeah,
I thought that looked good.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I think we should just run that.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I think it goes better with the whole bike.
Yep.
Cool, man. Well, hey, good job at Washougal. Good job recently overall for sure. Really, really cool to see this playing out. And yeah, man, you're a good kid. So hopefully, you keep this going for the rest of the year and through the SMX and everything else. So awesome.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you're killing it.
Thanks, Ryder.
Thank you.
All right, see you. That's Ryder D, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at DecalMX.com. Yeah.
I'm a fan of him. He's
riding
cool.
well.
Yeah.
He's riding well. And like I said, there were some times earlier in the summer I was like, holy shit, that ain't good. But Dude,
I don't think I paid too much attention to him. So I didn't really notice where he was at before, but the last few weeks it's hard to not notice him.
Yeah.
Which is
he's always
thing.
a good starter.
Yeah.
So earlier in the year he was getting some starts, but getting shuffled, you know. But listen, man.
No, he's riding good.
Working on it, and it's good to see. Ethan's on one. Ethan, what's up, man?
Hey, I have a question about the tire choice. So for Millville, right, they were talking about Cooper and how he really didn't like that he had to run the scoop to really get any start.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if, it would be any good idea if they could, regulate the tire choice for outdoors, because obviously they're not going to do that for Supercross. But
I don't know why do you want that? Why do you think that you like? I like the fact that they can do whatever. What's your idea behind it?
It seems kind of like iffy. Like why are they gonna force? It's basically like playing into his hand already. He has to choose a scoop or else he's screwed for the start, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So I mean, or either need to not till the straights or regulate it, because otherwise, right?
But if everyone's on a scoop, then what does it matter, or vice versa, or whatever? I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. It's so dependent on that scoop to start, but everyone's got one, so we're all even, right? I don't know. I know what you're saying, but I don't know. I kind of like that.
Why do they till the start? To slow it down? Is that a thing?
Maybe at Millville, because it is a fast
Millville's
start.
fast, but is that why they till that? Can they not just do a flat start?
Sure, they could. Yeah.
Would you think that would change people's minds on tire?
It might. Yeah.
I don't know, just something I thought of. I don't know if that's
I think they do the same depth around the whole track, right? They just have
but that's what I'm saying. But would it change their minds for the start at all, do you think? I don't think it would. But
yeah, I don't think it would either, because you just got a pattern of a scoop is just.
Didn't everyone like a harder pack track anyways?
Some cases, yeah.
Move around more?
Some cases.
Yeah.
So, Ethan, I don't know. I'm not with you. I know what you're saying. I get it. But not to me. I think it's fine the way it is. And, you can sacrifice some of the stuff with a scoop, then get benefits on the other side. So, I'm kind of not with you, Ethan.
Yeah. What about Paula, where they, I know, wasn't Phil talking about how he hated Paula and they have to run the scoop on Paula, right?
Yes. Yeah, Paula, okay, so that's a better point for Paula because it's harder packed than Millville is on jump faces and things like that.
But that's just strictly for the start.
But I don't think everybody used it. I think there was more, it was more of a varied choice between those two, paddle or non-paddle, non-scoop or scoop, But some guys, the scoop is definitely needed on the start. So, Paula, okay, sure. I get it. But, I don't know, ride the lines you want to ride, and it's not that the scoop is dangerous.
No.
It just doesn't work as good.
It just changes everything with the bike. It makes it turn weird.
Right.
It kind of jumps strange. I don't like the scoop personally, but I also don't ride enough outdoors for me to get used to the scoop. Because you would never use it in Supercross.
You never use it in Seattle or anything like that?
No. It's such a hard base, and half the time you're on the plywood at that point, whether it's muddy or something.
Thanks, Ethan.
Yeah, that was kind of my point, because Starling just said he hates the feel of it. That's kind of my point of it's the riders don't like how it feels. Well, why use it?
But I also don't have enough time on it to get used to it. It'd be like someone jumping on Supercross suspension twice a year for a day. They'd be like, this stuff is terrible. But once you get used to it, it's not so bad.
I got you.
You know what I mean? It's not that I think the tire is bad or anything. I just don't have, for one, I've never had a bike setup that works for it because I've never tested with it. So that just changes a lot of things.
Thanks, Ethan. Thanks, man.
Cool, thanks.
All right. Thanks, Ethan, for calling in. Michelin, thanks to the folks at Michelin, michelinman.com/motorcycle. To learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. And follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook. 6 versions: sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, hard versions. And please check it out, Michelin Starcross 6 tire range. I've got these on the Blue Crew in the garage that it may or may not be a little dirty right now. Starling.
Who knows?
Starling put in a group text. blew me out.
But you just basically said what it was there. But
I
yeah,
know. But,
no, thing's dirty.
Michelin
I
Silica.
asked you what the dirt was from, and you had zero
I
idea
haven't
from when the
ridden-
last time you rode.
Yeah, so we're July,
where it was from.
Dude, we're July 22nd.
You think Glen Helen?
I think Glen Helen in early June. I think I haven't ridden for over a month for sure. I need to get riding. I do. It's just, my tracks are closed up here.
Do they close to the heat?
Yeah, or other issues,
down?
just closed or whatever. Mesquite's not working, so yeah, I haven't been able to ride. I need to do it. Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history, building custom vehicles since 1983. I saw one of these not that long ago. Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram. You're a Toyota guy. Not on this list. They're bringing the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership. And best of all, retains a factory warranty. RockyRidgeTrucks.com. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of. RockyRidgeTrucks.com. And still has a factory warranty. So check them out for the cool build-em-up trucks. They basically get a stock truck, slap on all their brands, make the truck super bitchin', and then
one-stop shop.
Yeah, exactly. And easy to do. We have Derek on 3. What's up, Derek?
Hey, man, I was just curious what team you guys see Christian Craig going to next season.
He's talking to Hep Suzuki. I don't know if that's going to work. Maybe I heard us training at Star, like test rider, trainer, fill-in guy at Star. Maybe.
I heard that.
He's had some good luck over there in the 450s, but I think he ultimately ends up at Suzuki.
I think he ends up at Hep.
You know, so that's
Right
what
on.
that's what I would bet, man. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Race Tech Rant coming up as well. Adam has some questions for Starling. What's up, Adam? What's your question for Justin Starling?
Starling, man, I had just a couple quick questions about your privateer program last year.
Yep.
I just purchased a bunch of this bike wash Sizzy Clean. What'd you think of that last year?
It's good. No, it's super good. And the nice thing about it is it doesn't leave like any marks behind, even when after you wash it off. That stuff works really good. I actually really like it. Also is really good on your boots.
Oh, sick, dude. Yeah. All right,
No,
I
big-
just had a
big
couple
fan of that
questions about
stuff.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Thanks, dude.
Yep,
All right,
no
thank you,
worries.
man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That stuff is good.
Let's talk a little bit about your program. Let's do that before we do the Race Tech Rant. Honda this past year, one main event. You've been really good the last.
No, 3. Come on, I made a triple crown. Just kidding.
You've been really good the last few years. You know, one
Yeah.
of the top privateers in Supercross every year. This year, not so well. I've admired that you've built this infrastructure of your team and your
Yeah.
sponsors. And one year you drove everywhere. The next year you kind of
Started
flew
to
a little
fly,
bit.
yeah.
And then this year was god awful. You had
Yeah.
shock problems. You broke a bunch of shocks.
Yeah.
Couldn't figure out. Had FC involved. Had Matt from Active Ride
Yeah.
involved.
Showa involved.
Showa was
yeah.
involved.
Honda, Lars, all those guys all involved. Yeah.
Yeah. So garbage year. So you teamed up with Kevin Morantz. You'll be
Yep.
back on a KTM.
Yep.
For this year, you and Kevin, buddies.
Yep.
Kevin, of course, is the ultimate hustler privateer.
Gets things done.
Why'd you do this decision? What came about it? And talk about it a little bit.
Well, married now.
Yep.
Have a little baby girl at home. Want to spend more time at home, honestly, and I also want to get more riding in. With my program, there's times where, especially like going into next year, like it'd be really tough with my results to get funding because it was a garbage year. And I had spoken to Kevin because I knew he was trying to grow his program more. And I'll be honest with you, I really just wanted to get back on an Austrian brand bike. Going to the Honda was fully my decision. I rode it a lot in the off season and loved it. Still loved the bike. It just didn't work. It just wasn't the right bike for me. Never got comfortable, and I think a lot of that has to do with all of my issues I had, kind of even starting back in Paris. Just kind of lost the trust in what was going on. And by the end of the season, I was pretty over it, honestly. Like, I didn't really want to be there anymore.
Right.
Like, it was getting bad, and every time I was like, hey, we're good, something happened, and then I'm just like, okay, and then it gets to the point where I'm not even riding during the week because I don't have parts because it's just a mess.
You were kind of a shadow of your former self, for sure.
Not even a shadow. I wasn't even in the building, like it was just darkness in there. So it was bad. It was my preseason was pretty bad as well, just from the issues that we had going into the season, and then it snowballed, and then it got to the point where I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, do I try to change it now, or do I just finish out the season and make a change? And I had spoken to Kevin a good bit starting back in – actually, I think our first conversation was Indy before I made the main.
Yeah. And he elevated his program this year.
Yeah.
Right? He took a step up.
Yeah,
too.
well, he went from riding for Next Level to doing his own deal. And he had gotten hurt right before Daytona, and he had to have a filling guy. And he's like, man, I don't want to have to do a filling guy next year. Like, it'd be cool if I could do 2. And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm interested in doing something like this, you know, and it's not going to cost him a bunch of money and all these things. So the biggest thing was I wanted to go back to an Austrian brand bike, and we started talking and came to a pretty good agreement that I'm super happy with. He's happy with. We have Garen from, Champion Tool Storage is fully involved, and it's a good spot for me. I want to take less time building a program and do more riding. I'm going to start at the Lawrence compound this year and go all in. Yeah. Really. That's all I can do. It's kind of a put out or shut up type situation for me for next year. And I think getting back on, as soon as I got back on the Austrian brand bike, I was like, okay, this is what I should have rode.
You've been back on one.
I've been on it for about a month
now.
Which
you were on a gas for the past few years.
Yeah, I mean, I was on an Austrian brand bike for 7 years, minus the little stint with Chaparral Honda, which that didn't go well either. So, I just think that as an amateur, the Honda was nice for me, and I think as a professional in Supercross, it just wasn't right for me. I love predictability in a motorcycle, and I struggled to find that. And I don't know if that's fully the Honda's fault, and I think it could have been a little bit of mine with the issues we were having to where we didn't get to that level to find that predictability. We're always chasing just getting to the track, basically. Yeah. And I jumped on the KTM. Kevin got me a bike early, which was awesome. And I love it. It's so good. Yeah. It's just so nice to ride the thing. And I was talking to Chase about it too. I'm just like, dude, it's just so predictable. I don't have to guess where the thing's going to tweak or twitch or anything. It's just always perfect. Yeah. I think going back into next year, you'll see me back the way it's been. I'm in better shape right now than I think I've ever been. And I have months to prepare. Yeah. So yeah, we'll be good going into next year. And like I said, the bike is great. We're going to make some pretty big changes with the bike going into Supercross, but I'll be riding with the Lawrences.
You're able to do your own thing on suspension and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I'll be back where I was last year, ultimately. Right. That's what I'm going to do. And that was what I talked to Kevin about, was give me a little bit of freedom in some things to where I can kind of do my own thing instead of, following whatever you're doing with some things. Give me my freedom to where I can make myself happy, and I'll do my job.
Is Kevin, how much is he making on the vlogs and the stuff he sells and all that? Is that where his money's coming from? I mean, Champion's Tool Storage for sure is the big guy, but
it has to be. I don't know. I don't ask those questions, I wish I should, because I do the YouTube thing too a little bit, and it'd probably be good for me to make some money off that. But
so you're basically, are you getting your expenses covered? And then you can profit off gear and
I'm not getting any money up front.
Yeah.
I'm going to ride for free. Yeah. But the biggest thing is I'm going to all have to worry about is getting to the track and then go home. And, after a year that I just had, I can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah. And the purse money's better, and you can scrape a little bit of contingency from these people.
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you, going into, this is no slap in the face to any sponsors I had this year, but I had no bonuses this year, which didn't matter. I wasn't even going to get them anyways. After the last couple of years I've had, no one wanted to bonus me because the last few years I've grabbed all the bonus money there was. Yeah. So this year I had a little bit more salary money, but no bonus. So next year I should be able to get some more bonuses and then be able to get some money that way. So I basically just told Kevin and Garen, let me make my money. I'll get myself taken care of. Yeah. Give me the freedom and make sure that I'm taken care of to practice at the Lawrences with parts and stuff like that. And
and I think too, for guys, and I tell people this, let you have your suspension work, let you do all that. Yeah. Don't force any sort of things that you don't want to use. Yeah. Make sure you're comfortable.
That was my whole thing. It's if you give me control over my chassis, we're good. Yeah. Like that. I don't care what gear you want me to wear or whatever.
Do you know what gear you're wearing?
I don't. No, that's Kevin's deal. Yeah. That's fully up to him. I'll be in 6D again. Yeah. A lot of the stuff should stay the same with that stuff, but when it comes to the gear, that's Kevin's deal. I wouldn't get any money from anyone else anyways.
Wolf Sport?
Whatever it is, I couldn't care less.
Kenny gear?
What was the something with a Z? LBZ.
Maybe
some LBZ over the boot type thing.
We got OG gear.
Yeah,
Cade wears.
That stuff actually looks pretty good. No, Cade wears pure adrenaline.
Oh, sorry. I got
you're a wrong guy there.
Sorry, man. I can't keep up with pure adrenaline, OG, and CBS and CBJ and Canvas, and I can't keep up.
No, but it's going to be a good program. And like I was telling you earlier, it's early now, right? But I've been on quite a few teams throughout my professional career, you want to call it. And I've never been treated this good.
Good.
I've never had to. Kevin's been like, "Hey, what do you need? What is it that you need? Like for practice, this, that. I have sprockets are on the way. Like just little stuff. Like usually I'm like begging teams for this stuff.
Yeah.
And
Kevin's a hustler. He's built himself a nice program.
Yeah, he was like, "Hey, I'll get you a bike like now." And I was gonna just keep riding the Honda through the summer. He's like, "No, I'll get you a bike now." And I'm like, "Okay." And he goes, "Yeah, go pick it up. It's at the dealer." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And yeah, I can't thank Kevin enough. Honestly, like I guess you could say he's keeping me racing. I don't know if I would be if it was.
You guys
for
are
him.
probably going to end up banging bars at some point next year.
Oh, I tell him all the time, like my whole goal is to make him look like the worst rider on our team because I'm going to beat him every weekend.
Yeah. Well, and listen, he's talking about redemption for you. He needs it too. He didn't have a good year.
No,
he crushed it the year before, but both you guys are.
It was a rough year, but I mean It was tough. He struggled with bike stuff. He's on the new chassis now, and he's like, I can't believe how much better it is. I'm on the new chassis, and I can't believe how amazing it is. The program is going to get bigger for next year.
Which the new chassis is the special edition.
Yes.
Factory edition.
Yeah, the 24-5-25.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's the one with like the cutout and the chalk thing and like the smaller linkage.
Right.
And the program is going to grow for next year. It's going to be even better. I'm super honored to be a part of it. I know that sounds like, I'm blowing them or something, but like it's awesome. Yeah. It's really, really nice. Yeah. The communication's unbelievable as well.
And listen, the Lawrence's ain't cheap, so you're investing in yourself.
Yeah, that's out of my pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's no team money going to that or anything. That's me. But just like I told my wife, because she was like, "Hey, are you sure?" And I'm like, "Well, you spend money to make money.
Yeah,
we're gonna save money on the program. Why wouldn't I go ride with the Lawrences? Yeah. Why wouldn't I go ride with Chance Hymas? Like, Rant, like those are the guys I'm gonna race, and they're the best. Yeah. Like, might as well, And so I expect next year to be good. We'll have some preseason racing going into the season.
Yeah, you're gonna do some German races again.
Yeah, I'll do the German stuff again. It looks like we'll do Paris again as well. Fast cross in Italy. So we have quite a few coming up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, starting in September, I'm just gonna grind. Like
big year for you,
I feel like I'm in the best shape I've ever been in, and I've been just working on base stuff. So like I'll have a good base going into the season. Where like last year I had none because like I got married, honeymoon. Mm-hmm. There wasn't a whole lot of the training preseason, and then it was just like issue. So there wasn't a base built.
Yep.
But I mean, if I had got into some mains, like I would have been fit. Like I don't know. My year wasn't good. Yeah. Anyways, whatever. But no, I feel like I'll be really good going in next year, and I'm really happy with the bike. Yeah. And like I said, good. Kevin's been
You're going to be
amazing.
3-digit guy.
Yeah.
You're going to be 3-digit guy for
the
first time
since 2011. No, 2012.
2012.
Yeah.
12 years.
Rough. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just a number. Going to be one something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
We'll start it with a 1. 100 will be available. Maybe I'll do 100. I don't know. We'll see. But start from scratch and then do Supercross. And then, the goal next year is SMX.
Yep.
So we'll do outdoors as well and just grind.
Yeah.
And I would do everything I can, Yeah. I have a very big year ahead of me.
So you're gonna do some outdoors?
Yeah, I need to, honestly. The Europe stuff is fun and all that, but when you look at the SMX money, it's I need to do that. And this year after Supercross, it was like, okay, well, I'm not good enough outdoors to go get enough points to do it. So like, why don't we just take this year to transition into the following year?
Yeah.
So we'll do that and plans to do some outdoors next year.
Nice. Well,
hopefully my goal is like 130 in points in Supercross so that I only have to do so many outdoors because the last 2 years I've been like 94 and 103 in the point range. So
so you got to do a little better.
I'm expecting better out of myself and we'll do everything we can. So
well, listen, I think the Lawrence thing is a big step. You'll see what those guys do.
Yep.
You'll gain some confidence. You'll have a consistent program, and that's a big step for guys like you, because in the past, you're super talented. You're a great technical rider. You could jump anything.
Yep.
Not sure you were always there with fitness and able to go 20 minutes.
I don't think I was
right?
either. Maybe towards the end of the season, I would be better, but I wasn't at the beginning.
So if you're doing during the week and you're not driving and flying and balancing everything, this should improve your fitness.
Yeah.
You're already talented.
Yeah.
We know. You're a very skilled rider. So seems like a good idea.
Yeah.
And back on a KTM. So that's good.
And I think the big thing too is like going into next year. I've always rode really conservative because of my program, where I was afraid to get hurt because then I get pay deduct and the van's not there, so team sponsors are unhappy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be on a team now where it's going no matter what.
Are you worried about Kevin selling your air filter at the end of the night to a fan?
That's fine. We'll get another Twin Air one in there. Yeah, all good.
Yeah. Kevin signing your air filter and selling it on eBay?
Yeah, no, it's possible. But hey, if that gets us to the next race, that gets us there.
Right. You're like, Kevin, no, man, that's my shock. That's my shock.
Yeah, hey, please, can I have my seat back?
Yeah.
No, I think I'm going to try to hang it out more.
Yeah.
If I hit the ground, I hit the ground.
Yeah.
But the years past, I've been like, hey, I need to make sure I get to the next race.
Sure, yeah.
Where, of course, I want to do that every time. But
that's some of that, yeah.
I'm going to hang it out more.
Yeah.
And just send it, honestly. And obviously the right way to do it. Yeah. But I'm really excited for it. I mean, I know we've talked about it now for like 10 minutes, and probably people are like, well, who cares? He sucked this year.
No, yeah.
But I'm excited.
My show.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about it.
I'm just excited. It feels good. My wife's happy with it. I'm happy with it. Get more time at home, fly in, fly out, be able to ride during the weeks is the big thing. So
you brought this up earlier, qualifying for SMX, and that's subject to Race Tech Rant.
Yeah.
Racetech.com. By the way, the Race Tech guys, I forgot Checkers wanted me to read this. What?
Also, if anyone wants to get involved with the team, support at kevinmorans.com.
Okay.
Just hit us up.
Sure.
Please.
What is Champion? Are they toolboxes? Or
yeah.
Are they like the complete tools?
No, they don't do tools. They just do the boxes.
Yeah,
so you can outfit your entire garage.
I need to get a hold of that guy.
God,
can
you
you get me a deal on it?
I don't know if I can get you a deal. I would love to get a deal, so maybe we can work something out. Now, Garen over there is amazing. He's the CEO, and they've been involved with Kevin now for a little bit, but really big now with the team. Dude, their boxes are so nice.
Check them out. Champion Tool.
Champion Tools. Champion Tool Storage. I don't know what their website is. I don't think I've ever actually been to it because Aaron just always texts me photos of them. But yeah, you can get in touch with Garen Buckles over there, and he'll take care of you. He's a CEO. He's awesome.
Each summer, the FMF Privateer Power Award. We see this every week. Welton got it this week. Freddie gets it. FMF support. The past 2 seasons, Racetech has joined in to support privateers with bonus cash. No surprise that the brand, Racetech, that has built much of their racing history overachieving with the guys who are counted on, building winners, and shouting out the privateer-proven motto. FMF and Racetech dedicated over 40 years of support to privateers. And Racetech.com. Use the code to save at Racetech. Racetech.com. And Racetech Rant of the Night is you heard me bring this up on Twitter. I'm not super outraged. This isn't like a massive rant, but I do think it's unfair. Sponsors care more about Supercross than motocross. The bonuses are more scheduled for Supercross is more important than motocross in 100%, our sport.
Yeah.
And there's 17 of them, and there's 22 outdoors for SMX points. I wondered, and it's what I put on Twitter, will they ever figure out a way to be equal so that there's equal amount of importance to get an SMX from both indoors and out? Mm-hmm. And you agree?
I do.
Yeah.
It's one of my things I have on here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you want to go ahead and take it, but
no.
I think it should be overalls. Like your overall point goes into your SMX
but that's
thing.
just 11. Then it's 11. It's 17 to 11. Then
I don't know. I don't know. I just
Supercross too important.
I almost think it'd be good then because then you get more riders at Supercross because you get like a whole other group of dudes that race outdoors, but then you'll get the same ones kind of go from Supercross outdoors, like the main guys.
Yeah.
But a lot of dudes just wait for outdoors. Like it'd be nice, like get Harry Coulis and Supercross with us. You know,
my
like,
rant is
get those guys.
My rant's going to be that your idea is ridiculous.
Really?
Because I want them equal.
Well, then find a way to make it equal. I want it equal too, but I'm just trying to think of things.
Well,
I don't know.
17 to 11 is worse than 22 to 17.
Dude, I'm not a smart guy. I race dirt bikes, okay? I'm just trying to think of something. Like some way to make it more equal.
So someone gave me the idea that if you just count the Triple Crowns towards SMX, not for overalls and not at the SMX.
Per moto points.
Per moto points brings you to 22.
Oh, do that.
You know?
That's
so
genius.
now
That's actually genius.
There's 22 Supercrosses because there's 2 Triple Crowns.
Yeah.
Boom.
Done.
There we go.
I'll tell Pelletier.
There we go.
That's a great
Boom.
idea.
Right?
Didn't even think about that,
I just think
honestly.
it should be equal. However you want to do it. If you want to count the best 15 from each or whatever you want to do, I'm cool. But I don't feel it should be 22 to 17. Because
Triple Crown should be your points for the Supercross season too, like in total, right?
I don't know about that.
Why not?
That's too much. That's too much penalty if you
You're not going to have people hanging back in 5th because they did good the first 2 motos and everyone else is shuffled around.
Yep, which I don't like.
That sucks.
Yeah, I don't like guys.
As a fan, like I watched a few this year, obviously.
Yeah.
Raced one of them.
Yeah, no, you definitely see that.
Yeah,
guys are just like, hey,
they
I'm
hold
good.
back.
Yeah.
So, like, why not make it a points-paying thing?
Okay.
If we're going to race 3 times and we're only a few minutes short, well, what is it, 12
but
minutes?
But if you tweak an ankle in practice, you lost 75 points in your title chase because you can't race a Triple Crown. 75 points.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Don't tweak your ankle. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, it's part of the sport, but I think let it go.
My race tech rant now, I'm going to turn this back around. My next race tech rant is you and your dad. Kidding. But
I was going to say, why are you putting me in with anything that he does?
Because you can convince him. No, but TJ Albright and Simonson were in
This
here.
isn't him. I know what this is, but it's not him.
Yeah, so the track thing, they were asking, they're like, hey, we're going to talk to Starling about it. They said that on the show.
Yes. Because that's the first dude you want to go to because he's like the most friendly guy down there.
Yeah. So this isn't going to happen. It's a Feld thing, right?
Yeah, it's Feld. It's not him. It's not AMA.
I think it's got to happen, though.
I mean, who rents the stadiums?
Feld.
It's a Feld thing.
It's inconceivable to me, even from a lawsuit point of view, from a litigious point of view, that a rider can't see the course he's about to race.
Yeah, it sucks. It's That's one of the things I love about Europe is you can just get to walk the track before the main event.
No, for sure.
Go. Do your thing.
But
or heat races even.
But even think about how litigious we are as a country. And you would think that somebody would have brought up the point, hey, man, you're going to make changes.
Yeah.
And not let these guys see it?
Our only way of being able to see it is the guy will come down on the gate. My dad, usually. Yeah. Hey, turn 3 out at 3 up. People are doing it's lower on the left side.
Yeah, I don't think that's good enough.
Okay.
Right.
Cool. You know, like, what does that mean? Right. How much lower? Do I have to seat it now? What does that mean? You know?
No.
No, I am all in on this.
So you're with Albright and Simonson on that.
Every single rider that goes to the night show or even practice, whatever, will be on our side.
I hope it changes. I'm trying to.
It's a Feld thing.
I'm trying behind the scenes.
As far as I'm aware, it's a Feld thing. It's not my dad because my dad said he tried and it was not.
No,
I'm
kidding.
AMA thing.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, no. But I said the same thing to him in Supercross. I'm like, dude, we can't. Like, we're going out there. We have no idea.
Yeah.
Like, if something's changed, okay, we could take a lap. But like, what about heat race?
Right. What else you got for a rant?
So I have like 3.
Okay.
I'll go with the first moto one because you've kind of talked about it a lot, so I kind of don't want to go too deep into it. But like, dude, we're a professional sport.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we hiring 18-year-old chicks to flag for us?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I don't because I don't think you have an abundance of people wanting to flag.
Like I was on a run the other day. I think listening to you or someone talk about this, and I was just like, I will like. If they'll fly me to a race, I'll flag. Just for one race, just to see if it's really this hard.
Yeah.
But, like, we're a professional sport.
Yeah. Paula, the girl that on press day, it apparently was a younger girl who just walked off the track. She didn't know.
Destroyed motorcycles. Destroyed his Garrett's thumb. Yeah. Like, come on. Like, how are we a professional sport doing this? I just don't. I don't get it.
Listen,
I really don't.
It's unbelievable to me we don't have a safety committee of flaggers. And I'm not saying the same group of guys. So you're flying from California to Florida, but there's got to be like
get groups.
15 guys on the West Coast, and 15 guys on the East Coast, and 15 guys in the Central.
Hey, you're doing this race, this race, this race. Hey, you're doing this one, this one.
And they're older guys, and they race, and they know what's going on, and you pay their expenses, and you pay them a decent amount to flag. There has to be enough money for this to happen between Feld and MX Sports, who are now working together, by the way.
Yep.
Instead, we're relying on the local bumpkins in these fucked off national spots.
Probably saw a Craigslist ad.
For flaggers. It was acceptable at one time. It's not anymore.
No, like the Deegan thing, like his crash.
Yeah.
Okay, could the flagger gotten out there to warn him? It would have been tough.
Well, they don't want the flaggers on the track.
But getting the flag out.
Getting the flag out.
It would have been tough for him to see it because of the way that corner works, looking where the flagger would have been tough. But even after he had gotten up and had started riding away, the dude still didn't have the flag out.
No.
He was still just like, well, like, what do I do?
The blue flag was out, not yellow.
After the dude rode his pit bike up the thing, got off the bike, put the kickstand down, and then put it out. But it's like, come on.
It was 14 seconds by my timing.
Ridiculous.
And it was 4 seconds before Deegan hit him, which, but somebody else could have hit him.
Ridiculous.
It's
not okay.
I've said it for years. It's not okay. And I don't know why, Starling, not me and not you, but the team managers that are investing millions and can lose an athlete or a championship, I don't know why they're not on their soapboxes being like, this is unacceptable.
It's not good.
But these are the same team managers that are sending their guys to Glen Helen with 80 riders out on the track to practice. So maybe they're not all there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But you know what I mean?
Yes, 100%.
How is that acceptable?
Yeah.
You guys can get together, Cowie and Hep and Yamaha, whoever's based in the West Coast, and be like, hey, it's $1,000 to rent Glen Helen, which is about what it costs.
Yeah.
We need $300 from each of us.
Yeah.
And we have a private track.
Well, they did that at Paula a couple times.
They've done it a few times.
But they should do it more.
They should do it every single week.
Yeah.
Instead, they're sending out their $1 million riders. Now, it doesn't happen as much, but they're sending out their $1 million riders out of Glen Helen with 80 riders and 50 riders. When I was there, I was out there with Justin Barsha.
Oh, yeah.
Shouldn't be out there with Justin Barsha.
I broke a frame on a big jump at Lake Elsinore next to Ivan Tedesco on an 85.
Right.
Yeah, it's 100%. It's, I don't know.
All
it's
right,
a joke.
next rant.
This one is going to be a non-moto one.
Okay.
I wanted to kind of switch it up a little bit. But people that sit on their phones at stoplights, I cannot believe it. It happens all the time around me. It's just such a joke.
Right.
Get off your phone and go. I don't understand how people do it. They just sit there on their phone staring down and not have any idea they're driving a vehicle.
I mean, we've all been caught, haven't we?
Yeah, but we all learn our lessons, right?
Yeah, I'm so embarrassed when that happens to me. And it's only happened a couple times.
I don't. Whenever I stop light, I'm off my phone.
Yeah.
I'm paying attention because I don't want to get honked at. I'll be honest with you, it's my biggest pet peeve. But it's just mind-boggling that people just sit there.
Yeah.
Just sit there. And then it holds up this whole line of cars, and now they've missed the light, and now they got to wait another 2 minutes.
Are they waiting that long sometimes, these people?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Well, at least around where I live in Riverview. Oh,
okay.
It's bad. Oh, my God. That's why it's become a rant of mine, because it's so bad.
Wow.
People are all. I got hit by a car because someone wasn't paying attention. They're on their phone. They passed me.
Yeah.
Turned in.
Bang.
Smack. Get off your phone.
Yeah.
Get off your phone.
Arrive alive.
Please.
Yeah.
Fuck you, you're fired.
I got another one. Public bathrooms, dude. What the fuck is wrong with people? They're so disgusting.
Oh, like their bowels?
Just in general, fucking flush the toilet, man.
Yeah.
Don't piss all over the toilet seat either.
Yeah. I more think about the noises you hear where you're like, dude, are you all right in there?
I usually have AirPods in, honestly. I don't want to listen to anyone. That's disgusting. But it's just like, dude, why are you pissing all over the seat and then not even you're just leaving and throwing beer cans in there now and stuff? It's such a joke.
No.
God.
We've lost it. Society's lost it.
It's bad.
It's bad.
That makes me love Europe, as the bathrooms are always clean.
Yeah, they are kind of clean.
Always. We have to usually pay for them, too.
Everyone's smoking, though, in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take people smoking over disgusting bathrooms.
I have one now. It's my turn.
Okay. You want to jump in, too, Nick?
Yeah, Nick, you got one? You got a race tech rant?
We're just kind of throwing them down right now.
Simonson was in here a couple weeks ago. Hung out with him for the day. Him and Albright were in here.
Yep.
And he's a good kid. I don't know him that well, but him and TJ were both cool. And he was telling me that he's telling me how hard he's been working at club. And I'm like, why are you doing that?
Grinding.
I'm like, why? He's just like, they told me that they want to watch me. Maybe there's a ride for me. Maybe there's a spot for me. But they told me to stay grinding, stay all summer, and do all the work, all the training, on the bike, off the bike, everything. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, oh shit, man, like good job, because he's Supercross only, right?
Yeah.
And
usually about your time to back off, stop paying a facility.
And I'm just like, okay, well that's awesome, great, cool to do that, and they're watching you, the club guys. They got a good program there, and I like the club guys, and I've given them plenty of compliments. Simon's, Reynolds, and Finnis have been really good stories this summer.
Their bikes are good.
Phil is good. And their bikes aren't breaking anymore. Yep. I've given them a lot of compliments, but I got to say, so I kind of got wind that Osborne may jump in here for the last three. It's not for sure, but he's going to ride and see how it goes. And Brandon Haas, the owner, and Zach go way back. Of course, Zach started PulpMX.
Then they started together.
Yeah. And so Marchbanks has got clipped. So I heard Osborne could be there. And I told Mike Bonacci this weekend. I said, that's fucked up. It's fucked up. and Simonson didn't tell me this, so I don't want to make it sound like Simonson's butthurt.
Right,
He's not. He hasn't said anything. But okay, is Osborne better than Simonson? Yes.
You think?
Yes.
You think?
Outdoors? Yes.
Right now?
Yes. 100%.
This day and age?
Yes.
You think?
Yes. Oh, it's Zach Osborne, Starling.
Yeah, but he hasn't been racing. Doesn't ride as much.
It's not like Simonson's some sort of outdoor
Simonson's
warrior.
in grinding, though.
Okay.
And he has been consistently doing that.
All right.
I'm not saying it's like
We're going to agree to disagree on this one. Here's my point. Osborne's probably going to beat Simonson if they lined up tomorrow for a race, okay? And Osborne would get them a little more publicity for sure. It's Zach Osborne. He's a great rider.
Seeing Osborne back on the track would be
And
unreal.
Zacho's a good friend of mine. He's on my show every Thursday, Moto 60 show.
I trained with him.
So I'm not bagging on Osborne either. It's not like Osborne said, hey, fuck Devin Simonson. Like, he's just...
It's not his decision.
Right. It's not his decision.
Yeah.
So I told Bonacci this weekend, that's fucked up, man. You tell Simonson, keep grinding, keep working, keep doing the motos. And by what Phil said and what other people have told me, that's exactly what he's been doing.
Yep.
Not to mention, he has to pay to ride there and pay to train there. So he's been paying PulpMX, which is fine, to do all this. He's been doing all the work, from what I gather.
Yep.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I've checked in. He's been doing all the work. And they have an open bike for 3 races. The last
450, he's 450.
And they're not going to put Simonson on after telling him, and Bonacci told me that they did tell him that.
Yeah.
After telling Simonson, hey, man, you never know. Maybe something happens. Keep grinding.
Yeah.
And then something happens, and they might put Osborne on the bike. Yeah. I just think that's fucked. I told Bonacci that. And again, I don't have a horse in this fight. I like the club guys. I like Simonson. But to me, you put Simonson on that bike. He's been a loyal soldier doing the work. Put him on the bike. And again, I think Osborne gets better results than him, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I love Osborne. Big fan of him. Always been amazing to me and my wife. But it just seems like a big old slap in the face to Devin.
Absolutely,
That's
man.
all I see out of it.
As a guy that champions privateers and wants them to get a chance, I think give him a chance, man.
That's a great opportunity for him.
It is. And you know what?
He's been paying his dues.
And he had a good Supercross season. Not a great one. Good season, ups and downs. I just like from what I hear, he's been doing the work all summer and paying club money to do it when he doesn't have to. He's Supercross only. And oh my God, you fired Marchbanks. And oh my God, there's a bike.
There it is.
Give it to Simonson.
He's already there.
He's earned it. He's there. So that's my race tech rant, is that I think it should go to Simonson.
I agree.
Although I'd love to see Osborne back on the bike.
That'd be cool.
That'd be cool too.
Yeah.
So
whatever. What number you think you would use? 338?
338. Yeah.
168?
338.
You think?
Yep. I may have an inside source on that. So
I might too.
I think 338 would work.
168 would be pretty cool though. You went pro with that.
I got a 168 jersey right up there.
Yeah.
So that's my race tech round of the night. Hopefully the club guys still let me have water and drinks from their coolers. Maybe they're pissed at me. I don't care. I call it like I see it.
I don't think it's wrong in what you're saying though, by any means. I don't think it's like a dig at anyone. It should go to Devin.
Yeah, I agree.
It should.
So we'll see what happens.
And that's I love Zach. It should go to.
Yeah. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Renegade. Renegade Supercross Mini 50s, the latest addition to the championship-winning Power Sport lineup. AMA legal, oxygenated, high-performance, unleaded, ethanol-free fuel. It's not too late, people. They're going to Loretta's, and you got a 50 to get some Renegade Supercross Mini 50. Racers that win, pour it in. It's pre-mixed with a proprietary synthetic JSO certified 2-stroke oil as well. Thank you to the folks at Renegade Race Fuel, PulpMX 24 to save with Renegade. Thank you to those guys. And speaking of club, they use Luxon clamps when it comes to triple clamp suspension and chassis parts. No comparison. Luxon makes the best parts you can buy. They use advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest, lighter, stronger, optimized stiffness as well. Luxon, Fast Freddy Norn, Phil Nicoletti, many others. LuxonMX.com for these clamps, different colors, different offsets, all of that good stuff from LuxonMX.com. Pulp 2024, all orders, $100 or more, ship free. Pulp 2024, LuxonMX.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board with us. And again, motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech. That was, by the way, I forgot to say, racetech.com, PulpMX 24. Tell them you use Pulp and save with Race Tech. X Brand Goggles, Michelin, Renthal, Acherbis, Firepower, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, FMF Guts Racing Renegade OGO Atlas neck brace. Chiz uses Atlas brace. Forgot to mention that. Please check
He always will.
Always, Chiz.
Always.
PulpMX is the code to save with Atlas. Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Wiseco Piston, Ethica, Troll Training, Luxon, Factory Chassis Parts, Rocky Ridge Parts, and MTX Braking. How are those brakes today on the Intense Taser?
So this is something kind of funny because I was like, dude, these brakes are really good, but this front brake is really touchy. And the front brake was the only one that had that red brake pad on it.
Yeah, I put the.
So I actually noticed
I put the MTX braking red compounds on the fronts. On those bikes.
I noticed it.
They're
it
good.
was really good.
They work really good.
And it's not like I'm just saying that like, oh, these brakes are good. I noticed the difference between the front and the back.
Yeah, they're great, especially on e-bikes.
I was really impressed.
I'm heavier. The bike's heavier. Like it's a red compound. PulpMX is the code to save at mtxbraking.com. Road bike, mountain bikes, make your mountain bike brakes better, more power, better modulation. Available in power sports dealers everywhere. Thank you to the folks at MTX Braking. And how'd you like the Taser ride today?
Just like I told you, I actually really, really enjoyed that thing.
Yeah, you said it like unprompted a few times.
Yeah, it was really comfortable. I really liked the geometry of the bike was really, I can say it again, comfortable.
Yeah. You normally ride a Levo.
Yeah, I have a specialized Levo that has electric shifting and all that stuff on it. Good suspension. It's like a little build we did. And I actually really, really, really enjoyed that Taser. You've got me hooked on a coil shock, and I've been even staring at this coil shock sitting here, and it just makes me.
Well, Racetech doesn't have mountain bike shocks, but yes.
But I just see the coil, and all I can think is like, man, I really want a coil shock.
I tell people
now.
all the time, like I think part of it's because I'm heavier. So me being heavier, sometimes I got to put a volume reducer in an air shock.
Yep.
And when you do that, it really kind of deadens it. It kind of makes it feel like
100%.
just a thump, and it stays there. The coil is like moto, where it's up and down, and you can feel it. It's
but
like,
not bouncy.
No,
it's like it just works.
Yeah.
I'm like fully hooked on it. Like I was telling you, I'm like I've already been thinking about how to get one.
Every one of my e-bikes has a coil shock on it.
I was the first time I rode one, and I understand why all my buddies back home, Walter and Michael and Ryan, all of them, they all ride a coil.
Yeah.
I understand it now.
Yeah.
110%. I am hooked on a coil. But no, the Taser was awesome.
Yeah.
I like I said, I was playing with like eco mode, trail mode, boost mode, just kind of messing with them.
Was it too rocky for you?
No.
I get rock complaints.
So there was 2 times that I had to take my foot down, and I think it's because I was just a little too close to your tire, and I couldn't see like what I was getting ready to go up, and the pedal strike to me, like Florida, you don't really pedal strike anything,
Right.
so I was trying to really put new pedals today, so I was trying to not do that, and I like kind of messed up a little bit, but I kind of liked it. I thought it was kind of cool. It's just so different than Florida.
Yeah.
I had one off trail excursion, and I realized that I couldn't turn back on because you just start to wash out because you're in like the rocks, like the fallen rocks. Don't try to jump the little rollers that are out there. I kept doing that. But no, it was cool. I really, really liked it. Like I kept saying, I was like raving over it. And sometimes I got a little lost because I'd be like looking at like the scenery and everything because we can't do that in Florida. And then I'd like kind of stay like lose where you were on the like your tire a little bit.
Yeah.
But no, super fun. Definitely super rocky, but I loved it.
Yeah, it wasn't like you weren't freaking out or
No.
Yeah.
But I was more impressed with the fact that you ride clips around that. You're just like Osborne, honestly. Like he runs clips no matter what, and you were clipped in of some stuff where I was like, dude, this is kind of gnarly, and you were just no problem.
Yeah,
you're right up in trail mode.
It's fine. Clips are fine.
Yeah. No, great time though. I had a blast.
You normally ride Alafaya, right?
Yeah, Alafaya, Bomboy had a little bit. Carter Road, Croom, Santos, stuff like that.
I went to Croom with Gringo.
Yeah.
The great Gringo.
That's rad.
So yeah, well, thanks for coming out. It was fun. Yeah.
Did we tell them about the first mountain bike experience that we had going out there today?
I mean, we can. It just was not ideal.
So,
so you need to blame TJ Albright.
He didn't warn you that it was dead. I got it.
He never said anything.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this: Do you think it's possible? Because I was asking you about when they shut off the SRAM Bluetooth stuff.
It's like 10 minutes.
Okay, so do you think it's possible it worked perfectly 100% fine for TJ?
It was probably dying for him.
Yep.
And
he never
after it sits maybe that little bit, maybe in the heat too. Heat will kill batteries.
Because he never said anything about it, and he rode that bike last.
Yeah. So we get to the trail today. So I flew in this morning, landed at 7 a.m., Uber over, and we immediately go mountain biking. I literally walk in the house, change clothes, and we walk out. Bike's already loaded.
Well, because 8 million degrees. So
it's
we
hot.
got to go.
So we get to the trail about, 15-minute drive?
Yep.
Not too far.
No.
Get on the bike. Everything feels really good. I go to shift, and bike's not shifting. And I'm the one. I even mentioned, I'm like, oh, cool. I got the one with the ETAP type situation on it. Battery dead.
Yeah.
Had to load back up.
My bad.
Go on home.
At least I had another bike.
You did have another bike for me. Switched some pedals around, and because I run flats, not clipped in, and right back.
Some mechanic I am.
Yeah, you were on there grinding, getting it all ready to go, and then straight back. But dead battery first thing, and I was thinking like, dang, did I just like wash all my stuff to throw it in the bag to go to mountain bike today?
No, we were doing that.
No, we ended up still going to the same course and getting a good ride in, and I am sunburnt from the heat out here.
Justin Starling here, brought to you by the folks at Ogio, by the way. Ethica, PulpMX 20 at Ethica. Foz, we miss you.
Yes, we do.
Ethica.com.
So much.
Quality products, premium brand experience. I love the underwear, the socks, the hoodies, everything from Ethica. Ethica.com. PulpMX 20 is the code to save. Men's, women's, and kids stuff. So
great quality.
It is really good quality.
Great quality.
Absolutely. Ethica.com. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Ethica. Thank you to those guys. Tallon, you awake over there for the tweets? You awake?
I think we can get a few in.
We haven't had a call for a while.
No, today's been a little slow on the calls.
That's what happens when you have a guy in here that just sucked all year.
Yeah.
No one wants to talk
Maybe
to
that's it. I don't know.
Before we go to calls, have you looked at like overall points? I didn't realize that it was like this until I got here.
Yeah.
Sexton has 360. Deegan has 361. And have you seen like their average finish, laps led stuff?
No, I haven't noticed that. It's real close.
Average quality 3.4 for Deegan. Average quality for Sexton 2.9. Deegan's got 5 hole shots. Chase has obviously 0. Average start 5.7 for Deegs. Sexton 6.1.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's close.
Yeah.
Laps led, Deegan's got more at 78 compared to 53. Average finish, Deegs 2.0. Sexton 2.1.
Huh.
Moto wins 7. Moto wins 9. Sexton second there. The second guy. And then overall wins 4 compared to 5.
5. Yeah.
But like it's so close.
Yeah.
And then like you look at second place, 307 is second place for Deegs, and then Hunter Lawrence 332. Like it's like a gap.
Yeah.
But it's just wild to see.
Yeah.
One
not
point.
far off. You're
1
right.
point.
Yeah.
And Deegan's got the 1 point.
Good.
I was mind boggled at how close it was on all that stuff.
Sure. Hey, by the way, before we get to the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment, have you heard about this whole shot challenge?
Yes.
Lars
I asked you about it today.
Lars wanted to do it this weekend. I kind of backed out of it. My bad. But I had shit to do, and it was a day and a half notice.
Kind of reminds of like Life Swap.
Well, okay, but
everyone's excited about it, and you just don't do it.
It wouldn't have happened anyways because Lars' flights got fucked. So
it was a bad weekend.
We couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
But let me ask you your opinion. Now, I got carried away, and I started saying I could beat Hunter.
No.
My bad.
Yeah. No.
Got carried away, and Hunter was making sure that he was really ragging me this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But JT or Lars, very good riders, right? JT hasn't ridden a bike for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Lars is a good rider, but, not on Hunter Lawrence's level. Them on a production bike, okay? Me on a HRC bike, Hunter's bike, with the maps and the blocks and the grates and the lights and the maps and the clutch and everything the Honda's got going on. You think I would whole shot Lars?
No.
You don't.
You still have to be good at starts.
Well, I'm okay at starts. Don't look at that World Vet start. That was my first start in 7 years. And also that was 5 years ago. I'm better at starts. I'll show you start videos that are decent. Like I've got some in my phone somewhere. So I'm okay on starts now. I'm gonna get this factory Honda, just like this. Starling, watch. Dump the clutch, gone. And they're gonna be on a production bike.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It'd probably be pretty close. You probably would have the upper hand.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. Oh man, it'd be tough, dude. Like it helps a lot.
I'm gonna pull the starts.
Like Renee, their practice guy, and Dan got me a system for my Honda, and it changed a lot for me. But I still didn't always get good starts because I wasn't that good off the grate.
Yeah, but dude,
I also didn't have their situation.
Got a clutch.
Yeah, theirs is different. My bike rev compared to what theirs sounded like, not even remotely the same.
Dude, they got something going on. Hunter's a great rider. Jet's a great rider.
Yeah.
But Hymus
at
Millville.
There was a day that I went out to the compound, and it was me, Renee, Dazzy, and Jet.
Mm-hmm.
And like Jet was the only one. It was muddy. I went out there to see Renee. And I ended up like helping with him with starts, like cleaning the grate, like helping him whole shot button. Just little stuff, just standing there. And honestly, I was just loving talking to these dudes and learning.
Yeah, sure. Was that this year?
This year, yes. It was actually right before Alabama. And when the bike sounds insane when they rev it and like before it starts. Yeah. It is just a completely different sound than what is normal. And he just holds it wide open and then just gone out of there.
Again,
unbelievable.
They're great riders, but there's something going on with Honda. So Lars told us at the live show, this guy named Toru.
Yeah.
It's Hutchinson, Grant.
Yes.
Hutch,
yeah.
And then
great guy.
Toru.
Yeah.
Toru and Hutch are the geniuses here.
Yeah.
So Lars is trying to make this happen, which is awesome because no other team manager in the pits would do this.
No.
But Lars is like.
Lars is awesome.
Lars is like, okay, you can ride Hunter's bike. I'm like, on Friday? The day before? He's like, yeah.
Just take jets.
It's just
not racing.
It's amazing that Lars is like doing that.
But I would love to. I never got that opportunity to like try it.
Yeah.
But I would
their
love
bikes last year, but yeah.
I would love to just see what it's like off the grate.
Yeah.
And then I'm hoping that going into this year, Dan can help me with some good stuff for my KTM. But it's not going to be as good.
We're trying to make this happen, which I think it's awesome that Lars.
It's going to be awesome, and I honestly want to go see it.
Well,
like it's going to be cool.
Yeah.
Please do it though.
Great radio.
Don't not do it.
And you know what? Honestly, maybe it goes horribly for me. Like JT seems to think so. Lars thinks so. Phil thinks so. They think it's going to go horribly for me. So, but I'm willing to put myself out there.
But I think
care.
it'll be close. I don't think you're going to be a shoo-in by any means. But I think you definitely have your chances go up 85%.
They go up a lot.
Maybe 95, honestly.
Yeah.
Just
what do you think, Nick? What do you think? What do you think my chances on a factory Honda versus a guy on a production bike?
It'd be a close one. I'm with you. Probably 80% maybe.
See?
Yeah. I think you have
on my side.
You have the upper hand, but you still have to be good at the start.
Too. I got good weight going.
What, does that hinder you?
No, it's just extra. It's extra.
Now, front tire's already touching the fender, so you should be all right no matter what.
Yeah. You guys put him so far down.
Yeah. They're pretty low.
Adam got me to help him in Salt Lake with his hook because his shoulders and shit are shot.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, my God, dude. I was fucking pulling down. Like
It's down there.
I remember at Yamaha, my day, 110, 100.
Yeah, I think I was like 180 this year.
You guys are so much more than that. We got Eric on the line. Eric has a question for you, Starling. What's up, Eric? Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Good, man. Thanks for calling in.
Well, thank you for doing this every week. I appreciate it. I listen to it. I love it.
Awesome.
I enjoyed the motocross. I've been doing it forever, it seems like. But I know my man, Justin Starling.
Yeah.
I sponsored him in Nashville, I believe.
Oh, right on. Yeah.
He did my Lights Without Ladders.
I still owe you a jersey, don't I?
Oh. You do, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Come on, Starling.
Yeah. Well, he was a sponsor of mine.
April, and now we're in July, by the way.
Dude, welcome to having a baby and just losing track of life
I understand.
there.
I completely understand. I know
we got to get him a jersey.
No, I've been he reminded me at one point, and I'm like, yeah, I'll get to it. And I'll be honest with you, I have been so busy with the baby.
How do we make sure Eric gets his jersey? What do we got to do?
Do you have my number, Eric?
I do. I just don't want to bother you. I don't want to text
me.
you.
Don't mess me on anything else. Text me. Call me.
No.
That's the easiest way.
It's clips for Christmas lights in your house, and I'm just starting up, and I need money to fucking manufacture your shit. So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, let's do that. Let's get
call me. Yeah. Call me tomorrow afternoon, and I'll have it out Wednesday morning.
No, I always liked you, Justin. You're a good guy. That's why I sponsored you.
No, I appreciate you a lot. No, you have to remind me, man. I've been bad with that, and it's just I've been so caught up in life, honestly.
Man, I want you to sign it so I can put it on eBay and make some money.
Oh shit!
Hey, at the end of the day, you sponsored me, so I'm gonna go ahead and say you bought it. So go for it.
I'm gonna actually frame it and put it in my living room. Don't worry about it.
No, just call me. Don't message me or anything. You have my number. I gave it to you for a reason.
I got it. But that's all, Steve. But thanks for all you do, man.
Thanks, Eric.
Everything.
Appreciate
all the content you put out.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I do owe him a jersey. As soon as he sent it, I was like, yep, I remember now.
Come on, Starling.
Dude,
I forget shit too. So.
I've just been busy.
All right. Brian Stone. Edward Jones financial advisor Brian Stone used to be a privateer hero back in the day, made a bunch of main events.
I don't know who he is, but I heard you talk about it.
EdwardJones.com. Please don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Maybe I should let Brian Stone invest for me because JT told me to buy a stock, and I'm down $7.
$7?
$7 so far. Fuck you, JT.
Jesus.
So maybe Brian Stone can help me.
What stock is it? Can you say?
Nike. Edward Jones can give you the tools and the knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Brian's a good motocross guy. 816-761-4066. Visit edwardjones.com for Brian Stone. He's a Missouri guy. Missouri, I think. And a good privateer back in the day. Don't forget live show Vegas SMX Friday night. Maybe Starling will be there as a guest. We'll check it out. Live show Vegas at the Space. Tickets available on PulpMX.com. And Thunder Valley Ride Day, end of September, August 1st. Check that out as well. Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon. No, that's my mom.
It's the Motorsport.com Tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts, whether it's Atlas Brace, whether it's Guts Racing, Get Data, Pro Filter Maxima, Cherubies Renthal, so on and so forth. You can get them at motorsport.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX to help us out. So just go to PulpMX.com. You know, Eric just called and said, thank me for the content, right? You want to thank me for the content, Eric? You really want to thank me? Go to PulpMX.com. Go to motorsport.com, through the banner, buy something, and I get a piece of that.
I'm owed $100 in motorsport right now.
Oh.
I got 6 in Pulp one weekend.
There you go.
What do you mean?
I got 6 in the Pulp.
So what?
It's $100 motorsport
Yeah,
gift
so
card.
no one's emailed you?
No.
Stop it.
Swear to God.
Check your what race?
2 races ago.
Oh,
what was that?
We might not have done it yet. 2 races. We might be a couple races behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I just $100.
All right. All right.
I got stuff.
So
in
I
the
like
cart.
how he looked at you like it's your fault.
Yeah.
No. I just know he's motorsport.
I know, but
I know the guy who won the grand prize, however much it was, like $2,500 or whatever it was, but he went to use the code and like all of our reps like caught that and were like, "What is this code?" They were asking me because it says like pulp, whatever, you know.
Oh, so I think it's 1,000.
But they were all
I think it was 1,000.
But they were like, "How did this guy get this code?" And I was like, "It's got to be fantasy." And I checked with Travis, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's a fantasy winner." So.
Yeah.
Why
I got $100.
Were they thinking the guy was forging the code? What's going on at motorsport?
I don't know. Well, us gearheads, like we don't always know all the promotions that are going on. Like they didn't know what the Pulp Fantasy thing was, so they just see it and it's a big, a big discount. So they were obviously looking into it, but
it's not a discount; it's just a gift card.
Gift card, whatever,
Yeah, but so I think we're 2 races behind.
That
would be Mark's, but Nick's there, so you can yell at Mark's, or just yell at Nick. And
No,
pass it on
all's
to Mark's.
good. No, it's just funny. It was cool. I got a 6.
So 6 overall.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I was first after the first Moto 250, and I was like, oh my God.
Wow.
Shelly was backed a little bit. He still stayed doubled, but yeah, it wasn't great points for me.
Yeah.
I almost had A-Rod, and with A-Rod, I would have won the overall. But I didn't take A-Rod that weekend.
I was 314th after Moto 1, and then Harlan's bike broke, and then Bose Flug decided not to start.
Yeah.
And then Roman Pep crashed out.
Had all the same guys.
And then Hunter Lawrence didn't come close. And that was all she wrote, man. I had a terrible weekend.
That was me. I went from being after the first moto, maybe not first moto.
Because Harlan got 50, Pep got 50.
Yeah, I was somewhere like in 700s. And I was like, hey, it's not bad. It's okay. And I ended up the end of the weekend at like 2,500. So, yeah, it wasn't good.
Fuck you, Marks.
Yeah, like fucking game. But hey, I was pretty hyped with that 6. That was cool.
Yeah, that's good.
I was happy because like at one point I was 5th, but I think it was like 100% goggles. And I'm like, well, I don't want those.
Yeah.
Then the next place behind that, like 7th, was like a stand. I'm like, well, I don't need that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the $100 gift card. Like I was sponsored by Motorsport this year, and I'm like, I can use more stuff at Motorsport, like OEM stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, it'd be really cool if I got 6 because everything else was kind of a little strange around it. Like I don't need the tires or anything like that.
Yeah.
So
the Motorsport card is what you.
The
could
Motorsport
really
card
use.
was awesome for me. That or honestly, I think it's like 11th for Maxima, and I'm like, I could always use more Maxima.
Yeah.
So I was like kind of hoping I ended up 6th with the gift card. And I'm like, yeah, that's a big win for me.
Well, listen, people. Again, if you want to help me out for all the free fucking content I give you every week,
use mine too. I got one. Use
go
my
through
affiliate
Motorsport,
card.
Go through what?
I have a code affiliate things where people can give me some money on that Motorsport. It's in my link in my Instagram. Check it out.
Okay, no. Go through the banner on
Sports
PulpMX.com
Privateers.
and help us. I'm a privateer. I'm a privateer journalist.
You're so privateer, you don't even wash your bike.
I pay for all my expenses just like a privateer. I'm on the road.
You have someone to sponsor your Wi-Fi at Loretta's. You're gonna tell me privateer.
I bitched enough about it on the review show. I got a sponsor.
$16 sponsorship or whatever it is.
Yeah, listen. I couldn't believe I can't get a free Wi-Fi code. I work for MX Sports /RacerX. What the hell? All right, these questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on the Twitter, and the guy over there in the corner goes through them. So here we go.
All right, first one from T Hall 767. Does Savachi's poor outdoor results help him with an appeal to race 250SX?
I don't think so. They don't.
I don't think it changes anything.
But I'm still high on Savachi doing well. I think it can happen. I said he could maybe win a race. That's probably not going to happen. I think he can get closer to the box. But again, I told him when he was here or when he was on the phone, 450 guys dropping down to 250s is really, really tough when you've been
changes everything.
When you've been used to the pace and the horsepower and the mentality of the 450 class.
It's the way you have to ride the bike. It's two totally different things.
Yeah. So it's tough, man. Not saying you can't do it, but it's tough, And so
Supercross wouldn't be as bad as outdoors.
Right.
I don't think they'd get a blowjob before the main event.
That too. All right.
R. Mullins 8. Justin, what was harder of a transition, going from the gas to Honda, or now being married with the kid trying to run a program?
Oh boy.
100% the gas to Honda. It obviously did not work, but my marriage is great and my baby is amazing.
There we go. Mads Frostum. Why is Dylan Schwartz staying on the Bar X team year after year? Some of the better teams must have given him some offers after all these impressive rides.
Well, Supercross hasn't gone well for him, right? He missed all of Supercross this year.
Yeah.
So really, it's a Supercross thing, I think.
I think it's a little bit. I mean, he's better than Masterpool in Supercross, but I still think it has that little bit of that part of it. He's a better outdoor guy, and you honestly, have to be good at both to be on that next level.
Schwartz is a nice dude, but like nobody really knows him. I doubt he goes around and talks to people.
That Bar X bike is good too.
It's fine.
Yeah. They're on a Mark suspension, REP suspension now. Like they have a good engine package. It's fast. The kit starts good. Yeah, I don't know. I think the bike's fine.
Right.
Moto Fan 92 for Starling. What complaint are you most looking forward to hearing from Steve when he comes back from Loretta's?
50 parents. If he watches 150 moto, the gate and the mechanics area for 7 to 8 50s.
Timmy and Nick, Ferry and Way have both told me dude, amateur parents are always like, what's up with Mathis hating us?
Yeah. It's gonna be the 50 parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got some bullseye on my
He just needs to go down there and watch whatever the e-bike one is, where they put
Carry
dry
the
ice
on
the engines and stuff.
I already got videos of that. It makes me want to throw up.
All right, Jimmy G. Any news on what will become of the KTM Gas Husqvarna for next year? Who is getting whacked?
I don't think anybody's getting whacked. I just think that Ferez and Pierce Brown's leaving. Ferez has no deal.
That sucks for Ferez.
It does.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be Ryder D, Cochran, RJ, 250s,
yeah,
and Barsha and Mookie 450s.
Are they going to put everyone on one, or are they going to do the split?
I think they do the split.
I think they do split too. I mean, they're still going to sell the bike and be split.
Yeah. I mean, if they do anything, I think they put them all in gases. If they did one brand, and Husqvarna will go away.
You think?
I think.
Isn't Husky going away in Europe?
Yes.
Could be a thing.
I know.
Which one goes away, Rockstar or Red Bull?
Red Bull. And then comes Rockstar.
Cross X Rutted for Justin. What would make the outdoors worth competing in for privateers such as yourself?
Well, making a series of 3 races at the end.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worth it, honestly.
Purse money got bumped up. Purse money's better.
Not by much, but it is. Yeah, honestly, I think it's exactly where it should be. I would love to be in it right now, but after my Supercross season, it wouldn't make sense to go. And with the transition to the new bike, I'm going to be ready for next year.
Oh, Max Miller, another guy that screwed me in second moto. 450s.
I think I had him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I knew he's from up there.
He's from there.
Yeah. Hamish Walton 108. Has there been much private jet use in the moto world? I know Chad, Ricky, and James had a crack back in the day. Did they use them often? What about any other riders?
Yeah, Chad did it every week for a while. James did too, I think.
Yeah. James had his own
jet.
Yes.
Really?
On the side of the door, it had his JSE Entertainment thing or whatever. Wow. James Stewart Entertainment, his ride-off.
Okay.
Have you or Justin ever flew private?
I have one time. You?
No.
2002, Indianapolis. I was working for Moto XXX. Dave Castillo was there and was like, hey, why don't you come back to California with us? And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So I got the last seat on the private jet from Indy to Orange County.
Yeah.
Stopped in Kansas for fuel. It was amazing. I'll never forget it. It was thanks Dave Castillo for the memories.
Deegs flies private quite a bit. I don't know why it was such a big deal this weekend. But yeah, if you look at his stories here and there, honestly, Brian's, they're private a lot. They're private probably more than they're commercial by far.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Deegan's temper. If you're riding the check, are you signing Marchbanks or Masterpool, taking into account their past seasons, not just overall speed?
Well, Marchbanks is better in Supercross. Masterpool's better in outdoors.
Masterpool.
You go Masterpool?
Yeah. I think there's a big ceiling there.
Okay.
Personally.
I don't know. I mean, are they making the same salary?
No.
What's the?
I mean, Marchbanks for sure getting paid more.
No, I mean, like if you're in this.
Assuming everything's equal.
I'm still going Masterpool.
Okay.
Just get Masterpool out of Texas for Supercross preseason and go to California and be with those guys. Don't go ride your own track because it's convenient.
From White Jake 417, what the hell is going on with Enzo? Every time I see a post from him, he's wearing something different. Is he still on Star?
I don't know, man.
Dude, I don't think so. He's still in Brazil.
I know.
And he's riding for 595.
I don't know.
There's no way.
I heard they were going to keep him because I heard he was really fast before they told him.
Because I had this conversation with you because I was looking at his bike that he raced in Brazil, and he had looks on clamps, and he had Mika bars with a Pro Taper bar pad, and I'm like, well, wasn't Mika bars and Roczen same as club, but he's just down there now. He's still there, still riding, doing his thing.
I don't know, man. I feel bad for him. I sent him a message. He never got back to me.
Yeah.
I think he's in a deep, dark place.
I have no insight, but I think he's down there.
Okay.
I think he's probably could get paid a lot of money to stay there.
Yeah.
Like, just it's not working here.
I guess.
Long name 51. What do sponsor negotiations look like for the privateer rider?
What negotiations?
Yeah. Can you please give me something?
Can I have 2 of that? Yeah. I guess it depends on what type of rider you're talking about. Freddie's got a lot of negotiation to go. Kevin, if you're running a team like him, there's a lot of negotiation. My situation, there wasn't much except for I had a couple stipulations I wanted, and that was it.
Shout out to Bubba Pauly for
amazing what he does.
Yeah, he's doing a good thing. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I think that's kind of what Kevin's doing, though. It's like that same realm.
Yep.
You know?
All right. Jimmy G, what does Starling need to do to become a regular main 10th to 14th place guy next season?
Just what you said.
What I did the last couple years, just not this year. I think the last 2 years, besides 24, I only missed 5 mains, and 3 was because of injury, and the 2 just because I wasn't good enough. But I think being at the Lawrences under Troll on the Austrian bike, which is no knock to the Honda. The Honda's a great bike, just wasn't for me. And back just grinding. I'll be there. Lawrence compound.
All right, and then the last one from Snowboard. Steve, will there be another live show at 10 Cycles prior to Charlotte?
No, because I can't do it. Not able to.
JB just followed me on Instagram, and I was stoked.
Really?
Yeah. It was
Didn't
a big
follow
win
you
for me.
before?
No.
Wow. That's odd. Okay.
Probably doesn't care about that. I don't know. It was cool to me.
All right.
We got a little bit closer in Paris this year.
Oh,
that's where we kind of started talking.
Yep.
And then we just kind of stayed friends from there.
Really, JB's awesome.
Amazing.
Great.
After he was out, he helped me a lot that weekend.
Yeah.
On just little things.
Yeah. No, he's a super smart guy. When he came in here to co-host, he was great.
Yeah. He speaks very well.
Well. I got a lot of respect for JB.
Yep.
I took him out mountain biking on some of that same trails, and he was all over me, dude. Like,
he ride a Specialized?
He did. I had to get him a Specialized. I had to borrow my buddy's Levo, and then he broke a spoke, and I never heard the end of it from my buddy. So, thanks, JB, for that. It's absolutely great.
Yeah.
PulpMX Show. Justin Starling, brought to you by OGO in studio here. Ken Roczen, Ryder D, Chiz, JT, Dark. Best interview tonight.
I liked Ryder D.
You did?
I thought it was good, yeah.
Okay.
He spoke really well, and it was a lot of good insight. And, I don't know. I thought Ryder D was really good. Ken's always good and all those guys. And Chiz. Chiz and I are friends, so it's a little different when it comes to there. But, I thought Ryder D was really good.
All right. What'd you think, Tallon?
All 3 were actually pretty good, but I'm going to go with Kenny. Just been a while since we've heard from him.
Yeah. Nick?
Yeah, same thing. I really like how passionate Kenny is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Kenny gives a great interview always because he's just DGAF, right?
Yeah.
As we all know.
Of course.
All right. Well, thanks for coming, Justin. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Mountain bike ride?
Yep.
Swim?
Yep.
Firehouse?
Yep.
Pulp
Good
show?
day. I took a nap as well.
And you're out tomorrow morning?
Yep.
Yeah.
6 a.m. back home. Land at 1 p.m.
You had a busy day.
Yeah. Get back home and take care of the wife and baby.
Well, listen, I'm excited to see what you got going on for next year. Like I said, you're a very talented guy. Your year was absolute shit.
Yes.
And it'll be interesting to watch you back on a KTM bike and with a good program and like it's in a way it's
you'll know if I'm doing the work because Dan will tell you.
Yeah.
I'll be there. I will do the work. I'm gonna be ready and It's gonna be like I was telling you. It's just gonna be cool starting from scratch. On it, it's not like I'm like I had an okay year. Let's see what we can do. It's like, hey, let's start completely over and go again. And being around those guys, it's gonna be like really good to learn.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see how you can do because like I said, I think that's a good program. And investing in yourself is always a good thing, right?
Yeah, so. It's a lot of money. It's gonna be tough,
right.
But if you want to get the results, you got to ride with those guys, and I want the results. So I'm gonna do whatever it takes, and we get there. And I have a bike raffle going on. If you guys want to put some money on that, I can pay for it.
Okay.
I got my race bike from this season.
Low hours.
16 hours on the bike. It has 16 hours on the bike. Sitting at home, it's fully ready to go. Brand new suspension. Don't worry, all brand new suspension built. It's all ready to go. $100 to enter. Help me pay for the Lawrence compound. That's literally where all that money's going. Is straight to the Lawrence compound. So, 100 spots available. I think like 40 something are filled right now.
Okay.
So go to my Instagram at Justin Starling.
All right.
Check it out.
Sounds
get on
good.
it. Help me out. Help me pay so I can get back into the main events.
First thing that comes to your mind. You ready?
Yep.
Motorsport.com.
Owe me $100.
Fly Racing.
JT.
Decal Works.
Die cut numbers.
Race Tech.
Checkers.
X Brand.
Best goggles there is.
Renthal.
What does that run? 827 or something?
872.
No, 827.
827.
Yeah.
Michelin.
Starcross 5.
Acerbis.
Best plastics there is.
Firepower batteries and chains.
Really good batteries. Never use their chains.
Maxima USA.
The best product there is.
Pro
Probably
filter.
can't say that anymore. Sorry.
Pro Filter.
Throw it away after using it.
OGO Power Sports.
That sounded really bad. Sorry. Gravity duffel bag.
Renegade Race Fuels.
SX4++.
Yeah.
Is that still a fuel?
SX4 is, yes. Plus. Just one.
When I rode for them, they were...
Okay.
Whatever. Yep.
Atlas Neck Brace.
Chiz.
Guts Racing.
Best seats there could ever be made.
Wow. FMF.
Flying Machine Factory.
Works Connection.
Best products when it comes to hole shot buttons, which you need for that start.
Yeah, I'll have them on. They're factory
there you go. Works Connection.
Motorcycleindustryjobs.com.
After this year, I almost applied.
Get Data.
Dan Truman.
WUSA.
Purple Hubs.
Intense Cycles.
Great bicycle. Loved it.
Wiseco Piston.
Need them for next year.
MTX Braking.
Amazing front brake pad. That's all I used.
Luxon.
Purple triple clamps.
Ethica.
Amazing underwear. Foz, we miss you.
Troll Training.
Get me fit.
TrollTraining.com.
Get me there. I'm there.
Grant Harlan, Justin Starling, just a few of the guys that use it. Rocky Ridge Trucks.
I kind of just gave the same answer every time if you didn't notice on that one. Sorry. Rocky Ridge Trucks, what is that? Warranty. You still get warranty.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's huge.
Factory chassis parts.
Amazing. That's same. See, I just did it again. I just said amazing again, but literally, I need some for my KTM. I don't have any on there yet.
All right, he'll probably hear this.
He is in Sweden at the moment.
Oh, yeah?
So I'm not messaging. Hey, that's where he's from.
He's from Sweden?
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, he's Swede.
Nobody knew that. Huh.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, nobody knew that.
Norway, maybe.
Okay.
Something over there. He's over there.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's where he's from.
All right, sounds good. Tallon, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Good job.
Thank you, Steve.
And then also, Nick, way to go. No streaming problems.
Thank God.
How convenient.
Thank God.
Mark's didn't decide to fuck with you tonight, right?
We're good to go.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, though.
No,
Appreciate
thank you.
it.
This was a blast. I could actually enjoy this one.
Yeah, a little more. Like, you're getting the hang of it, right?
Yeah, the last one was stressful. This one was.
Dude, hat went on backwards, and I was like, he's locked in over there.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? You know what's great about him is he's still new and not sure, so he doesn't talk shit on me and play shitty sound drops that make me look like shit.
Doesn't make you look like shit. It makes your show more fun.
The cock they have there is just amazing. There we go. So, no, thanks, Nick. Appreciate it as always. We're off for 2 weeks because we're trying to plan show 600 for after Vegas SMX. So we're off for 2
I
weeks
heard
to
some
make
insights,
this work.
and that's going to be amazing.
It's going to be a banger.
It's going to be a banger.
We got a banger night lined up.
Yes.
Well, yes, we do, Phil.
Yes, you do.
So looking forward to that. So Justin Starling, thank you again for flying out here doing this. You're always good in studio.
I appreciate that.
So you're great. You're welcome anytime.
Appreciate
so
that a
keep
lot.
that in mind.
Yeah,
Good luck
thank
with
you.
this year. I'm sure we'll be texting and talking and all of that.
We
So,
talk every day anyways, regardless. So
that group text.
Yeah. What group text? You can't talk about the group text.
We talked about it online when those guys were here.
That's a great group text.
John Short's my favorite one in that group text. Just coming
Dude,
in.
He could be absent for 3 days and then just pop in with a random question on something that was talked about 5 days ago.
Yeah. It's great.
It's awesome.
It's clear. It's
Love
great.
him in there.
Great to have John Short in there. He'll never get booted.
And someone in the group chat recently was like, wait, John's at the race this weekend? And then all of a sudden he makes the races in top 20.
Yeah. I said in my review show, John Short hates help.
Yeah.
Beta, Mad Parts, don't give him any help. He won't do well.
Put him on a privateer Honda and boom, there
Put
it is.
him in a pickup truck on a privateer Honda. That's where John Short shines.
In.
Yeah,
he is in.
He couldn't make the motos.
That was
Mad Parts.
mind-boggling to me, honestly, because a couple
can't
years
make
ago
a
he was like
40-man gate?
Yeah, a couple years ago he was like 7th, 8th place.
Dude.
It was wild to me. And I
Wild.
think we all wanted to ask what was wrong, but I think we all were like, let's just let him worry about it. Yeah, like let's not more sting to that
I
wound
texted
there.
Derek and said, all you need to do is get away from Mad Parts.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you needed to do. He just hates help. Because Beta, no good either.
He's just a grinder.
Yeah.
Just let him do his thing.
Let him go. So awesome to have you in here. What?
Here's something totally random.
Okay.
And I just kind of popped in my mind when you said Beta. Who goes to that second Beta spot?
I don't know.
Mitchell Oldenburg?
I have no idea. You think?
I don't know. He has nothing that I know of.
Yeah. He has Rick Ware at
for
World
W's.
Supercross, yeah.
Worlds, not actual Supercross.
Did you hear Mitchell Oldenburg?
No, it just literally popped in my mind because I don't know. I was thinking about it, like with the Beta thing. It was spot open. And I'm like, John and him ride together.
No offense to Mitchell, who's a great rider, but I would think they would go for someone a little higher profile. I don't know.
Can they get someone higher profile?
I don't know.
I think Mitch would be good there.
Could Dean go there? I know. I told him no.
Dean needs to stay where he's at because he can do the JB route with that situation with just riding a Honda wherever he goes.
Okay.
He needs to stay where he's at.
Okay.
No matter how it goes or whatever it is, he needs to stay there.
Okay.
But I don't see why that couldn't be a
I'll
spot.
text Freckle tomorrow about your theory.
Someone rode the bike.
Oh, they did?
That's what I heard.
Really?
I don't know who rode the bike. I have no idea who rode the bike, but I heard someone rode the bike.
Well,
so
like Carlin Gardner or Bryson Gardner? Like
I don't know.
Someone
rode the Beta, and I don't know if that's the second spot or whatever. But like from what I was told, someone rode the Beta. So Mitch would be a pretty good fit. You got nothing.
Well, Oldenburg posted on Instagram today.
I don't follow him, so I have no idea.
Okay, he posted something today about things came up or things took a turn. Yeah.
Like WSX turn?
He didn't say. He just
said something.
He did like a dark. He
very
did a dark.
vague. Very dark.
Yes. He did a dark where he posted something vague.
I'll have to check that out. I don't know.
Where nobody knows.
It's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. This guy's.
Ask Benny. He's not gonna tell you.
Welcome to the Pulp Show. Oh, okay. All right. That guy's been calling for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I
could hear it calling.
I think Tallon's over it.
I thought we were going.
Me
you said
too,
goodbye already, so I
know, but
answering that.
I was like, God damn, what could be so important?
If you were calling, call one more time. You got 2 minutes.
He's trying again.
Okay.
There you go.
Right. Yeah, welcome to the show. Who's this?
This is Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
Hey, so I got a few things.
Okay, you waited till the very end of the show, though. Like we were just ready to say goodbye. So
I know.
I hope these are good, Jeff. Bring the fire.
Okay, well, first thing is, I've met you several times, but the last time was down at your St. Louis live show.
Okay.
I was the one that said that Phil cool guyed my kids.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That's shocking.
Yeah,
I remember that.
They told us to fly all the way down there just to say fuck you, Phil. But I wanted to give a big shout out to all the privateers. I love what you do for them. It's absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
We had a Pro-Am up in upstate New York this past weekend, and Tyler Stepik showed up from Maryland just for the Pro-Am. Had a awesome weekend. Great for him. Great guy to meet.
Yeah.
Awesome guy for us. Justin Starling. He's one of those privateers. He is absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
He does what he can on his own budget. I heard the whole Moran thing. I'm coming in late. I heard a little bit, had to pause it and then come back to it. But I heard the whole next year plan, and good for those guys. I'm so proud of them.
Yeah.
And I wish there were more people like them, that they should be willing to put in the effort to make it to that level. As you know, they're not factory level, but I wish there were more people to put in that effort to get to that factory level.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you a lot.
Dude, not a problem. There's not many people that want to reach out and say thank you, but thank you. And honestly, we met Kevin Moran's at Foxborough this past year, and my son asked who he was. My son is only 6 years old, but I had to explain who he was, what he does, and that kind of, it sparked it.
Yeah.
And there it goes. So
shoot, I was pitted with him like 90% of that day because of the rain.
Oh, man. Well, when we showed up, and they actually have a Kevin Moran's signed autograph, but we didn't see you, but he was there, and it was just nice to explain, hey, this guy's doing it on his, I won't say his own dime, but pretty much his own dime, his own deal. And
he works his butt off to make it happen, no matter what.
Yeah, and you're doing the same as well as 40 other guys out there.
Yep.
So, thank you for doing what you're doing, because you're showing the younger kids that even though you're not Chase Sexton or Ken Roczen, you can still make it happen.
There's always a way, right?
There always is a way.
Well, you know what?
Thanks.
What I like about Starling here, and some guys more so than others, is there's a lot of poor me. Felda's screwing me. MX Sports is screwing me. I'm a privateer. I got it so rough, blah, blah, blah. Here's the bottom line. If you were better, you would have a factory ride.
Yes.
But you're not.
Yep.
So what you do is you invest in yourself and you make yourself the best you can be.
Yep.
And don't point fingers at others for, holding you back.
Yep.
And some privateers do that. Bugs the shit out of me.
Yep.
I like the guys that are like, you know what? I'm going to hustle. I'm going to make some money. I'm going to sell my spots. I'm going to do this.
Yep.
I'm going to go racing. That's what you do,
Yep.
instead of just being like, woe is me.
Yeah. If you play the woe is me card like that, why are you doing this? Go
Yeah.
get another job. But,
Yeah.
I mean, we sign up no matter what the pay is. Like, it's fine.
No one makes you race supercars.
No, I do it because I love it.
Yeah.
And I find a way in any way that I can to do it. I'm obviously never going to be at those top guys' level, but I'm going to enjoy it as much as I can out there, no matter what.
And I've tried to teach my son the same thing. There's certain tracks we go to where they only give out trophies for however many people show up. He was upset that he didn't get a trophy. And I said, dude, don't worry about it. I said, you did what you did. Don't worry about it. We go to the next race. He does even better. He gets a trophy.
Yep.
Okay, well, you keep working. There's no, I don't want to say handouts, but there's no handouts. You keep working, and you learn to enjoy what you do and keep going forward.
100%.
Cool. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a good night. See you.
See ya.
That call probably was worth it.
Yeah.
That's probably worth it.
That's a cool guy.
Yeah.
Feels good.
And
just
Tallon
hearing
was
that little stuff.
Tallon was trying to red button that guy.
I red buttoned him a few times, actually. He just kept calling.
Tallon owes you $100 and he doesn't like that guy. Tallon hates privateers.
Tallon, we're beefing over here, man.
All right, everybody. That's the show. We're off for 2 weeks. Appreciate you using the sponsor codes. That really is helpful for all of us, and appreciate you supporting the show and the YouTube people and everything else. And I want to thank Roczen and Chiz, Ryder D, and all for coming on, and Justin Starling again. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No, thank you for having me out.
I'm Steve Mathis. Thank you, Swisscore, Moser, Pookie, Marks. I mean, Marks do anything?
I love Marks, but Nick's killing it over there.
Did Marks do anything, Nick?
He didn't sabotage me today, so we're good.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks,
he was
Marks.
in a good mood.
Thanks, Marks,
so
for not
all good.
sabotaging us. Tallon, thank you again. Appreciate it. Thanks, Nick. And, for Justin Starling, I'm Steve Mathis. See you in a couple weeks. I go to all the places. I try all the cock.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, how it burns to play your games.